بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all our viewers and the panel. MashaAllah, we got Brother Islam Hakim and Brother Ali from Dots Connected to Islam. MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah. How are you brothers doing?
Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal.
Alhamdulillah. It's good to be here again.
Alhamdulillah. That's good. So yeah, I mean, any updates from your side? What's happening on Dots Connected to Islam? Is there anything new happening? Any new, I don't know, projects or streams or something? Inshallah.
Yes. Recently, as you guys probably have known, we've been tackling this fake Islamic dilemma, which we have officially dubbed the Christian delusion. Just diving deeper and deeper into how trying to empower or to let those Muslims know as far as how to necessarily tackle this particular delusion and how to understand from it as well, using the Quran and the Hadith as well. So at this point, we're not necessarily trying to convince or talk to Christians who make this argument, because it's clear that it's a delusion. We're now trying to do our best to inform Muslims who may not be as knowledgeable or who may not know how to necessarily tackle it. So that's what we've been doing recently. And inshallah, this week, I've been trying to see if we can actually move on from that and go to other pressing matters, because I don't want to necessarily beat a dead horse. But inshallah, I'll have to speak to the other brothers about that.
Dude, you've been beating that. It's a zombie already. Absolutely dead.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're still keeping up with this so-called dilemma thing.
Oh, you'd be surprised. And I mean, it's the same thing that they do everywhere on, when you go to TikTok as well. And for me, it's something that's very, very, very exhausting to even hear at this point, because now it's just, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, it is not the eyes that are blind, it's the hearts. When you know someone will come in with a particular argument, that's how you know they're not really trying to learn. So it's very, very draining just to even hear that argument anymore. And then I'm getting mad at Muslims for entertaining it. So
yeah,
I saw a short where I think
like once, and that's it.
I saw a short where I think it was Avery, I'm not sure who, had a Christian actual scholar on, or Christian scholarship, and was asking about Islamic dilemma, and he was just saying, there's no dilemma. It doesn't make any sense to call it a dilemma. That they're talking about different texts. Where is this even? Are you okay? It was. We should link that. Sure, I should find it. Absolutely hilarious.
I mean, there's still surprise.
They know, everyone in the academic circles knows it's just ridiculous rhetoric. No one with a reputation will run that.
And this is the same reason why we call it the Christian delusion now. So even when Christians want to come up on our channel and there's I want to talk like, oh, what you mean, the Christian delusion? Let's go ahead. It's like, what? Yeah, the Christian. That's what it is now.
Well, it's become the missionary position.
Yeah. It's sad, really. I mean, they're still hanging on to it because they haven't got anything, worthy to tackle with when it comes to Islam. So they bring in basically all this so-called pseudo-scholarly arguments, and they think that is their main argument. And they just keep repeating it. Repeating a lie will, according to them, will make it the truth. Sadly not.
And the funny thing is, it is because I think it's a sleight of hand. It's a distraction from talking about more important topics like the concept of God or the Trinity, like the Trinity and Tawheed, talking, because we've been essentially, destroying them when it comes to this, the concept of Trinity. Does it make sense? Is it logical? How is that not polytheism and stuff like that? So it's been a sleight of, it's been something they've been using to not talk about the Trinity. But after a while, okay, now let's get back to more important matters.
Yeah, but it's a suicidal distraction though, because anyone who endorses and follows that argument is absolutely exposing themselves to not understanding the basics, and the level of integrity in their argumentation and position is absolutely exposed. So, oh well.
Yeah, true. So yeah, inshallah, today's topic is going to be about the dark side of Dharma, the shocking moral dilemmas of Hindu gods. And we have dealt with similar topics in the past, but we are taking it now as holistic in terms of what Hinduism is today, what it was in the past, and how they portray the gods. So inshallah, we're going to deal with this topic. And We hopefully will have some guests from the Hindu side who can perhaps explain to us what these, well, I would see them as kind of adharma or the sins of the gods within Hinduism, because that's what it looks like from the outset. If you think there's an explanation for it, if you think there's a greater, I don't know, plan of the gods or something to indulge in these kinds of adharma, then yeah, bring it on, inshallah, and we'll see what you have to say and how you tackle these kind of tough questions when they are discussed as a critique from the outside. Because we have Islam being challenged, all over India, all over the world, in fact. And we don't shy away from topics which, especially hard questions. So every other Thursday, we have like an open Q&A where you can, come and ask questions about Islam. And yeah, we will tackle those questions, except obviously we try to not waste our time with trolls who come here just for the sake of trolling. So yeah, I mean, we want to have a genuine discussion. So if you're someone who's sincere, if you're someone who's seeking, truly seeking for the truth, then you're more than welcome. But if you're a troll, then this is not the right medium for you, not the right platform for you, because you'll be disappointed. And it's sadly, it's something, if this is what you want to do as a troll, to come and waste your time, other people's time, then surely this is not the right platform. You'll have to go elsewhere for that. So yeah, I mean, a lot of Hindus, they watch our videos and they come and comment all sorts of things in the comment section of both YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. Every platform where we have posted our videos, they come and have some sort of argument, some sort of, basically most of it nonsense, obviously. So yeah, I mean, instead of being this some sort of a person who just sticks around in the comment section, come and have a dialogue, man to man or human to human, and let's do it in a civil way, inshallah, where we learn from each other, where we, instead of spreading hate and ignorance and misinformation. This is the reason we have these streams, so that we want the Hindus to come here and give their rational arguments rather than many. I'm not saying Muslims are perfect, they're all saintly. I see a lot of comments from the Muslims as well who have been trolling, and unfortunately, young people nowadays, for them this is some sort of entertainment. But we as Muslims here, especially the panelists here, we take our religion very seriously, because this is a matter of your akhirah. This is a matter of the other life, which is going to be eternal. So if you're going to mess around in this world where it's going to be your test, then you will see the consequences of that in the akhirah, which is going to be very heavy on the scales for you, on the wrong side of the scale. And this is something which will be detrimental for you for the rest of your eternity. And you don't want to risk your eternity, obviously. So we want everyone to take these matters, especially about religion, to take it seriously. So whenever we bring up something from the Hindu scriptures or the Christian scriptures, we are not here that mocking them. We are here to show them the mirror, basically, that this is what your scripture teaches. Now you explain to us, give us what is your rational argument or reasoning why you think that is the right thing. In Islam, there is a principle called Amr bil Ma'ruf wa Nahi anil Munkar. That is, we enjoin what is good and forbid what is evil. However, when we look at the Hindu scriptures, we see the complete opposite of that, and that too not from ordinary people, but from the Hindu deities themselves. And I don't mean just any devas. I don't mean those semi-gods or demigods. I'm talking about the Trimurti. I'm talking about the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, who are the primary deities within Hinduism. If they indulge in such, not only atrocities, but such immorality, then what chances are there of the Hindus who follow them, who worship them, to be good human beings, to be upright, righteous people who do good? I mean, if they commit evil and atrocities to such an extent where normal human being will say that this is not something what we would consider as civil or good or anything, this is nothing but evil, This is what someone who, with an objective reasoning, when we look at these examples, and we'll be showing many of them during this episode, inshallah. So hopefully we get some Hindu guests to maybe tell us that, yes, you guys are wrong. You don't know how it works. We are hoping that you would be able to come and tell us what is the right thing then. And if you don't show up, then don't say that we didn't invite you. Don't say we are spreading misinformation, because we have given you an open chance and open platform. And I don't mean just any normal Hindus. I want specifically those Hindus who are learned, who know Sanskrit, who know the scriptures, be them the gurus or whatever they are. And if you guys don't come and explain to this audience, then we will just take it at face value from your scriptures what it is. Then don't blame us that we didn't give you a chance to explain, inshallah.
It's
Brother
worth
Ali and
mentioning just a couple of
Ridwan.
things. One is why this is important. You learn a lot about a society and the way it functions from its heroes and from the stories that sort of form the fabric of what brings that culture together. And so we don't want to misunderstand, and we want to understand as well as we can. But there's a very important element here where, on the one hand, we're talking about rational discussions. On the other hand, we're talking about this more emotive sort of morality side. So in particular, what we're looking for here is essentially a way for things to make sense, or how things make sense, because it appears to be that where some moral story is supposed to be taken from some part of what happened in a scripture, loads of other things that are supposed to be morals are just thrown to the wayside, and it becomes then inconsistent. So we're not talking about sort of throwing shade. We're talking about, we can't just have an emotional clash. That's no good. It's no good to anyone. We want a rational dialogue, and for that to relate to morality and emotions, or to morality and the way you respond as a human, and the lessons you take from it, then we need to sort of do our best to disentangle or show the knots that are inside this belief system.
Alhamdulillah. Brother Ali, you have something to add, inshallah?
Nothing of great use, really, because your brother's already, there's nothing really more that I can add that'll be any quite different than what your brothers are saying. So
yeah, alhamdulillah. Especially with regards to the Amr bil Maruf and Nahy anil Munkar, maybe you can add something about that, inshallah. So in the Quran, we have this principle. So this is in chapter 3 of the Quran, verse number 104. Allah says, there should be among you, believers, a group of, and these are the learned people and the sincere people, a group who should call the people towards goodness, bid them to do good, and forbid them from the evil. They are the successful people. So this is the principle in the Quran. It's very clear, and this is not just for the prophets or the scholars or anyone like that. It is basically for everyone who has knowledge about the deen. It is encouraged for the Muslims to call towards the good and forbid the evil within the society. And Allah says they are the successful people. And when by success, it means success in this dunya, in this world, and in the akhirah as well. And there's another ayah in the Quran. This is chapter 9, verse 71. Allah says, the believing men and believing women are helpers of each other. They bid the good, forbid the evil, establish the prayer, pay the charity, the alms, and obey Allah and His Messenger. These are the people on whom Allah will be merciful. Indeed, Allah is powerful and wise. Chapter 9 of the Quran, verse 71. Now we know, this is just from the Quran. In the Hadith as well, there are a lot of Hadith where, this same principle of enjoining the good and forbidding the evil is there. So this is the overall kind of the ethics or the moral code within the Muslims. And Islam is obviously a religion in the spiritual sense of the word only. It deals with all aspects of human life, and that includes, from, like they say, from cradle to grave. It seeks to create a peaceful and harmonious society, and this can only happen if everyone is involved in this principle of Amr bil Ma'ruf wa Nahy anil Munkar, which is it is instituted in the way to promote good and to prevent evil in the society. Um, but in contrast, when you look at the Hindu scriptures, we see that the gods themselves are not enjoining good. Well, not all the time. I'm sure they're enjoining good for some times, to be honest with you. However, we see a lot of times where they would actually indulge in evil. For example, Indra, who's supposed to be the gods of he's supposed to be the leader of the devas, and these are the semi-gods I was talking about earlier, or the demigods. And he somehow, by deception, uh, has basically commits rape with this woman called Alie, who was the wife of a sage, through deception, just like the way Vishnu did with Vrinda, you know. And this is something. So one is the leader of the devas, Indra, and I think he's also one of the most hated gods amongst the Hindus, because that wasn't the only evil action of his. He's committed a lot of other evils. At one time, I remember he actually wanted to flood Vrindavan, which is the city where Krishna was, and he was jealous of Krishna. So he basically wanted to flood the city. So Krishna, basically what he does is he lifts up this hill, which I think is called Grindavan or something. Let me see what the name was again. Um, what is the name? Yeah, Govardhan, that's the one. So he lifts that hill on one finger of his, and that's how that rain, or that heavy rain, which is supposed to flood the city, was that flood was averted, or he protected the people of that place. So the Hindu gods, like Indra, not only basically show their cowardly nature, but the fact that they are deceiving women to rape them, want to flood out of jealousy. This doesn't sound like gods to me. This sounds like villains to me. And if there's no difference between a god and a villain in Hinduism. And I'm not surprised that many Hindus reject the notion of good and evil as well. And I've heard
Mm.
this many times from many of them.
Well, that's because
That's
there's that's because there's really no criteria. And what I mean by that is, you know, you can actually use the core foundations between Hinduism and the mythological religions like Greek, Roman, and Egyptian mythology, because what the mythological religions, what happens is that the people try to make their gods exaggerated versions of themselves.
Yeah.
So just a pure example, in Greek mythology with Zeus, he is the embodiment of what the Greeks believed a man should be. That's why whenever this idea of Zeus has many, many, many demigods. Why?
Mm.
Well, for one, they believed a man should have any woman he wants, even even if it's not her choice. And that's why there was anytime Zeus would come down and he would our word, or he would mate with any woman, every single time kids came off of it. Because why? They believe the man is supposed to be, the true essence of a man is quote unquote conquering a woman. So that is a characteristic that they put on Zeus, because it's an exaggerated version. It's a aspiring version of what they want men to be. And we see no not that much different when it comes to Hinduism as well, because this idea of, oh wait, what is a man supposed to be? A man is supposed to be someone who conquers women, even not even talking about what their choice of the matter is. No, she's supposed to accept it because he's the man. So and you talk even talking about what between what well, what was the guy's name? Was it
Indra.
Indra? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So a lot of things are what they do. They And we'll see today, for any of the Hindus that would like to come and explain themselves, or explain as far as why it is a basis of morality, we would find out, and I'm kind of assuming here, but we will find out that it's a cultural matter that they placed upon their gods. It's like when this one historian said this quote, when he says, God made us in our image, or did we make God in our image? Which
Mm.
one is it? And a lot of times you can be confused, because we have a tendency, especially in mythological religions, we have a tendency to try to make God or gods in our image, the way that we want them to be. And that's essentially based upon the society. And we see with Hinduism, there's not really any difference.
That's true.
Yeah, I think there's something really interesting you said there about the criteria, because obviously to know what morality is, our criteria is the Quran and the Sunnah. But when we're talking about this thing of rational approach to analyzing morality, for Islam, it's very clear what is good aligns directly with what makes for a cohesive society that works well. And what is evil is that which leads to this sort of chaotic, disruptive society. And so it's sort of very easy to reconcile why something is moral with the greater good and all this kind of stuff. So whether you're a utilitarian or all sorts of other base of morality, it still sort of works from an analytical philosophy landscape. But what is the criteria for what's moral in this Hindu ecosystem? That I can't fathom in a rational basis.
Yeah, many of them say that good and bad are basically just subjective, and there is no specific definition or criteria for these. Some of them outright reject good and evil even exists. I'm talking about the Hindus because they consider all of this as basically some sort. We are living in a matrix, Maya they call it, and none of this is real. Everything is just a play of gods. So the gods are playing with our minds somehow. I don't know how. But then they have these textbooks which are supposed to teach you morality, but dotted within these textbooks, these Hindu scriptures, in addition to whatever morality they have the immorality of the gods. And this is what we are trying to understand in this live stream. Why would the gods who are supposed to, not only the gods, when I say the gods, I mean not only the primary gods, the Trimurti, the Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, but even their avatars like Ram. We had a discussion 2 weeks ago about Ram not only doubting his wife about her chastity, letting her go through this fire test, the Agni Pariksha, and even after that, when she passes the fire test, he exiles her while she's still pregnant into the forest. And basically, he doesn't care about where she goes. He's telling her, you can go with anyone, any man or demon you can go with. I've got nothing to do with you. He washes her hands off her, basically. And then we have obviously, Krishna, who's basically watching these gopis taking or bathing in the river naked, and to teach them a lesson not to bathe naked in the river, he steals their clothes. Yeah. And then he wants them to come out of the river one by one to take their clothes with the hands folded. So basically, not even giving them the chance to cover the private parts. All these things, what is the reason for this? What are the Hindus learning from this? So when anyone says, oh, we only believe in the Bhagavad Gita, the whitewashed version of Hinduism, then Krishna surely is the the main person who is depicted in that in the Gita. And these are the kinds of I don't know, actions of his, which shows his moral compass is not in alignment with what the Hindus today would consider as righteousness and good behavior, because no one wants to see their daughters, their mothers, their sisters being watched by a stranger. Yes, if they are taking bath naked, if it's not allowed, they could have just spoken to them, tell them come out of the river. He's a god, he could have given them some sort of lesson. But no, he steals their clothes and says come out of the river. I mean, what did he teach them? Seriously, nothing. I don't know
Could have
what.
put a screen in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. So anyway, I mean, it's like I said, it's not just the devas or the demigods, but the primary gods. Like for many, Krishna is the primary god. For many, Shiva is the primary god. For many, Vishnu is the primary god. So these supreme gods of Hindus are indulging in these actions, which are considered to be, uncouth today. And this is something which we do not know how the Hindus are going to make sense of it. So yeah, inshallah, I'm going to put the link out now, and hopefully the Hindus will join and maybe explain to us as to how they can reconcile this with the righteousness, with their moral compass, and it's something that we want to hear from them directly rather than us saying this is what we think. But It's now up to them, inshallah. So, being that the Muslims will not join initially, we'll call you guys later where you can join and ask your questions as well. So, initially, we are giving the opportunity for the Hindus to come and join and to tackle this dilemma that we are putting forward, inshallah.
There's a very, very interesting sort of question that comes up from this as well, is what even is divinity supposed to be? You know, in Islam, al-Qudus, you know, the pure, it's very sort of clear that divinity is pure. But what is that in terms of the behaviors and ethics of these supposed gods? Because it's not really pure anything. They're supposed to have a lot of power, but if divinity is just about power, then how is this a workable moral framework?
Well,
so I'm very, very interested in that question.
It's kind of like saying, because it's a catch-22, or what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's, well, do they have to be the basis of morality because it's part of their divinity, or because the divine, whatever they do, is moral? Which
right,
one is
but
it?
in which case, either way, it's a choice between two different irreconcilables, two different routes to irreconcilable difficulties.
And I actually remember, because I mentioned to you brothers this earlier, when the story of you think about it, the story of was it? Oh, remind me again. Was it Krishna or was it Ram?
Indra?
Oh no, with the groupies, when he
Oh yeah, the gopis is Krishna. Yeah.
Krishna. Yeah, there we go. I mean, when I think of something like that, about even the story with Indra as well, there's this notion of the victims getting the blame. And I told you brothers this earlier, because I think even for the people that are listening, one of the people, someone that's very, very common, that's very known, we all know, we've all heard of her name, Medusa, and it's no different. The concept alone is no different than to that of Medusa, because Medusa is known as this scary Gorgon, which is immortal, who was a woman with the head of a snake, had snakes all over as hairs. But in that story, when I learned that story, apparently, while there's no one backstage so far, Medusa was actually supposed to be a priestess of the temple dedicated to the goddess of wisdom, Athena. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, she's supposed to be she's the goddess of wisdom. So she's supposed to be the moral character. She's supposed to be the embodiment of the concept of being wise and everything in wisdom. So, but unfortunately, what happened to Medusa was, she was very, very, very attractive. In order to be a priestess, you have to remain a virgin. And what would happen is, if you were to become a priestess, you have to take a vow of chastity. Now, a lot of men would want Medusa. She would constantly say no, no, no. She's dedicated to her craft. Until one time, one of those men that were attracted to her, that wanted her, was the god of the sea, Poseidon. And Poseidon, since he was a god, he doesn't ask. He goes in for it. So one day, when Medusa was in the temple of Athena, Poseidon comes in the form of a man and rapes her, literally rapes her. And Athena sees this going on, and rather than attack Poseidon for what he did, she blames Medusa for allowing herself to be raped. So what did she do? Athena turned Medusa into the woman that you saw there, a Gorgon. Literally, and to the point where anybody whom she looked at, she turned to stone as a punishment for getting raped. It wasn't until later on, a Greek hero named Perseus was tasked to kill Medusa. And who did Perseus ask for help? Athena. So Athena gave Perseus the tools to kill Medusa because of what Medusa did that offended her. So we see here clear evidence that the victim is the one that's getting the blame here. But because it's Athena, she's the one that's seen. Well, because she's the goddess. No one really talks about, at least when it comes to the Greeks, they don't really talk about the judgment of Athena, because she's the goddess of wisdom. Whatever she did, it must have been the right thing to do. That's what they concluded. And
it's very interesting, because this victim blaming motif turns up time and again in both the Greek and the Hindu scriptures. But we know very clearly victim blaming is a characteristic of coercive manipulation, narcissists, of extremely deep kind of toxic behaviors. So why does it keep turning up as a motif in Hinduism, as we're focusing on that today, or in other polytheistic traditions more widely? It's a great question. And it certainly is completely antithetical to Islam.
And it goes back to the question which we're talking about earlier is, well, do the gods, are the gods or God, is God someone who just so he by his nature he has to be the exemplary standard for morality, or is it just because he's God, whatever he does, don't ask no questions, don't talk about it, just know because he's God, it must have been the right thing to do. So
if they have power, do they misuse it? This is the thing with Allah, whatever he does,
misuse it.
right? But with Allah, whatever he does do the right thing, even if we don't understand it. And that's that makes sense in our worldview. But there's only one, and he is divine, to go back to that word. Whereas you don't have that same sort of backstop in these other polytheist traditions. And so therefore you have these competing moralities leading back to chaos and how that relates to evil when implemented in society.
Even notice 2 weeks ago when from the Hindu, and you brothers can correct me if I'm wrong, from the Hindus that came up, most of them, if not most of them, did not even want to talk about how the woman felt, like what was going on with her mindset, because she was the victim. She is essentially being chastised. She's being she's being outcasted because of something that was forced upon her. She was kidnapped. She was taken.
No, you're right. Yeah, the justification tended to center around kingly duties.
Exactly, but no one even talks about, well, what did she do? What was going on with her as far as her mindset? Like, she was, at the same time, she was the victim. So essentially, she's being punished for being kidnapped. What was she to do?
Yeah, it's the same in Hinduism. The gods, for example, Vishnu, when he deceived Vrinda and basically basically raped her, for several days, not one day. And the thing is, Vishnu wanted to break this gift that was given to this demon king, Jalandhar, who was the husband of Vrinda. And because Vrinda used to be a devout devotee of Shiva, her prayers were very powerful to protect her husband, Jalandhar, who was a demon king. And none of the gods could defeat him. Not Vishnu, not Shiva, not Krishna, none of them, all those gods who wanted to basically kill or destroy Jalandhar, they couldn't, because he had a special boon from one of the other gods, who is, Brahma. Brahma keeps giving boons to everyone, including to Ravana, who
without foresight by the look of it.
Yeah, he gives boons to whoever is a good guy according to him, and he gives such boons that even the gods cannot defeat these people to whom he gives the boons to, and Jalandhar was one of them. So yeah, at the end, what Vishnu does, he disguises himself, or rather takes the form of Jalandhar, and then rapes Vrinda, the wife of Jalandhar. And then that way he was able to defeat Jalandhar, who was now that, because her chastity was stolen from her, and that is what kept Jalandhar basically strong enough to defeat the gods, even the Hindu gods.
And what gets me about that is that's a hero story.
That is a
hero story.
A hero. I don't know who the hero was here or who the villain was.
It's supposed to be a heroic savior moment where can you imagine even a Hollywood film today where the hero comes in and saves the day by raping someone? It's out of this world,
I do one better, actually. And for me, I remember one of my favorite, I don't know if you, but Islam, you're aware of this, but there's this anime called Naruto, and there's a character there named what's his name? Itachi, and he's seen at the end. He's seen as he's a beloved character. Even in it's a Japanese show, so he's a beloved character. What did he do? He killed his entire family to save the village. Apparently, he murdered his entire family, and apparently because of what he did, he's seen as a hero because of it. So there's that kind of idea, and this it seems to also be an Eastern thing, because in Japanese mythology there's this whole you think you think Greek mythology is bad. Japanese mythology, there's this questionable morality of these, these gods as well, these Inami, Izanagi, Amaterasu. So it seems to be kind of a mindset between an Eastern based mythology or Eastern based religions like Hinduism, Greek mythology, and also Japanese mythology as well. So there's a common theme here that I seem to notice when I started studying a lot of these Eastern mythologies.
Although in those cases they are more considered spirits rather than gods, and that's one of the things that's sort of
Yeah.
in this Hindu case is particularly sort of troubling for me, because for me they're supposed to be, again, these divine things. They're supposed to be part of the fabric of how things are supposed to be. At least in the Japanese version, the woman in the cracks, for example, it's not I forget the Japanese name for it, but it's not part of the underlying fabric of the universe, the origin story, how things are meant to be, how things are structured, why things are. It's something that's tacked on. So this is the thing: if these stories in Hinduism are part of the fabric of all these clever plays, are supposed to teach humanity and have had wise outcomes and all this kind of stuff, how does it make sense? How does it knit together, or does it not?
By the way, I think I did mention that it was a TV. It was
Sorry,
Japanese
brother
TV.
Ali, just one second. Just want to remind the Hindus, the link is already posted on the live chat. So if anybody wants to join, please do so. We haven't had a single Hindu guest joining yet. I don't know, is it because you guys are unable to defend these so-called discrepancies in the books, or what? I really don't know what it is. But if that is the case, I mean, we'll carry on reading from your scriptures directly. And don't say we didn't invite you to clarify things.
Yeah.
I see some Hindus are responding in the comments, but they don't want to come on the panel and give their opinion or whatever it is. Come on, guys.
No different
link is
kinds of
posted there.
worship, only different degrees of worship. Is that really the case? Okay, let's come up and talk about it.
I can't get past the first sentence. There are no multiple gods.
Well, this is, if you view things as Brahman being monotheistic, then
Yeah.
we can compare and contrast our monotheism with their sort of shirk version of monotheism. And so come up and talk about it. You don't have to come up here and be a scholar who fully defends it. That's what we're ideally looking for. Even if you can just discuss your beliefs or how you see it, or discuss things that you struggle with. If you want to say that, then we're not going to challenge you too hard on things you struggle with. We'll have a different conversation about how you sort of reconcile and live your life, and with Hinduism as a part of it, or whatever, But on topic and as informed as possible, we do appreciate. But if the bar's too high, we'll drop it.
It's quite odd when the Hindus say that they do not believe in multiple gods. They somehow want to compete with monotheism of the Abrahamic faith by saying so, but they know quite well that Hinduism is clearly polytheistic. For you to say that Brahman is a god, Brahman is a concept of some universal soul. It doesn't even have a will. It doesn't have attributes. It doesn't have a form. It cannot do anything by itself.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting one. Anybody who wants to, and I hope it's not too off topic, so correct me if it is, but anyone who wants to defend the idea that it's not polytheism, tell me what your definition of deity is. How on earth, what concept of deity could there possibly be by which Hinduism is not polytheism? And if it's on topic and relates to morality, great.
Yeah, it's quite odd. It's if you go to India, everyone is worshipping so many different gods, and they don't just worship those gods with forms and everything. They worship a tree. They would worship a cow. They would worship basically the cow dung where Lakshmi resides. You name it. Like this festival, which went viral recently again in the news because of this American vlogger who was basically, literally vlogging from within that festival with cow dung flying all over his face and everything. It's crazy. And then they say that this is because this god resides in that place in the cow dung as well. So why do you then mock or basically say we are disrespecting your religion when this is actually your belief?
Yeah,
Lakshmi resides in the cow dung.
It's a
I
good
mean, this
point
is
what you
not us
mentioned.
saying it. This is your book saying it. We are not
Yeah, it's
just
a good
making it up.
point what you mentioned about this god says this, because correct me if I'm wrong, but in Sanskrit, I forget the word, but referring to a god or a deity, there isn't a separate unique referent for Brahma. They're all different types of these deities. Brahma's got a different name, obviously, but they're all basically deities. There's
That's
no
true.
like,
Because they can't worship Brahman. He doesn't have a form nor attributes. He's just a concept which is floating somewhere, and everything is Brahman according to them.
what
Everything,
is the
including
Sanskrit
Ravan, he's Brahman as well.
what is the Sanskrit word for a deity or a god? Sorry, I forget.
So it depends which deity you talk about. Is it like the lower or the higher one?
Well, there's lower and higher, but I thought there's also a general term that covers them.
Like Param Brahman, they call it Para Brahman.
Okay.
Yeah. So they got Ishwar, who is like the top. Then they got the different Bhagwans, basically like Ram and all this, and then they got the Devas, who are like Indra and everyone. So they got hierarchies of gods, basically. That's why the term God doesn't do justice.
Yeah. So the Ishwar, that's basically the Trimurti, right?
Yeah. So the Trimurti are considered the Ishwar.
And is Brahman part of that?
Sorry?
Not really. Is Brahman part of that?
No, Brahma, but not Brahman. So Brahman is the concept.
Yeah.
Brahma is the creator god. So many people get confused because they sound very similar.
Now that you brothers kind of give me a good idea to ask, and because we'll talk about the Trimurti, I would like to ask Christians: do they, in the future, do they worship the essence? Because if Brahman,
Ali, you've got your
Brahman
Trinity
is
hat right on.
if Brahman is a concept and they don't worship the concept, Brahman cannot be worshipped. So now we'll talk about different manifestations here, incarnations, manifestations: Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Ganesh, Lakshmi, Parvati, etc., right? And all of them are essentially essences of Brahman. So you can't worship Brahman as the essence. So you're left.
And it's really interesting on the topic of morality here, how that comes back to it, because by this system, this Brahman cannot have morality and cannot be this moral
it's
being.
Not a being.
Moral
So Brahman is not some being.
No,
with a
exactly. It's not a being or entity or thing. It can't be moral or
it's abstract. It's abstract. It's not even existing. It's like basically we say that numbers are abstract. So Brahman is an abstract thing that they say from which basically which is everything. Everything is within the Brahman. And what does that mean? No idea.
If it's abstract, then how
like
is it
energy and naturalism?
How does incarnation take place if it's abstract?
I have no idea. I mean, they don't say this Trimurti are incarnation. They just are manifestations. But then everything else is a manifestation of the same Brahman, including Ravan, including the good and the evil. So that's a thing. Today, unfortunately, they want to use this term Brahman to say that this is somehow this supreme God. But ask them how many temples are dedicated to Brahman. Literally none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how it's sort of, for me, there's this deep symmetry between Brahman and the idea of energy in naturalism. And atheist naturalism, in many ways, can tend to nihilism. And I don't see how that's avoided in the Hindu version of events. If you were to think top down from Brahman and why everything is, well, he just creates evil and things have a big old play and people suffer and that's it.
Yeah, you're right. We got our regular Hindu Prasun.
Prasun, excellent. We have a philosopher.
Hi, Prasun. Are you enjoying your Diwali vacation?
Diwali, in fact, Chhat Puja for us Biharis.
Oh, is it? Well, you don't celebrate Diwali?
We do celebrate Diwali also, but for Biharis, the biggest celebration is Chhat Puja.
Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't know that. What is that? How is it different from Diwali?
So it's 6 days after Diwali.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So Diwali is the period where most
You're breaking
parts
up.
of India will have its New Year on different dates. But in Bihar, we have Chhat. I'm sorry, hello?
Yeah, your audio is breaking up.
You're
because
breaking up.
the
If you
internet
point
connection-
your camera so that the fan is not in the background, it will save you some bit rate.
Is it better?
and the distraction.
Yeah, it's just that the moving fan will just take up more of the bandwidth of your connection.
Yes. Better?
Yeah. No, it's still there. The fan.
Not really.
Yeah,
Put it to the side, maybe.
It keeps tilting to the side.
Oh, that'll
better.
do.
Yeah.
Or worst case scenario, personally, if you may be able to just turn your camera off if it's
I'll
starts
be
getting
sweating.
bad.
My camera off. Half my expression is because of my face.
Or why don't you
no,
turn the other way
we'll
around,
try.
where the fan is not in the background? Maybe.
Yeah, turn
Yeah,
90 degrees.
Yeah,
There
that's
we
it.
go. Yeah.
There you go.
Better now. Right. It's much better now. Just
So,
a second.
where do we
Just hold on.
begin?
Just hold on for a second. I just go better. Okay. Right. Better now?
Yeah.
All good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Right. So, Chhat Puja is 6 days after Diwali, and it's mostly popular in UP and Bihar regions. And it's you go to your local water body, whichever your local water body is, lake, river. If you're by the seaside, you go to the sea, and you offer the water to the sun deity, the sun, and it's it's one of the most ancient festivals of India.
Okay, interesting. So Diwali is over, yeah, in India?
Diwali is over, yes.
Okay. Well, what's the next festival now?
Next festival would be, I don't know.
You lost count.
Yeah.
Because
Typically-
so many festivals, you know.
Typically there's a festival after every 15 days, every new moon, and every there'll be new festivals. So yeah.
So if you see the calendar in India, probably they got at least one red, calendar day.
Every 15 days is
Every other month. Sorry, every month actually.
every month, every 15 days, depends on
Yeah.
Can you imagine the amount of days off from work you can get for a holiday?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But that's only for the people who work in the government sections. If you're private, I doubt they give you so many.
Yes. Actually, in the ancient times, they did not have like in the Abrahamic way. There's either Friday off or Sunday off, depending if you're Christian or Muslim. In the ancient times, they did not have those kind of we didn't have a weekly off. So there would be an off every 15 days or 21 days. That's how a couple of days would be off. That's how the Hindu holidays were.
Yeah. Their equivalent of weekends.
Yeah, right. Or the fortnight ends. Fortnight
Yeah.
ends, yeah.
Fortnight.
Yeah.
So, did you see our intro to the topic?
I just joined it now, accidentally.
You just joined.
Yeah, so Prasun is one of those gentlemen who, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Prasun. You do not believe in the concept of good and evil, and today we are talking about the good and evil amongst the Hindu deities. So I don't know how you reconcile that with the.
No, but I think you were talking about Brahma. You're talking about Brahma, the Brahma concept.
No, we are talking about
that
the
wasn't the
avatars.
topic
We are
of
talking
the
about
stream.
the Trimurti, everyone basically.
So
Yes.
what we're talking about on the stream really is, or trying to get to, is this issue of morality in the system of deities, because for us it's very difficult to reconcile in some rational way what the moral outcomes are supposed to be, or what someone's supposed to learn as being the moral structure, or how this stuff sort of sets up any kind of sort of ecosystem where you're supposed to learn about being a good person. And I think you do have a concept of being a good person, even if you don't have a concept of good and evil.
Okay, so I'll try to ease that out. We have our shastras which give you a certain bunch of do's and don'ts, but those do's and don'ts are not universal. Depending upon which deity you follow, you will have your own list of do's and don'ts. So let's say you follow Vishnu, you're a Vaishnav, you have the Vishnu Puran. The Vishnu Puran gives you certain do's and don'ts, and Shiva Puran gives you certain do's and don'ts, and the Shakta would give some to, and those by itself does not constitute morality. Those are just a bunch of do's and don'ts, which might not even, for example, for the Vaishnavas, you're not supposed to eat onion and garlic, right? Now, this by itself does not denote morality. Well, if you eat onion and garlic, this does not mean it's not a moral or immoral act.
Yeah,
But
I get that. It's similar
Yeah.
in most Western countries. The law is not the morality. You know,
Yeah, right,
it's-
right.
yeah.
So, but
But for some Hindus, that's considered to be like extremely immoral.
not immoral. I mean, it would be. It's a tamasic thing. But
It's basically like a Muslim eating something haram.
No. Onion and garlic is not really in a haram. Like
It's
let's
the
say-
same thing for them. It's
no.
something
Let's say the Vaishnav, when you offer prasad, we make prasad. The concept of prasad is whatever food you eat, you offer to the deities first, and then you eat it. So Vaishnav deities would not accept onion and garlic, among other things.
Why is that?
The explanation that is given is that these are tamasic properties of these onion and garlic, among other and many other food items which have tamasic
Okay,
properties.
and what does that mean? What does that
tamasic means it aggravates the baser instincts in us.
Yeah, which is
The
the
big-
reason it's haram
Kind of, yeah.
for the Hindus.
But not for all. For example, Shaivites.
Yeah, I'm not saying all. I'm saying the ones who obviously, consider it to be, they call it, what they call it, dharam brushed, something like that.
Dharma brushed.
Hmm.
Yeah, dharma, yeah.
Yeah, so it basically, that is exactly what haram means in Islam as well.
Okay,
Like
I
this
see.
is something against your religion. Dharam means
Yeah,
your religion, and brush
right.
means it's a destroyer of your faith or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So
You know what I
maybe.
mean? So it's a huge sin for them to consume garlic and onion. That's why they consider it.
But
to be,
it's not really a sin. Okay, sin. The idea of sin is because the idea of prasad is when because all food accumulates karma. When you eat food, you accumulate karma. That's the.
So how can something that it's harmless, like
Mhm.
we see a lot of advantage, a lot of medical usage of both garlic and onion.
Right.
Why would it be considered to be something that destroys your faith?
Right. So if you look at Ayurveda says that these are extremely potent substances, onion and garlic, but it will be potent only if you have it at a certain times. If your body is used to eating it again and again, the whole impact falls down. Like, for example, people who take who drink regularly, they gradually the whole limit of getting drunk goes higher, right? So what I mean, they don't get drunk at a lower.
No, but you can't.
You're
Come on,
talking
you
about
can't
building
compare
tolerances.
garlic to alcohol. Alcohol is something that is fermented, made by human beings. It has a lot of, obviously, it damages your liver. But garlic, on the other hand, has a lot of advantages especially it's recommended by doctors and diet specialists.
Right. So now what will happen is, in order to get that benefit, now you'll have to consume it at abnormal levels because your body is already attuned to a lower level of the lower dosage. So now you'll have to increase the dosage.
If you look at the amount of masala they put in the Indian food, Indian diet, especially garlic and onion, and this is like,
if you look at,
I'm talking about the people who do eat it. If you look at I'm talking about the Muslims. Being a Muslim, doesn't matter what you cook, you'll see onion, garlic, masala being
onion, garlic almost forms the basis of all.
Exactly, it's the base of any curry or biryani or whatever it is.
Right. So even for example, our family is an onion garlic eating family. So right. So but then of course there are certain pious Vaishnavas who do not. So Vaishnavism is a lot more stricter in terms of what you eat, what time you sleep, what time you go to. In daytime you cannot sleep on the bed and those kind of things. And there are a lot of things like that.
So let's get back to the main.
Just very quickly, I wanted to catch up on you said it's not really sins, but you said it accumulates karma. Now in Islam, good deeds and bad deeds, they sort of accrue to be on your scale of being weighed, right? And so it seems to be the only difference is you believe the result is reincarnation, whereas we believe the result is your afterlife, building up karma, right? So this the equivalent of karmic balance is essentially the Hasanat balance, if you see what I mean. But for us, obviously, sins are bad things. So whether something's good or bad relates to this accumulation on your scale. But you said it's not really sins, but then said it does accumulate on this karmic balance. So now I'm really confused about your concept of sin and how it relates to good and bad.
Okay, fine. So first of all, karma, when we say karmic balance, all good and bad deeds, they all accumulate karma. Okay. So as long as you are doing things with attachment to them, there will be a karmic rebound. Now, the idea of eating prasad is whether the food is vegetarian or pure or non-vegetarian or contains garlic or what, it all accumulates karma. You are inculcating the karma. But if you offer the food to a deity and the deity has it first, you are free. You are the karma doesn't affect you. Now, therefore, certain deities will not accept certain things. Like Vishnu will not accept garlic and onion, whereas Shiva can. So, if you offer your food to Vishnu for as a prasad, you can't be having onion, garlic in it. So that's the explanation as to why certain items would or would not accumulate karma. As for accumulation of karma, good and bad, both are. You have to go beyond both. You can't accumulate good karma or bad karma, because if you want to be free, you have to be free of both good and bad karma. Since we are not
our President, our topic today is with regards to the deities, not the devotees.
Right.
So the question is, how would you reconcile the at face value they look like the evil actions of the deities within Hinduism?
Oh, okay, those. See, first of all,
and do they have karma? If you can answer within the question.
Oh yeah, I say that, yeah, of course they do accumulate karma. All deities are also at a larger level. They also operate under karma, because the law of karma is ultimately the ultimate.
So no one can escape the law of karma, including the deities.
Including the deities do not they do not escape the role of karma. As far as the point of it being immoral, or we cannot. The simple answer would be it cannot be just to be immoral or immoral, for the simple fact that these things happened before our creation, and since we have learned our morals now, I mean,
what happened before our creation?
The Puranic stories.
No, in many of the Puranic stories there are human beings there.
No, I like it's gradually leading to the formation of the society, right?
In fact, some of the atrocities and the the oppression that's happened on the human beings. Like, for example, in the case of Vrinda, for example. Yeah.
So hold on. Let's go chronologically. Yeah. The Puranas gradually lead to the formation of first the universe, and then this human, the human species, and then gradually society. So that's how the gradually progresses. So whatever, I mean, our value system is based on these Puranas. So when we are saying it's bad or good, our formation, our idea of the value system itself comes from studying the Puranas. It does not come by itself. Are you getting me? No. For example, yeah, okay, fine.
Well, I get that the value system comes from Puranas, but then again, there's this notion of value system, and again, this implies positive and negative values, and again relates to this karma. But then you're saying, well, it's not really sin, so it's not really this accumulation of good and bad. There seems to be a full of fundamental paradox between saying there's no good and bad and this notion of like you say, a value system.
No. The Puranas do show cause and effect relation. They show that if when somebody did something, he got this in return, and when maybe not in the immediate.
No, but if you look at the story of Vrinda, she didn't do anything wrong. She was praying for her husband, and she got punished for it. So it's not
So-
a cause and effect
Yeah,
as,
yeah, yeah. She not
as
get
clearly
punished.
as you're saying it is. It's
Okay,
not
okay.
black and white
Yeah,
like that.
no, but then we also have the cause and effect, right? Because Vrinda, after she was violated, Vishnu promised her from now on you'll be my crown. And
No,
Vrinda
but you're
was
talking
not.
about the aftermath. We are talking about the cause and effect which you brought in.
Yeah.
So what was
everything
the
was-
reason Vrinda
so there
was
would-
punished
Now there would be
for her
definitely be a,
husband's sins? Why is she punished?
now there would definitely be a backstory to this which I'm not aware of, but I do know the next step. I can tell you what happened next after this. After
Yeah, but
what was
you're actually not addressing the elephant in the room here.
the Puranas.
Let's, Prasan, let me just clarify very briefly, if I may, is cause and effect, at least to us, is kind of like the opposite of teleology. And when you sort of explain, oh, afterwards such and such happened, it sounds more like a teleological than a cause and effect explanation.
No. Okay, so basically, when I'm talking about the story of Vrinda, right, the violation of Vrinda,
Yeah.
of course there has to be a backstory to this also.
Sorry, say again.
There has to be a backstory to this. There has to be a
And the question I ask is, where is the fault of Vrinda here? Who is actually the main victim?
Yeah. So, of course, since I do not know the backstory to this,
I know
I
the
do not know-
backstory. I know the backstory.
you
The
tell me which
backstory
one.
is about this demon king Jalandhar, who was given a boon by Brahma.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how it led to Vrinda. What was Vrinda's fault?
Yeah, I'm
there?
coming to that.
Yeah.
So Vrinda was basically the wife of this demon king who was
Jalandhar.
given a boon that made
Yes.
him invincible even against the gods. And when I say
Yeah.
gods, I mean even the supreme gods like Vishnu and Shiva and everyone.
Yes.
So all the devas, they come to basically these gods and say, let's find a
Vishnu.
solution. So the solution was to violate Vrinda so that
Yes.
her protection of her husband Jalandhar, because she used to basically be a huge
Since
devotee of Shiva,
she was just a chest
and
person.
she used to
was protecting. Yeah.
pray for the protection of her husband, like any good wife would do.
Right.
So by violating her, by robbing her chastity, they basically, what happened was that they broke this power of the boon that was given by Brahma, and then this is how they defeated Jalandhar. And so the question still remains, what was the fall of Vrinda in this?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to bring Mahesh in while Prasun is taking a break. Mahesh, you heard the question. Perhaps you can answer that. I'm assuming you're a Sanatani, yes?
No, I'm a Hindu revert to Islam.
Oh, you're a Muslim, alhamdulillah. Okay. Yeah, your name was quite obviously it put me off in terms of who you are. No problem. Is there anything you wanted to share?
Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam. So the thing is that when I converted from Hinduism, I was confirmed that most Hindu scholars themselves they admit the fact that the stories in Hinduism are corrupted. Many stories. I think that 90% of stories that we read is corrupted stories. So there is no use in studying them. And the Hindus who are defending them, they are just beating around the bush. They will not admit that.
Yeah, but I think it is quite convenient for them just to brush it under the carpet by saying that the books are corrupted. But most of their festivals, including the festivals Prasun is probably following, are taken from the Puranas. So they do follow it when it fit for them, and they discard the bits that doesn't agree with their.
No, there are a lot of there's a whole lot of people who say this is corrupted, that is corrupted. None of it is corrupted. All of it is true. Okay, there is
so my question is that the one of the major problem is that Ram killing Shambhuk. How can it be justified? That is a very cruel act.
Hold on. First, let's discuss Vrinda first. I'll get back to that also.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were talking about Vrinda, and the story as it goes is, so she was since she was such a chaste person, she had the power that was she accumulated through her chastity, was that she could her
her husband, her husband was
protected because of her chastity. And then Vishnu comes up. He changes form into her husband, and violates her, which eventually breaks her chastity, and therefore now she's not that powerful anymore, and as a result, Jalandhar is killed. So that's the story.
Mm.
Now Vrinda, learning this, she's totally aghast. Of course, she's very devastated and all.
She was clearly the victim, yeah. Was she
Yeah,
not?
she was the victim. She
Because
was
she
And
didn't do anything
she
wrong. She was
specifically
doing
for
exactly
her.
what a
Yes,
good
so
wife
Vishnu,
would do to pray
so
for her
Vishnu
husband.
agreed.
It's
Yeah, so
even
Vishnu
worse than being an innocent victim, though, because she
Right,
was
right,
specifically for her virtue she was
yeah,
targeted.
right,
Yeah.
right. So
And
Vishnu agreed to that. Vishnu agreed to that, and he said, yes, it is true. It is I've wronged you, and therefore from now on, in your next birth, you'll be born as Tulsi. So the plant of Tulsi, and Tulsi is you'll be my crown. So Tulsi is in all Vishnu puja and worshipping, we use Tulsi leaves to decorate Vishnu. That's the
Prasun, so it is the same that as if someone, a rapist raped a woman, and then he
just
gave her
just
some
just
money as if she will be compensated. Sometimes rapist in
yeah, but that is yeah,
huge
but that is
family. Let me,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but that is like a tiny level thing. No? This is he's in the next life. She's getting it.
No, it was not the next
Much
life. In
higher.
fact, when I read about it, she was immediately transformed into a plant, and
Yeah. So that's the next
Vrinda,
life.
yeah,
She
okay,
cannot
What
and
control
then
was
herself.
she
Vishnu transformed
cursed.
into? Let's start with that. What
Yeah.
was Vishnu transformed into? The god.
Ram.
No, Vishnu.
Just
You don't know
hold
the
on.
story, do you, Prasun? He basically became this pebble. What do you call that?
Yeah.
Prabhasha, do
Saligram,
you remember?
Saligram,
Yeah,
I think
that's the
Saligram.
one.
one thing
So
that's
These
really
God was,
rocks,
interesting.
these rocks are found on the banks of some river, and
yeah.
Hindus are quite proud to say that these are like fossils, and we are worshipping fossils, and because when you worship something, you want to keep them protected. So our gods
Mm.
became a fossil so that we protect it, we don't break it.
I
These are
mean,
other,
Mm.
and one point I want to give here. Sometimes many Hindus gives the interpretation that Vishnu did not molest Vrinda, but he just touched her. So if just by touching someone you're ruining their chastity, I wonder if their mothers or sisters are in the bus and someone mistakenly touches them, you know,
Mm.
Mm.
so their mothers became impure, their
Well, I
sisters
think
became
I
impure.
mean, I
the
don't
loss of
know. I mean,
chastity is
based
very
on
clear what
Sorry,
happened.
yeah.
I don't think the touching them interpretation can hold.
and on top of that, and I want to make sure I understand Prasun when I was listening clearly.
Mhm.
He mentions that Vishnu knew he wronged her,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So that is something that I don't think that we should just
Just
gloss over. Like he
Mm.
knew that he wronged her. So now we're talking about gods can wrong humans. So does that not, in a sense, suffice the actual topic of the stream? Literally, because if we open this can of worms and say that gods can wrong humans, then now
sorry.
what are we
Yeah.
looking at when it comes
Yeah.
to morality?
Come again.
And
Sorry. Yeah.
also that
So,
also make us
so
remember
I
the
mean,
famous Quranic verse that Allah is never unjust to the least atom,
so
and no Muslim ever says that Allah commits injustice even to a least atom. And here we have a Hindu
mhm.
that he is quite sincere in accepting, yeah, that my God does wrong people.
So,
No. Hold on. No.
so
You
Prasun,
cannot.
I
You
just
cannot. You cannot.
I just wanted to ask you. I just want to
Yeah.
clarify because I don't want to misrepresent you. Okay, when you were I was listening to when you were talking about you're trying to clarify. Did you mention that Vishnu knew he wronged her? Did
Yes.
you use those words?
Yes. Just hold on.
So
Yeah.
He violated her. That's the words he used.
yeah. So if that is the case, then so now we're dealing with a god that can God deity that can wrong a human. So if we open this can of worms to realize that, oh well, in this kind of philosophy, in this kind of mindset, in this kind of religion, our gods can wrong, or God or gods can wrong humans. How can we still say that they're the basis for morality when they can do wrong? Oh, is he having some connection issues?
Maybe, yeah. So yeah, I mean, basically in that story, what happens is after she's been violated and she discovers that it is actually not Jalandhar husband who is being, violating her. She curses Vishnu,
Ah.
and he turns into a pebble.
Mm.
And
Sorry?
basically, I'm saying Vrinda curses Vishnu
Yeah.
for violating her, basically. And this
Shaligram.
is, this is,
Shaligram.
yeah, because he
turns-
turns into a shaligram, which is basically a pebble.
Yeah.
And this is something that I think, in fact, they also every year they have this Tulsi Viva. You heard of it?
Tulsi Viva, yeah. Tulsi is meant to Shaligram, yeah.
Yeah.
Tulsi
So
married.
this is something that is remembered by them every year.
Yeah.
Tulsi Viva means the marriage of Tulsi, because
To Shaligram.
she basically gets this boon that in the next life she will become the wife of is it Vishnu? Yeah.
Vishnu, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then she curses him, and then what happens is that when he becomes Ram, when Vishnu
Mhm.
becomes Ram, he and Ram and Sita, they break up because of that curse.
Because the same curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. So not only that Vishnu is cursed and becomes a pebble at that time, but his
So
next
it's all
avatar
so there is all
becomes,
so it's all interlinked.
becomes
And there's
cursed and up.
a backstory and then there's a front story. You know, it goes backwards.
Yeah, but the question still remains: why was Vrinda, who's completely innocent in this,
Yeah. So
is
thing
the one
yeah,
who is the victim, being
right.
not only violated and raped, but basically she's a victim here? And I'm
Yeah.
asking,
So
why would the gods punish a righteous woman and rob her of her?
they did
And
No,
also,
it's not
and
funny.
also the question, why do Hindus every year they celebrate the marriage of a victim to her violator?
No. We're not celebrating her in the form of
No,
Vrinda. We're celebrating her in the form of Tulsi. Tulsi has a backstory
yeah,
of
but
Vrinda. Tulsi has a
yeah,
backstory of
but
Vrinda. Just the way Vrinda would have another backstory.
Yeah.
she did
Okay.
not
And that would
wanted
have
to
a
become
backstory.
the wife. She did not
Mubashir,
wanted to become the
We've given
wife,
him
right?
quite a few questions to answer. Let's let him just
Okay.
get
Yeah.
through them.
Yeah. So point being, when we are these tales, of course, when we have these the stories, we are explaining to you cause and effect. And when we say cause and effect, a lot of things would be happening right now in the world right now, which do not seem to have any apparent reason. For example, a tsunami or an earthquake. It's not really punished. Somebody's not getting punished because of the earthquake or tsunami. Things are happening that the way these are large level events. However, there's I mean, when you get into the macro story of each other person, right? At a karmic level, we say they had somehow arrived at the thing because of certain previous actions, causes of actions. So it's not as if I mean, one day the tsunami decided to punish all of them together. It's the communication accumulation of a lot of tiny macro events, micro events, which came up and formed one macro event, and that's how these kind of things have happened. Similarly,
But the main question, Prasun, is
yeah.
can the Hindu deities, can the Hindu gods not resolve these problems using a righteous means rather than raping someone's wife?
Right. So when we say righteous, I mean, you are assuming things would go totally smoothly, right? That's what the
No,
assumption is.
I'm not
No,
assuming
that's
anything.
not an assumption of righteousness.
I'm saying
It's-
rape is objectively wrong.
Yes, it
Everyone
is.
knows this. You don't
Of
need
course
to
it
be a religious person to know rape is wrong.
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
an atheist will understand that rape is wrong.
Right.
So the question is, do the means justify? Okay.
We're not saying whether the means justify. I mean, that's not the debate over here. Whether that like.
Well,
okay,
that is the debate here.
No,
That is the debate here, because the ends do not justify the means.
No. What definitely happens is very often very harsh steps have to be taken in order to achieve something.
Why?
For example,
I mean, these are gods we are speaking about.
Yes,
who
they're
have the
gods.
power to do anything.
Yes,
and they
they're
can't even
gods.
defeat a demon king.
Okay,
but let's be slightly more precise here, because
hold on.
we believe that we go through suffering, and we believe there's that's a necessary part of our going through growth and so on. But in our perspective, God is never immoral in that he doesn't break his own moral laws and so on. So this is kind of the fundamental issue here: is why did these guys put aside?
So you're wrongly equating Vishnu with Allah or Shiva with Allah.
No, I'm absolutely not equating them. No.
In the sense,
I was contrasting them.
Yeah,
we are saying that, look, ends do not justify the means when you're talking about God.
No,
okay?
So hold on.
Because in Hinduism, if you don't have this concept of that rape is wrong,
okay, hold on. I have two questions.
and then the gods themselves rape a woman
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
basically justify some sort of, end.
So what we are saying here, of course, there are painful events in the world, and you might have no, apparently it might not be yielding any good result, but in the larger scale of things, in the cosmic level of things do happen. There are some child loses his mother and loses his father, but he eventually, because of the hard training, he becomes the leader of the, or a very very brilliant leader, because of his the pains that he bears as a child.
Yeah, that's what
So now
Islam
and
Hakim
now
just told you. The suffering is something which is a necessary part in our life. But here we are not talking about, the creation. We're talking about the gods. You need to understand the distinction.
So now, when we gods, of course, the thing is, we are talking in duality. We're not talking about, we're not trying to equate Vishnu.
No, you cannot. You clearly are equating creation with the creator.
No, hold on. When we say Vishnu or Shiva, it's very different from the concept of Allah or Ishwar, right? I mean, Allah, if you want to say Ishwar, is different. A non-personal God is different.
Yeah. I'm not asking you to do a false equivocation here.
Yeah, right.
What I'm asking is that, do the Hindu gods have the power to, I don't know, find a solution without
you mean to say make it happen smoothly,
for example?
You mean to happen
No, not make it happen smoothly. It's make it happen without wronging anyone. Without wronging anyone.
Without violating an innocent woman.
This concept of wrong, because you used the words "he wronged her," but again, then I can't understand. Sometimes you say there's no good and evil, good and bad, and sometimes you say he wronged.
Hold on.
Right and wrong.
Don't mess up two parts of the philosophy. This is a very much more subtle thing that we cannot debate right now.
Okay.
I mean, this good and evil thing is a much more.
Don't have to debate. I'm looking for clarification because I'm saying I don't understand it. It's not clarified.
Because right now that's not my stand. Right now my stand is that there is definitely good and, I mean, right now within this context there is good and bad and evil. So we'll agree to that. So the point being, when you say that did the gods do not have the power to do it righteously or so, the thing is, when there's existence, when there's duality is existing in our world, and when there is you, I, and the whole the diverse universe existing, whatever is good for one person will definitely be bad will eventually be bad for another person, and that's how things are, and that's what is tried to explain in the story. The story, the story of for example, a lion going and eating a deer is not doing anything wrong, and he's just feeding his hunger, and yet for the deer it's a disaster, right? And the other way also, if a deer escapes, the lion is left hungry. So within the existence, there will be definitely one person's good experience will be another person's bad experience, and that is what is made to explain to you through these stories, that things might seem bad at face value, but they do have a larger context, and at a cosmic level, they do fulfill a greater cause. That's what the whole idea is with these.
That's been clear throughout. That's not been the contention, and that's not what's needed explaining. That to me is very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But everything is supposed to somehow link together and leap forwards. For me, that's clear, but that's not really the issue. The issue is, and I guess it is important for you to clarify, in what context do you think good and bad or good and evil applies, and in what context do they not? Because you said clearly in some contexts it does, and in some contexts it doesn't. I understand, obviously, with a lion and a deer, there's a relativity, right? Good relative to me, bad relative to you. But with the concept, as you go up the food chain all the way to deities, at some point you don't have that left anymore, and at some point there's got to be some universal relative to the cosmic scale, good and bad, and that then has to trickle back down. And so there seems to be a fundamental paradox that
so now we'll shift to the philosophical part of it. When there is oneness, there is no experience, there's no duality, there is no experience, there is no good and bad at all. There's just existence and bliss. That's the true level of our existence is Satchitanand. There is no other, there is no UI, and we just exist. But the moment we need to exist, we acknowledge duality. There is you and I, and once there is you and I, when there is the sense of the other, there will be a sense of larger and smaller, bigger and smaller, larger and inferior, top and bottom. Those kind of things are going to exist, and that is what is we need to acknowledge, because the whole point of existence is experience. If you want to, when you experience, you will experience all the bad along with the good. You can't have just good experiences. The good experiences come because of the bad experiences. That's the fundamental explanation over here.
Yeah, but when you talk about no duality, okay, that is if you ignore the reality.
So we're not. I'm not ignoring my physical reality.
Well, you are when you say there's non-duality, when good and evil don't exist. We see all of this in reality.
Okay,
but careful, Prasan, because there's a really important trap I want to highlight here, because we get into this sometimes. Is as soon as you start saying I in some way, or giving this thought, your reasons then become inconsistent with you speaking. So a contradiction is inserted, and from a falsehood anything follows. Ex falso quodlibet sequitur.
No, I didn't get you. Come again. I didn't get you.
Do you know the logical principle, from falsehood anything follows? Ex falso quodlibet sequitur.
Right.
Okay. So if you are speaking as one who is differentiated, then you must use reason which is aligned with that, because if you ever reason to the contrary, you've inserted a contradiction, right?
Definitely. The moment I say I already have certain filters in my head. There are whatever I'm talking about is from my own perception and my experience. I'm not talking from a universal.
Right. No, I know, but if you then try and extend or use the reason, and you rationally then connect to this one universal bliss with no duality, at that point you've induced a contradiction. At that point, the question is where are your contradictions?
Which is why the definition in the Vedic text, the definition of the ultimate reality is neti neti. Neither this nor that. We don't have a word.
Which is a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. You know why?
Because then the question Prasun to you would be, where did ignorance come from?
Ignorance of
in a worldview where there is non-duality.
Yes.
Where did ignorance come from?
Ignorance is when So when you take form, when you assume duality, right?
I'm saying in a worldview where you're saying there is non-duality.
There's non-duality, but non-duality there's no experience.
For you to explain the ignorance, you have to go to the duality, isn't it?
You have to go to duality.
Exactly. My question is, without going into duality, explain where ignorance came from.
Ignorance is a limitation of perception.
Say again?
What ignorance is whatever is beyond your perception.
No. Does ignorance exist or not in the world?
Yes, of course.
Okay, where did it come from?
It's the limit beyond the perception. The moment
what do you mean beyond the perception? I don't understand.
It means it comes from your instantiated being. So
which you have to bring the duality in order to explain.
Once there is duality,
I'm saying without doing that, without you without you trying to say, okay, the only way I can explain ignorance is by introducing duality, then it shows that your worldview of this non-duality doesn't really exist, because you can only explain ignorance through a worldview of duality, not of non-duality.
In non-duality, there's only Satchit Anand, only bliss.
Okay, so in the real world, is it non-duality or is it duality? Make up your mind.
In the physical world.
No. Real world. Whether you call it physical, metaphysical, doesn't matter. Real world that exists. Real world
even your spiritual self, even if you leave your body.
In the real world, which does exist, does ignorance exist?
Yes.
Now the question is, this real world, is it duality or non-duality?
This real world is this physical world is duality.
Okay, so there you go. So the reality has to be explained with duality. So now, you cannot explain it with non-duality.
So now you're sticking to this perception of reality. Now there are many perceptions of reality. For example, your dream is also real. Your dreams
are not real.
You experience your dreams, don't you? Doesn't your heartbeat go up if it's the bad dream? Don't you
No. Dreams are not real. So I can dream about something which is unreal, like a unicorn, for example.
Yeah, okay? But it does. But it
can I just suggest that we use the term abstraction layer?
Yeah.
So there is a certain abstraction layer where you can say dreams are real, because you can say
Yes.
in terms of experience, like you actually experience it happening. But one of the critical distinctions between reality and illusion is being able to independently verify them. So really, a dream is an illusion, which makes it very distinct from actual reality. And so there is indeed this hierarchy of abstractions, if you like, where something might be real at one level of abstraction and less real at another, or an illusion in another layer of abstraction.
For example,
but this doesn't solve the issue. It doesn't solve the problem, because what you've got is, however you go up the chain, eventually, in order to close your loop, you have to use a contradiction. You have to go with the duality. You have to choose the non-duality world sometimes, and then go to the duality world, and vice versa.
In order to
you can't
explain
close
things,
either one independently. You require mixing them together, which is contradictory.
I'm having a tough time understanding you. Let me try to explain your concept, and let me see if it's right. I got it right.
Okay.
You mean to say that if I in our world we experience duality, and in order to reach a level of non-duality, I have to come to it logically. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. What I'm saying is okay. You're using reason to talk to us about this stuff, right? And I appreciate you're doing that from your duality nature, right?
Yes.
My point is, as soon as that reasoning chain starts relying on or connecting to non-duality, whatever you do there or in that connection becomes a contradiction.
No. Non-duality is the ultimate. That's the ultimate level that you achieve after.
No, I appreciate that's the statement, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because when you say, okay, there's this ultimate level, then okay, at this ultimate level, there's so I understand at this ultimate level, there's no duality, and so there's no good and bad, existence, non-existence, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
I get it. Right. So that's not the issue. What I'm saying is, reasoning in that landscape is one thing. And
so
reasoning in the landscape where you are actually a dual person or part of duality is another thing. And as soon as one contacts the other, as soon as you go from one to the other, there is a contradiction, and therefore whatever reasoning you have is stuck in the trap of ex falso.
Which is why we have the concept of yoga. Now comes the concept of yoga, because reasoning can only take you to a certain level of truth. Reasoning cannot take you to the truth. Reasoning, no matter how good your reasoning is, it only performs and operates within your
limit. It has a limit. It has
limits of perception.
We are aware.
Completely agree. Absolutely agree. And that's the point. Because but this is exactly the point I was trying to make. Because of these limits, if you're using reason, and for your reasoning to make sense, you have to say, because non-duality.
But we're not using reason.
Prasanth, you've got to note that during a lot of our conversations prior and this one, in order to try and explain something, you have to hop to non-duality as being this. So what I'm saying is, you can't internally within the duality world describe stuff. So it's about being able to be
appeal to non-duality
consistent
every time.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, to duality every time in order to understand when we are talking about purely non-duality.
All right. So now comes the point. Thing is, the enlightened ones and the rishis and all those people, they have experienced non-duality. Even you and I can, if you try hard enough, we can experience non-duality.
Not possible.
Why not?
Because they're a distinguished being, so they can't have experienced it. If they experienced it, then everyone must also have simultaneously experienced it.
Yes, of course, you can experience it.
No, everyone. You can't say they experienced it. Everyone must have simultaneously experienced it if anyone experienced it, because it's non-duality. As soon as in order for there to be the concept of they did and they did not, you're already in duality.
In duality, we're existing, you and I are existing, right? Something else is going inside my head, something else is going inside your head. Sitting right now, if I go into meditation, I can experience non-duality. But you will not be experiencing it.
No, what does that even mean?
That's the thing. If you're experiencing and I'm not, that means it's not. That means it's not genuinely non-duality. It's a trick.
No. That's my experience. You have not experienced it, but at the non-dual experience, okay, that is manifesting as one myself which is experiencing, and as another one of you which is not experiencing.
No, but you remember what you said earlier.
You could not escape duality in that.
Yeah. Earlier you said in non-duality there is no you and I. Now you're saying I experience.
Exactly.
Right. So the non-dual.
So you're contradicting your own principles. But anyway, I think look, we'll go down a rabbit hole with this. I want to bring in Etihad's response. I think he has something to share.
Okay.
Sorry, just we are forever present, so we need to be fair.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Etihad. You
Walaikum
have something to
salam.
share for us?
Yes, yes. Actually, he did committed the sin, and what happened is he didn't accept it because
Sorry,
that
whom are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Brinda. He said
Okay.
no. Like Vishnu also admitted I did the crime. But thing is, like the Brinda itself recognized the crime because she saw as a Vishnu. What happened is she requested the says to for to alive that husband means like she requested to rebirth for his husband. So what happened is he did the trick, and what happened? Vishnu take the avatar of Jalandhar, and he did this adultery and all. And then suddenly that face came out in front of Brinda. Then suddenly she said, "Oh Hari, you have committed the adultery, and you will be in." Then she cursed her.
Okay. Is this the one?
This is the one.
Okay. Do you want to show us the curse of Vrinda? First, why didn't you show us the reference at the top? What is the
Oh
reference?
yes.
Is this from Shiv Puran, yeah?
No. It
No?
is from the Skanda Purana.
Okay. So the
Skanda
story is
Purana
also in
from
Shiv Puran.
No,
1950 classical version.
sometimes you have the same
Uh,
story, different variations in different Puranas
yeah.
Yeah.
across the Puranas. So
I've seen it in Shiv Puran as well, yeah.
yeah, in Shiv
Yes, yes.
Purana also it is in very much detail over there.
Okay. So this is Skanda Puran, chapter 21, yeah?
Yes. Section
And
4.
section 4, yeah.
And yeah, the story start from here, like
Okay. Verse
onwards.
17.
Yeah. From here, she was like, she saw his husband shredding into many pieces. So she requested her, says like, you have a power to, give him, you can give the life. So she requested her, and unfortunately, she was crying. And then she said, "Okay, I will do it." And then what happened is Jalandhar. Then the Vishnu take a chance of that, and he become a Jalandhar and did the means like wrong thing. Here in 26, if you go, so here is mentioned one at the conclusion of the sexual intercourse, she saw him in the form of the Vishnu, and revoking him angrily, Brinda spoke these words. And fie upon your conduct, O Hari, you committed the adultery. I know now well that you are the fake ascetic. And then she curse him along with the two guys was there with him, Vishnu.
Hmm.
So this is the curse that the two your own gatekeepers and who were shown to me, and by you by means of the Maya will be born as a Rakshasa, and they will be abduct your wife, and you will be wander in the forest miserable due to the separation from your wife, and do wander along with this lord of the serpents, and who has now been your disciple.
By the way, Lord of the Serpent over here is Lakshman. You know,
Yes.
so he
Okay.
incarnated as,
Ram's
yeah,
brother.
yeah, no, no, behind Vishnu. If you see the picture, you have five hooded snakes behind Vishnu.
Yeah.
So whenever Vishnu takes avatar, even that snake, he takes avatar with him. So Lakshman is that snake avatar,
Right.
Yes. This is,
Lord
this
of
is
the
the thing.
Serpent.
Yes, he committed rape, adultery, and then she realized, she herself realized actually.
And
Vishnu
then she
didn't stop.
jumps into the fire. She commits suicide.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is this a common theme amongst the Hindu wives? They always jump into the fire. What's wrong with them?
That's the thing. Means like the women's, I guess, like more feel
Uh,
more shame.
Krishna's wife
in
did
the
the same thing. When he
yeah,
died, they jumped into the fire.
in the
Exactly.
Manusmriti, it gives you two options. Either you can live the life of an ascetic, or you can commit sati. So it's up to you to whether you want to take up sati or not. So
Yeah, but neither are good options.
I mean, those are the limitations of the time. That's the first one. That's the
I mean,
first.
we are talking about Krishna's time. Krishna was supposed to be the god, the
Yeah.
avatar who's supposed to bring
Manusmriti-
happiness to the world,
Manusmriti is
get
Manusmriti is
rid
older
of
than
evil. But here the evil is being conducted by his own wives. They jumped into the fire while they're
Krishna
alive.
in
It's
human
crazy.
form. In human form, he has all the misfortunes of a human being will happen to him. All the limitations of human form will happen to him.
No, I'm talking
So
about his wives, not him.
yeah, so even him, when he is born in human form, he will have the
It's not,
misfortune.
look, it's not normal human, behavior to jump into the fire when the husbands die.
Our times maybe not, but in those times,
Even back then, it wasn't common. Look around the world. Okay, why is it only
There-
happening in India?
no. You look all around the world. You look at
I don't think anywhere around the world the widows
You
would
look at-
jump into the fire except for India.
No, you should study the history of the Vikings.
What about the
Vikings had-
Vikings?
the
The
Vikings-
Vikings
the
were
Vikings-
barbarians. They were known to be barbarians.
They were not barbarians. Vikings were a highly civilized society which became poor towards the late 8th century. However, the Vikings were a highly.
Do you think the Vikings widows jumped into the fire after that death?
Yes, many of them did.
Okay, where is
That
brother?
that
Is it
that's not historical.
I will-
That is
I
not
will-
person.
Ali? Brother Ali knows his history, mashallah.
Person, that's not historically accurate. And by the way,
Okay.
just for us to understand,
Yeah,
Um,
that is not true. They were forced.
so just for us to understand, when we talk about barbarians, the word for barbarian was kind of revolutionized by the Romans, which essentially means a barbarian is someone who's not Roman. Now the original one second. They used
Yeah.
the term itself is used to refer to someone who is not Roman. And that term was used to more identify with the Germanic tribes like the Goths and the Berbers and stuff like that, right? Now when
Yes.
we talk about the Scandinavian, which are the Vikings, now you're right when they said they were civilized. They were not, primitive or anything like that, like the Romans. Or,
They were highly sophisticated.
Yes, they were. However, what you're talking about as far as the actions that they did, they did not do that whatsoever. And as far as that, even when it comes, we're talking about things that they did according to their customs and their culture. That was nowhere part of their customs. As a matter of fact, they if actually had an opposite way. They actually had an opposite culture as far as they treated the women. Women in that society were seen as more equal compared to the men if they were a fighting age. As a matter of fact, compared to other cultures as well.
They also often passed around, but critically, when it came to them dying in the funeral pyres, which is I think what he was referring to, or when it came to the sacrifice of the maidens, they were drugged and plied and forced. They were not going in there of their own accord as they're supposed to do under this Indian system.
Yeah, it wasn't part. It wasn't part of the systematic culture or the rituals and anything like that. It was not part of their religion as well.
In fact, it was the slaves who were thrown into the fire, not the wives. So if you look at the Viking history, it is the slaves who would commit the suicides.
Slaves committing suicide in Viking history.
Yeah. So anyway, like I said, these are the wives of your god, of Krishna, and so on, who are committing the suicide. I mean, it's something which many Hindus, unfortunately, blame it on the Mughals or the Brits that they are spreading all lies. But when we look at their own scriptures, long before the British and the Mughals came to India, the wives of Krishna were already committing suicide by burning themselves.
They said this, and the Britishers came and misrepresented as it being a practice throughout the country. Well, it was only so in Bengal. Okay.
No, but the British stopped it.
No, they've stopped it, but it's not as it's not as if the total number of recorded satis in the British Raj in 200 years of Raj was about 10,000 in a population of 30 crore.
The question is, they stopped it, but we don't see anyone, actively stopping the sati before them.
Yeah, but why should they?
Why should they? Come on.
If it is
Rasul bhai, I am a revert from Hinduism, so I want to ask, why are you supporting suicide for Hinduism?
No, but why should I support?
Why are you supporting this suicide?
You're saying it was a norm. That's what you're trying to say.
If I want to commit suicide, how can you stop me?
No. You're when he says defending, he means that you, instead of condemning it, you somehow are saying this was a norm back then.
Okay. No. If it is a norm, okay.
So what you're saying here, you just said that if someone is trying to commit suicide, you will not stop them, even forcefully.
Hold on. If somebody is trying to commit suicide, that person is given enough thought. It is his life. He has taken a big
Okay.
step, right?
Okay.
He has taken a thought, given a good thought to it. Now, in the Vedic time, in the earlier
how
No,
time,
no,
it's
would you, the
No,
morally
question he
okay
asked you is,
for sure.
would you not stop that action of theirs?
you
Yeah.
can plead to them, but the thing is that
No, no, no.
somebody,
Would you forcefully stop it?
I mean, you
Prasun bhai,
cannot
I'm not
forcefully stop
saying about
anybody
a
from. I
personal
mean,
choice. A religion
Okay,
should
okay,
condemn the
okay,
suicide, act of suicide. I'm not talking
okay,
about
no,
any
why
personal choice.
this
okay.
is this
Let's
is
let
not.
him respond. We'll kind of jumping. Let's go ahead and let him respond. Go ahead, person.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, see, within Hinduism, there is no universal yes and no, no universal. I mean, limitations and do's and don'ts. If somebody wants to go ahead and commit suicide, there are enough number of. In fact, even in the yogi, there's also yogic suicide. I don't know if you know heard of this, but extreme lot of yogis, extreme yogis, they don't they give up their lives through yoga. There's a yogic suicide also, and these people are not cremated. They're burnt. I mean, they're buried with in the yogic
But
process.
Yeah.
that is
Would
false.
you
That is not
condone that action?
suicide. That is not
That's not so.
suicide.
What is it?
No,
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 no.
that's not
If
suicide.
they stop eating, then it is a suicide. I
It is
would agree
suicide.
with person. But the
Yeah,
question
yeah,
is, person, would you
yeah.
condemn it or would you condone that action?
So it's a person's personal decision, right? You cannot.
No, no. Would you? I'm talking about
What I
you.
can,
In your
what I can,
worldview, would you condemn that action?
I can condemn it if it is an unthought of action. If the action is not thought through, if it is a hasty action, I can
So
condemn it.
you think taking a person's life, suicide,
Uh,
is something which is a virtuous act?
It's not. I mean, it depends on the person, right? It's his own
I'm
life.
talking about a yogi in that case.
A yogi is a highly mature person. A yogi is
Okay,
not.
so do you think it's a virtuous act to commit suicide in this case?
If he does it, he's doing it of his own will, right? He
Of
realizes that he
course,
has done.
suicide is always with their own will. If it's
Yeah, right.
forced, it's called murder.
Exactly. So
Okay.
if it so right.
So do you
So
think such a case of a yogi committing suicide, whether he
Mhm.
doesn't eat or he doesn't drink or whatever vow
Yeah.
he's taken, is that something which is a virtuous act or is that an act which you
So
should condemn?
the simple question is, why is he doing it? That's the first question you should ask, right?
Well, he's doing it
Why?
for the sake of yoga, maybe.
No, you don't do it for the sake. You don't do it for the sake of yoga. You do it because you realize that your role in the world is over. And there's nothing that you can add to it or take.
Which is part of yoga.
It's not a part of yoga. It's a certain realization that you
It
come
is
to.
his worldview of yoga that for him everything doesn't matter
Yoga,
except this.
no. Yoga is not a, how do I say? It's
The
not a
meditation is what is big
reclusive.
for, is
Yoga,
big for his in his
yoga is not a
worldview.
yoga is not a
Okay,
reclusive
anyway,
state.
look, regardless of that, the question still remains. Would
Prasun
you
bhai,
condemn
It
such
please
follows
act?
from
clarify.
yoga. Can
What
we
is the
say that?
stand of Hinduism on suicide? What is the stand of Hinduism on suicide based on
There is
these
no stand of,
stories?
yeah,
Please
there is no stand of
clarify.
there is no stand of Hinduism on suicide.
Oh,
Thing
so
is that
Hinduism is not
yeah, bhai.
condemning suicide. That is very bad
Sorry, come
in
again.
a
And it is
society.
also, when you don't
Yeah,
have an objective
yeah,
moralities, that is how
Like three people
you're
talking
going to behave.
exactly.
Yeah,
guys,
What happened?
yeah, guys. We'll all talk. We'll all talk one. Let's
one at
have
a
this
time.
one at a time a little bit.
Uh, uh, yeah.
What happened is if you're going through the history and where lots of people have mentioned the Sati Pratha, that
Mhm.
Hindu force their women to die with your husband, and
Where, where,
even
where,
there are the
where,
recent. I
where,
will show you
where,
the layer. Okay, okay.
where was it?
I have certain cases, and then I
Mhm.
will show you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And there
So if
was
it is,
like one more Islamic scholar who came to I forgot his name. He came to the India and he
Mhm.
talked about the Sati Pratha. And one more
Mhm.
guys, there was a like
Ibn
there
Batua,
huh,
the traveler.
Batuta and yeah, traveler. So they have mentioned and so
there are
many.
many
Hmm.
there are many travelers before these people also. There were Greeks, there were Chinese people, and they
Hmm.
have mentioned that Sati Pratha is allowed. A woman can, if she wants to, she can take her life.
Hmm.
Right?
You know
That's
what?
what.
The
And
point
not
the point over here is that even not forcefully, sometimes the woman were
yeah.
reminded that if you die with your husband, you will achieve heaven with your husband. So in this kind
You
of
mean to say what
emotional
they're
blackmail,
brainwashed?
because no, wait,
Hmm.
I read
Most
the Vishnu Smriti and other Smritis. Sometimes it is said that it. I agree. Sometimes it is not being forced; that they are not being dragged by their hair and thrown into the fire. But the
Yeah.
priest used to tell them it was a belief at that time that if you die
You
with your
mean to
husband,
say if
you will be so chaste that you will enjoy heaven with thousands of years as much as the hairs on your body. So with that
yeah,
kind of greed, the woman
yeah,
used
you
to,
mean to say that
accept.
You mean to say whether she was brainwashed into it? That's what the question is, right? She was fooled
No,
into it.
sometimes she was forced and sometimes she
Yeah.
was emotionally blackmailed into doing it.
Which is another
Sorry,
method
something?
of forcing.
Yeah, if you will die with your husband, your God will be pleased with you, and you will get
Yeah, so
heaven
that
for
so
many
that that
thousands
can,
of
that can happen
years.
with anybody. That can happen with anybody. There are a lot of people who used to sell tickets to heaven in all religions. That does
So
not mean the religion itself is bad.
so Prasum, and
Yeah.
I know don't mean to kind of backtrack, but just to kind of solidify the point earlier about this idea of suicide. Now, what Brother Hashim was saying was correct as far as it being the norm. Now, we're not saying that it wasn't done at all, or nowhere else was it done. When we talk about the norm, we're talking about something being the established culture on a regular basis across multiple different cultures around that time. And we can see, including the Scandinavians, by the way, that wasn't the case. Now, if one, because
So
another,
okay. Before
one second. No worries, no worries. You can go and respond. Now, as far as it being established, it wasn't necessarily an established thing of if the husband dies, now the wife has to go on a fire. That wasn't something that was done. Now, one thing to understand is I do agree with you, especially when it comes to the Greeks, because the Greeks in the Platonic philosophies like Neoplatonism and Stoicism, they had this view that, oh, if you wanted to, you could it's your right to take your life if you wanted to. So the Greeks, that belief, that notion would have definitely been a part of Hellenism, which around the time of Alexander the Great, a lot of Greek thinking, Greek culture started seeping around Persia, India, and also in Egypt as well, including in Jerusalem and Egypt as well. So I can kind of agree with that. The only issue that I have is this: we're talking about the basis of morality here, because the basis of and I think, I don't know if we kind of sidestepped that a little bit. Even the idea of a woman doing that, when something becomes the culture, you're already concluding that it's the basis of morality. So a woman, even if she doesn't want to, if something is an established thing in the culture of in the Indian subcontinent, if that is already established culture, even if she accepts it, that doesn't mean she wasn't forced to do it, because it could be through peer pressure. It could be because she thinks she is actually following her religion, which as a whole could be something that's immoral in the first place. She's just following it. So we're talking about on the basis of how that is an immoral thing to do, and trying to justify it, unfortunately, does not take away the fact that it's still immoral. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. So what you mean to say is there's a cultural, if it becomes a cultural norm, then there's a peer pressure on you to do it, whether or not you accept to it, right? That's what the
that's not the whole. That's not the whole
one of the
element,
factors.
but that is
That's
part
one of the
it.
factors. Yeah.
If I can clarify the other core factor that comes along with this, it's to do with the reason he links with the Greek stuff is this undertone we were pointing at before, where polytheism in various forms links to the nihilistic undertones by which this can be justified. It can't be justified, on sort of sound moral grounds, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. So as far as polytheism goes, if you look at, this is a major discussion I've had earlier also. All pre-Abrahamic civilizations which are polytheistic had very, very similar structures, very similar
I don't think I've seen suicide by the widows in any other rituals.
So I'll Google for it right now.
Yeah, go on, Google it. You'll always find the slaves being.
Am I allowed to speak 2 minutes? That's it.
Which one?
Because I can give
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Etihad, before I let you in, I just want to introduce this new Hindu guest here. How do you say his name? It's Onben. Onben, do you want to unmute your
hello,
tell us
hello,
how to
hello.
pronounce your name?
Onbeben, something like that.
Onbeben.
Yeah, just call me Baban.
Just call you Baban. Okay, Baban.
Yes.
Where are you calling
by
from?
By the way, it's my second time on the channel.
Is it okay? You must have come with a different name, because that's a very brand new name.
Sure.
Right, where are you calling from?
India.
Okay, and you are a Sanatani?
Culturally, yeah.
What does that mean? Theologically, what do you follow?
I don't follow anything.
So do you believe in God or you don't?
Yeah, I do.
So it is not culturally, then it's theologically.
Definitely, it's culturally because there's no definition attached to it. If this is
So
what you mean by God, so
are you
yeah,
saying
that's
there's
my
no
God.
definition of God in your worldview?
Yeah,
You
definitely.
Okay,
can't
so
say
whom
you
do you
believe in
worship then?
something that has no definition.
Whom
No,
do
no,
you
no.
worship? Beben.
God can't have a definition. According to me, God can't have a definition.
Okay.
But then you
Whom-
can't worship or even recognize it or in
Yeah.
any sense connect to or identify it. There must be some definition, some difference between God and anything else.
I don't think like giving a definition to a God is
So is there
a
any
good
difference
thing.
What do
between
you
you and
mean
God?
by the word God? You're using this word.
Yeah.
You must mean something when you use this word. That's what words are for. What do
The
you mean when you use the word?
reason behind everything. The word God means the reason behind everything.
The
So
reason
Beben,
behind
what would be the
everything.
difference between you and God?
I'm
He's
not
not
the
the
reason
reason behind
behind everything.
everything.
Sorry, say
Yes,
again, Beben, I didn't hear
definitely.
that. What is the
I'm
difference
not
between you and God?
I am not the reason behind everything.
No, I didn't ask you the reason. I'm asking you the difference between you and someone you consider to be God.
Oh, because that was the
That's a different.
definition he gave, Hashim. He gave the definition of God as being the
Yeah,
reason behind everything.
yeah,
The reason
definitely.
behind everything.
That's
Yeah,
his. So his
I'm a
Okay,
normal
definition of
so
human
God is
being.
a reason, not an
he does have
entity.
a definition then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay,
does have a definition, but
which
not the
which is the,
definition
which is the
that
change
people
from what you
thinks.
said earlier. God
Yeah.
doesn't have a definition. Okay, no problem. So
It's a reason, not a
do
definition.
you
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
this God can commit immoralities?
We have to like understand what the uh, what thing you are talking about. What's the context? First, we have to
In
know
any
that.
context, can God commit immorality?
No, God can't commit immorality.
Okay. Have you read any scriptures of Hindus?
I know a couple of those, like a little bit,
So you haven't
quite a
read
bit.
any scriptures at all.
Yeah, I haven't read.
How old are you, Beben?
I'm 24.
Okay, and you haven't read a single Hindu scripture.
Yep.
Wow. Well, you actually, I'm not surprised because most Hindus don't read Hindu
Because
scriptures.
it is not like it's not what it's not compulsory to read Hindu scriptures.
Well, it is compulsory for Hindus to follow the injunctions that are in the scriptures, right?
No, it's not
Well,
compulsory to follow the
that shows that you
injunctions,
haven't read
but
any Hindu scriptures because this is clearly the principle
because
in the
if
Bhagavad
we
Gita.
talk about Gita is
Do
a
you know?
whole different thing.
If you read Bhagavad Gita, it says anyone who doesn't follow the injunctions of the scriptures, they will not get moksha. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but moksha is a whole different thing.
No.
It's not a
This
thing.
is
It's
what is the ultimate purpose of your existence,
to reach God.
which is moksha, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you will not attain moksha if you do not follow the injunctions of the scriptures.
Yeah, but
Because you do not read the scriptures, you don't know what the injunctions are.
But there is also one thing written in it. If it doesn't align with you, anything which doesn't aligns with you, with your
Even
mentality,
that
you
is
don't have
answered
to
in the
follow it.
same verse. It says,
Yep.
anyone who follows their desires, which is exactly what you're trying to say here, and do not follow the injunctions of the scriptures, then you will not
Yep.
attain moksha.
Yeah, and you've got a real
Brother
problem when
Hashim,
you say to reach God, when you define God as the reason for everything. So that means to reach
Yep.
the reason for everything is moksha.
Yeah,
Brother
you can
Hashim,
say that.
not only not get moksha, Krishna in that verse condemns that they will not get happiness in this life or the
Yeah.
next.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's condemning because he is supposed to be controlling. So you are not going to get happiness even in this life,
No,
nor
no,
the
no.
next,
That's not a
and not
mean.
even moksha.
That's not what the lines means. It
In
means
fact, you
No,
haven't read the
if
lines. Let's
you
put it this way.
yeah,
Beben,
Uh,
you haven't read the lines.
I know Gita. I know Gita. I haven't read the Vedas because
Okay,
Vedas
so
are outdated.
which
Nobody follows
chapter
the Vedas.
and verse is it in? Let's see if you know this.
What verse?
The one
Tell
that
me
we
the
just
verse.
quoted to you.
I haven't heard it correctly.
You haven't. You said you know it just now.
Not only that you know it, he said that he knows it better and we got it wrong.
Oh dear. You
Now
run
he says
away.
he hasn't read it.
yeah, he left.
Try this. Realized sages go beyond Vedic rituals. After understanding the pleasures one attains from putative karmas in this life and the listless body, are temporary, mixed in misery.
Okay.
So realized
You
sages,
dropped out because of the connection, maybe.
realized sages
Right.
go beyond Vedic rituals. Once they
No, no,
Hello.
realize,
no. We are talking about the one in Bhagavad Gita.
yeah, in
Okay.
Bhagavad Gita. 2 point. Check out.
It's chapter 16,
Two.
verse 23.
Check out
Beben,
chapter
do you
two,
want to check
verse
it?
22.
Chapter 16.
Verse 23.
I have opened already. You can share my screen. You can see
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Nice job. Do you want to read it aloud, Beben?
Those who act under the impulse of desires, discarding the injunctions of scriptures, attaining neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme goal in life. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
So the supreme goal in life, which is moksha, yeah? What do you make
Yeah.
of this?
What?
Because earlier you said it's not necessary to read the scriptures.
Not the Vedas. You were talking about Vedas
No, no,
and
no, no, no.
Vedas.
I did not use the term Vedas. I said the Hindu
Vedas.
scriptures. I was generic about it. Your statement
Okay.
was very clear that it
Okay.
is not
Those.
necessary to read the scriptures.
Okay. In this context, like injunctions of the scriptures, when how could I say, how should I put this up?
So the question now is,
When you
because
are
you don't read the scriptures, how would
no
you
no
know
no
what the
no no, you
injunctions
are
are?
actually you are not getting the point.
No, no,
Script
I did make a point. My point was
scriptures
very clear.
scriptures
From the start,
scripture
I said, if you do not read
in
the
this
scriptures,
line in this
how would
line
you know
it
what
is
the
written.
injunctions are that are mentioned
Yeah,
in
yeah,
there?
yeah, of course. In but you have to ask yourself, like, I don't know how to put those in the English, but I don't know. Okay, let's try.
You don't even read
Those
Sanskrit, I can guarantee that.
those who act under the impulse of desires, and you know what the desire means.
Yes,
Discarding the injunctions of scriptures out of
uh-huh,
ego. It means out of ego.
yes.
When the people doesn't follow, like people deny the existence of something out of ego. That is what injunction of the scriptures, like discarding the injunction of scriptures means.
Right, and
No,
Attaining
not
attaining
even
the
caring to
perfection.
read them to know what they are is a
exactly.
really
You're missing
supremely
you're missing
egotistical
the
Because
key
approach.
point here. If you do
because
not read the scriptures, how would you know what the injunctions of the scriptures
Preston
are?
reads them thoroughly because he cares about the scriptures.
scriptures, to be
You
honest,
already
scriptures.
admitted, you confess that you do not read the scriptures.
Yeah,
So the
I do
question
not
we
read
want to
this.
ask you, which you still haven't responded to, how would you know what the injunctions are if you are in a position, even at the age of 24, 25, you still haven't read the scriptures?
Because it is not necessary to read the
But
scriptures. It
according to the
is
Bhagavad Gita, it is necessary. It's in front of your face there.
Now I'll give you
let
another.
me
I'll give you another line from the Bhagavad Gita itself. Check out chapter 2, verse 52. It says, "Realized sages go beyond Vedic rituals after understanding that the pleasures one attains from punitive karmas in this life and this body are temporary, mixed with misery." So the thing is, at one hand, Krishna is also telling you to go beyond the Vedas itself. Reading
No,
scriptures is good.
no, there is a misconception here. He is telling you
No, no, no. You don't tell me
above
what
the
is misconception.
rituals,
Listen.
above
You
the
don't give.
rituals, because you have many people who conduct only the
You
rituals and do
listen.
not have knowledge.
You don't tell me what is misconception. Okay.
Okay,
I
No, I'm
Prasan,
telling
before
no,
you go to
I'm
another
just
chapter
telling
and
you from the
verse,
commentaries.
before you go to another chapter and verse, Prasan, what
Yeah.
are your thoughts on this verse, chapter
So
16, verse 23 in
so
Bhagavad Gita?
yes, yeah. So this is at one level he's talking. Yes,
okay, let me
you need
just
to.
get the
Yeah,
Sanskrit translation first.
yeah.
It is in
Dude,
the English,
you don't read Sanskrit. Why are you getting the
but
translation?
I
The
have the
translation is
book.
already here,
Don't worry, I
and so
have
is
the
the
book.
Sanskrit. But you don't
I
read
don't need the
Sanskrit. So why are you going
translation.
into that?
I need to see the Sanskrit because
But do
sometimes the
you read
connotations
Sanskrit?
are not.
Do you read Sanskrit?
Yeah, I do read Sanskrit
Okay, why don't you read any scriptures in Hinduism then?
because
It's
I
quite
do
odd. A
meditation and
person who knows
prayer to
Sanskrit
reach the
and
ultimate. You
still
need to have
decides
a
not to read the
clean,
scriptures, then there's something wrong with him.
because you need to have a clear heart to reach the goal, not
So
to
you
read
don't
the
have a clear
scriptures.
heart.
No, but
So
listen,
you
listen
have
to
to
how
pray.
arrogant that
You
is.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
have to.
saying you
please.
can have a clear heart without knowing the scriptures and the injunctions, and it specifically says discarding the injunctions, as you said, because of their
You have
ego.
to
And
understand.
what you're
Okay,
doing,
I got your
is
point.
saying that
No.
you're
Actually,
indicting yourself.
yeah,
You've got to be
yeah.
really careful here.
Gita, when there is a Gita is a discussion between Krishna and Arjuna,
And
in which they are standing in between a battlefield, and that time Krishna told him these things, etc., etc., etc. The whole point of this thing is to understand their duty. to make
What
him
is the point you're
understand his
making? I
duty.
don't understand still.
The point that
In
I'm making
a
is,
war, Arjuna did not want to kill his own cousins, but
yeah,
Krishna urged that this is your dharma, this is your duty.
yeah, because
Do you know how many
Krishna,
people died in the Mahabharata, by the way?
because
How many?
Arjuna says,
No, how many
Arjun,
people died in the Mahabharata? Let's see if we know this.
everybody died. Only 6 people were remained after the
So how
battle.
many millions died?
Many millions, all of them
You
who
know,
were involved.
some of them say 40 million, some say 400 million.
It was
So
not
these,
that much, but it was
well,
nearly like
that is what the Hindus
40,
are saying.
50.
It's not me.
No,
So
those are
even
idiots.
even if it's 4 million, that is quite a lot at that time. Do you agree?
Yeah, because there were
So why were
100 and
Hindus killing each other like savages
it was
under
not.
the guise? Sorry,
You have
under
to,
the gaze of
Hashim,
Krishna. Why were they
Hashim,
killing each other?
Hashim, you have to understand. It's not like Abrahamics. It's not a book
It's
towards
worse.
something.
I'm telling you, it's worse. 4 million Hindus
Oh my
killing each
God.
other under the
Okay,
gaze
understand.
of their god Krishna.
Hashim, let
While
me explain
Krishna
it.
was amongst them,
Let
he's
me explain it
encouraging
first,
Arjuna
cause
to go and
Arjuna
kill your
says,
cousins.
cause
It's even
his
worse.
cousins.
Don't try to even compare it with the
Prasoon,
Abrahamic
what
faith.
would I say? Cruel in English. What should I say? Cruel in English.
Cruel.
So his cousins was cruel. Arjuna was telling Krishna that why should I kill them? Why should I
Why did
want
the
them
war
to like.
start? Let's see if you know that. Why did the war
What?
start? Why did the Mahabharata war start?
It was a little events which end up
What was
in
that
this
little
whole.
event? Let's see if you know that.
The final stage was Draupadi.
No.
Draupadi.
Yeah, what happened to Draupadi?
His cousins tried to undress him.
Why?
Her, sorry.
Why?
Her.
Why?
In front of everybody.
Why? Answer that
Out
question.
of ego.
No.
Because yeah.
No. You don't know the story. Let me remind you.
I know the story. Yeah.
Okay, so what was the reason they tried to undress her?
Out of ego. Because
No.
they don't want.
No, let me remind you.
It was a generational war. It was a generational war
Wait a minute.
from their forefathers.
You talk a lot, you don't listen. So let me remind you what was the reason.
Because you don't understand.
Draupadi,
Okay, yes.
who was Draupadi?
Draupadi is a queen.
Who was she? Whose wife was she?
Of the 5 Pandavas.
Okay, so 5 men, brothers.
Yep.
The 5 Pandavas.
Yep.
One wife. Yeah.
Yeah.
They shared one wife. Who was the eldest son?
I forgot his name.
Okay. Did he lose during the chess match? The chess game? Okay.
Yeah, it was
what did he do when he gave up everything? He had nothing left. At the end, what did he barter with them?
What did he what?
What was a if he loses the final game, what was the thing that he gave to the Kauravas, his cousins?
Her wife.
His wife.
And her and his sorry.
Okay.
His
so
wife
when
and
he had
his whole
nothing left to
empire.
give, when he lost his kingdom, when he lost everything, he basically gave up his wife as a trophy for them. So now the only wife the 5 brothers shared is no more theirs. He's given it to his cousins because he lost
everybody
the game of chess.
Everybody
Wait a minute. Once they had her, then they tried to undress her, right?
Yeah.
So whose fault was it that he basically ransomed his own wife in a game of chess? Come on, think of it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
finally clicked, the penny dropped finally. So the reason of her undressing wasn't the Kauravas mainly. I mean, even though they did it eventually, they were trying to do it.
It was
eventually,
generational.
It was because of, was it Yudhishthira? Who was the
Prasoon, help me.
Yudhishthira? Yeah, Yudhishthira was the older son, and he lost the game of chess, whether by trick or whatever it is.
The game of
the question is, he was the one who basically ransomed his own wife. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I got your point.
Do you consider that to be right or wrong?
That was wrong, and that was the reason the
so
whole thing
who
was
initiated the wrong?
Yeah. Who was the big brother, Prasoon?
The Pandavas.
No.
Okay. And whose side does Krishna take?
Hold on.
The Pandavas.
Hold on.
Okay, you have to. Okay,
very easy to say that. The guys, when they lost Draupadi, as I told this earlier, the rules of the game were that you cannot back out for 20 moves. Until 20 moves, you cannot back out. That was the rule. And Yudhishthir, this was the day of Yudhishthir being crowned the king. He was being crowned the king of the region. And on the day of being crowned the king, the custom goes that if somebody challenges you to any match, any duel, you cannot give up. You have to fight that person. So being a dharmic person, he entered into the duel, and very jokingly, very smartly, rather than getting into a sword fight or a game of boxing or anything martial arts, they invited him to a game of chopper, which is like something like modern day Ludo.
Chess.
That
Was it chess?
No, not chess. Not chess.
Okay.
No.
It was a
It
Let's
Ludo.
is
say- let's like-
gambling.
It was literally
It is
the
a
board
mode
game.
of
Let's call it a board
gambling.
game.
It is not just gambling. Gambling itself is prohibited in Hinduism.
No, it's not prohibited in Hinduism.
Yes, it is. Many
No, it is
scholars
not.
says that gambling is prohibited.
No, it's not prohibited in Hinduism. Anyways, so he was there.
I
he
can
was
give
put-
reference.
Okay, give me reference later. So he was pushed into this game
You
of
are not getting the whole
pushed into this game of chopper or chorus, whatever you call it. And for 20 moves,
Let's
you
just
cannot-
call it a board game. That's fine. No problem.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. So when since 20 moves, you cannot back out. That was the rule of the game. And when she started losing, because Shakuni had mastered the dice in a way that you could, they would always eventually win. So they gradually kept losing, and they lost all their money and everything. On the day of being crowned the king, he lost all his money, his kingdom, everything. So by the 14th move, he lost all his money, kingdom, servants, elephants, everything. So now since he got nothing else to bet, so first of all he bets his brother Arjun. Then he loses Arjun. Then he bets his other brothers, Nakul and Sahadev and Bhim. Then he loses. In the 19 moves, he bets himself, which also he loses. Now, since there's still one more move left to play, and he being such a dharmic person cannot back out. He has to bet something, and then he bets Draupadi.
But
So
so he
the-
he bets his brothers first,
Yes,
and then
Yeah.
bets his
Himself.
wife after.
last
this-
after himself.
Right, but
So-
still,
Yeah, and this
going
is where
back to what I asked about the moral
this is where
framework
Draupadi
here.
hold on. This is where Draupadi raises the question that you cannot bet me because you have already lost yourself. You, having lost yourself, have no control over me, and therefore you cannot bet me. And this is why the 20th move was played again. And that's when they said, this time if you lose, you give up all your kingdom and you go into the jungles and stay over there. That is how the story goes.
No, but the
Right.
question is, look, you're talking about a dharmic person.
Yeah.
What kind of a dharmic person ransomed his own brothers and his wife?
So now the question is, how did it all end up? Because this person, this dharmic person, in his urge of being dharmic, in his urge of following the scriptures to the T, right? Scriptures
Brother,
follow the scriptures.
Manusmriti equates gambling to open
Manusmriti is not a dharma
open
shastra. Oh my God, Manusmriti is not a dharma shastra.
It is a legal text. Legal
It is a
text.
legal text.
Okay,
not a dharma
that's
shastra.
fine.
Yeah,
We are
it's a
dealing
whole
with the
different-
Itihasa. That's fine. But the question still
It's
remains:
okay,
what
it's
kind of a
okay.
dharmic person, gambles his own brothers and wife?
So the point is, this guy, in effort to be so righteous, rather than being able to decide that what is more righteous and what is less righteous, he ends up behaving like a nice king who keeps his word and loses everything.
Which is ego, isn't it?
Which
And-
not
but
ego.
it wasn't righteous though, right?
Okay.
This is
No,
the
it is
thing.
righteous.
The
It
whole
is righteous. It is not righteous at another level. Yes, but he got confused with what is the role that he needs to play more ardently.
अरे
And
Bro,
right-
come on. I don't think he was confused.
वो वाली
He
बात
was
है।
literally
He just
Cow-
wanted to
cow ले
maintain
लिए
his
थे पूरे-
ego, not to
cow
lose the
पूरे
game,
cow ले लिए थे, ये वाली
and
बात
then
बताओ।
he
उनको लेने के
gambled his
लिए
own brother and his wife.
brother himself and his wife, because
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So what kind? It is only basically his ego
what
that he
happened
cannot
is-
back out of a game.
It's not.
He basically just gambles everything away.
Even if you say it's not his ego, because you're saying he was kind of confused at which rule to follow, he's
Yeah.
still
It was
then,
not-
then
it
is
was not-
substandard in terms of the deity threshold, right? Because it means he doesn't even know how to implement this so-called code. How are people supposed to?
Exactly.
Bearing,
that's what-
but this is the thing. So again, what we're seeing is these supposed deities can't reconcile
He's not.
this
He's not a
system.
deity. Hold on. He's not a deity. He's not a deity. He's just a
He is not a
regular
deity,
human
he's
being
just a
without
character.
any. Yeah.
I thought it was a
just
minor
a-
deity.
No, he's not a minor
No,
deity.
he's not.
Okay.
He's not.
Yes,
He's not
he's the son of the deity.
Yeah,
You
doesn't that
cannot
make
say
him
that
a
In,
minor
in,
deity?
in human form.
Not,
He's a human. In human form.
it's a human.
no,
But
he is
they're all
half
avatars.
human. He's
By the
If
half
way.
Krishna
human.
was in a human form, he's still a deity.
Yeah.
Krishna is avatar,
No,
that
no,
is
no, no,
clear.
no.
But
By the way,
Yudhishthira,
Krishna is the one who takes the size of these Pandavas,
yeah,
these 5 brothers,
yeah.
who basically lost the kingdom because of these elder brothers' ego.
No, no, it was a very long story. Mahabharata started.
Mahabharata is like
Dude, you
100
didn't know
pages
about the
analysis.
Of
gambling
the,
even.
We are
Come
trying to
on.
discuss it
Don't tell
within
me
5
about the
yeah,
long story.
yeah. It's telling you the
Yeah,
context.
Yudhishthir is a half
You
human
didn't know the
because
context. I had to tell you the context.
Who were the three? Yeah,
Okay, anyway, let's go back. Let's
who
go
were the
back
three?
to the question or the topic
I'm
here.
forgetting about this.
The question is,
Father of Pandavas
do
and the
the
Kauravas.
Beben, what are you murmuring, man? Calm down.
Can
No,
you
I'm
just
not.
Do
stop,
the
I'm just
do
Bevan?
the
trying to
Because you
Hindu
just keep
gods
interrupting. We were having a good conversation with Pratham
because
until
you're
he
not.
keeps
Because
interrupting.
you're not
do the Hindu
reflecting
gods
properly.
commit these immoralities? We talked about the story of Vishnu and Vrinda. We talked about Indra raping. Who was that? Alie.
Ahilya.
We
Ahilya,
talked
Ahilya.
about a lot of Hindu gods and devas committing these immoralities. What is your
Okay.
take on that, Beben? Come on, now is your time to speak.
Okay, so we are talking about energies. These are not literal
Energy?
human beings. Yeah, Indra is a type of an energy.
Oh
Okay.
man, that is the ultimate cop
Yep.
out.
No, no,
What
it's
do you
not a
mean?
cop
Wait, wait.
out.
Do
If you know,
energies have wills? Do they have a will?
it is a story. It's
No,
kind
no,
of
no.
a
Answer the
story.
question.
These,
Do
these are
energies have their
events,
own will?
but it's not a literal meaning.
No, no.
It's
You
not
made the
just.
claim they're energy. So answer the question. Do energies have their own will? Walaikum
Also,
assalam, Mansur.
Mansur,
Walaikum
no, what?
salam.
Wa
So,
alaikum salam.
Oh,
Walaikum
Beben,
salam.
answer the question. Do energies have their own will?
no,
Good.
they don't.
So does Indra have its own will?
It's an energy. It's a kind of a thing
I
to
know your
understand.
energy doesn't have wills, but now the question is, does Indra have a will?
Indra doesn't. Indra signifies what? Indra signifies
Indra
a
is the
desire
leader
for.
of the devas.
Yep,
Does
yep,
Indra have a
yep.
will?
Devas. Let me just remember it.
Man,
Indra
this
is.
guy is just a time waster. Get out of
the
here.
answer is just yes. I want to go
Wallahi,
back
this
to
guy is a
talking to
time waster.
Pratham.
In
He
fact,
makes
Don't
in
do
sense
this
and
fact,
he
again.
reads the scriptures.
Just energies, and then I asked him about the Indra. He doesn't answer.
no, it's
Okay.
brother Hashim. One thing over here. It's not only about him. Even for Bruce Prasoor, whenever I listen to him, we get to hear these words like spiritual bliss, consciousness, experience level, meditation. I noted it: manifestation, consciousness, duality and
Yeah, cop
non-duality.
outs, cop outs basically. Yeah.
no.
I was just
You
asking.
want the you want the
I
Sanskrit
know. Wait,
original
wait,
words.
wait. No, I was just asking that all these words that you're using over here. I just wondered if the common man will be able to grasp and understand all these things.
No, no.
No.
That is why we have. That is why we
Okay,
have Puranas. That is why we have Puranas.
okay.
But you said
Yeah.
Puranas are true, right, Prasun?
No, no. I said Puranas are figurative. Puranas are representations of cosmic stories. They're not physical human beings that we're talking about.
Okay,
We're
so
talking about.
according to you, did Ram exist in history?
Oh my God! Last time I was exactly the same answer question I had. Okay. Let me put it this way. You're asking me if it is mythology or history, right? Is that the
Yes.
question?
Is it something which is historic or mythology?
Yeah. Okay. Now the difference between history and mythology is the difference between discovery and invention. Okay.
There is a
When you-
difference. Yeah.
when you
How
discover
does that relate?
when you discover something, it's already the story is already existing. It is already there. It's true, and then you discover it, and then you write it down as a historian, right? But if you cook up a story, it's your invention.
No, inventions are different.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I
are
don't mean
these
literally.
Puranas,
Inventions are different. Come on.
are the
Discoveries
Puranas
are different.
invented?
Discoveries
or
are you
are
can
they?
discover something that is in a naturalistic world.
Yeah. And
Inventions
whereas
are like, for
otherwise,
example, a rocket. Yeah.
otherwise you cook up
You didn't
cook up a
discover
story.
a rocket one day. You had to invent it.
So
Exactly.
did someone cook up these stories?
So
Is
the
that what you're
question is,
saying?
did somebody cook up this story? No. So the answer is no. The answer
Okay.
is these are discoveries because these are events. They don't happen. They didn't happen once in history. They're continuously happening, and they're happening even right now. Okay.
So
And in fact,
you're saying there are more than one Ram in history.
there is. I mean, I'm not even getting to that. I mean, that's another level of debate. We'll get into. The thing is, these events are happening continuously, and these people. I mean, the story could not have happened any other way. In fact, you can't even change the syllable in the way the stories have been written.
Very
Okay.
interesting.
Can
So
you please
everything is
answer the question
necessary.
Everything is
straightforward, in a
everything is
straightforward
necessary.
manner? Was Ram a historic figure? Yes or
You
no?
mean to say human being? No, I mean we maybe not. We don't know. But thing is, are these events happening? Yes, they're happening.
Hold on. So you don't think Ram was a human being?
We can't pinpoint to a person who's and say this is Ram, right? Do we? I mean, we cannot physically prove him. Can we
If he's in
physically prove Ram?
history, if he's a historic figure, you can.
Yeah, but these things have happened so long back that we don't have
It
any
doesn't
evidence.
matter. It's still historic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we
so in
don't
that
mean
case,
you have to have his body. You know,
Prasunbhai,
Yeah.
just answer clearly. Does Ram
This is
existed or
jalebi.
no?
so we don't know, right? How can we know? 7,000,
Then
10,000 years back.
how you call him Purushottam?
Purushottam because of the story. The story is more
Then
important.
what do you mean
Right,
by the Purush?
The Purush,
Human being.
Purush is no. Purush not a human. Purush
So
is
It
Purush
is
is
it,
like
it is
like
the
when we say
same. For example,
Vedas are
sometimes we
Apaurushaya. When you say
he
some
is the
Vedas
best
are
in
sometimes
humankind. So that's mean is Purushottam.
Vedas, when we say the Vedas are
Then
Apaurushaya, does not mean it's like it's not written by a human being. Vedas does not mean it does not written to a certain entity. You can't. That's what means Apaurushaya. The Purush is a any character, human or not. Okay.
and
Purush means a
Prasun,
any
human.
character.
Purush means a
Can
human.
you show
Purush
me
means
the
male, by the
reference
way.
of
In that
Purush?
sense, Purush means male. Male. Purush doesn't mean human. Male human.
Means like you
okay,
can
Prasun.
call monkey as
Yeah.
a human
Sorry.
male. I'm
Male
talking
human
about
being.
when you so you can call the monkey as a Purushottam monkey.
Within the monkey kingdom, there can be a Purushottam, right?
How he will be the Purush because he is an animal.
Oh my God. Purush does not. Purush as a human.
Purush is come from the Hindi Vyakaran word, and that's
No,
is
not Hindi.
exactly
Sanskrit.
mean is it is used.
Sanskrit.
No.
Sanskrit.
It's a that you talking about the Sanskrit. It is not a Sanskrit
It's
that
not
we
Sanskrit.
read about. Yeah,
Acha. What is it?
yeah. That is like that is the language we have converted to into the like what you call Brahmlipi to one more
Huh?
language. Just a minute, I'm giving you the example. Why are you means
You are
like
talking
In
about
fact,
Brahmi,
excited?
in fact,
Brahmi
in
script.
fact,
Yeah. Brahmi
Prasun,
like
Brahmi script ko
whatever
we have
word,
Devanagari.
whatever word
Devanagari.
we are trying
That
to
is
say
we
over
call
here,
Devanagari.
Yeah. So I mean, we
Hmm.
don't. क्या बोले
No.
I'm just
Mubashir?
saying that
Yeah.
whatever words that we try to tell you, it never
Hmm.
has any concrete, any objective meaning. Whatever
Now,
we tell you, you will
what
say
what
that
do you
it
mean objective
has.
meaning? What do you mean objective
You
meaning?
never
Like
have, for example, Purush. Purush we know in Hindi and Sanskrit it is man. But for you
yeah.
it is not only man.
No,
It
no, no,
can
no.
mean other
Because
things as well.
yeah, I mean
So
because
whatever
these are
so
thousands of years
whatever
old.
no let me explain. For example, and one example also, when I told you that whatever what we are discussing, energy,
Yeah.
enlightenment,
Yeah.
can the common man understand? And you said no,
Yeah.
they cannot. That is why you have the Puranas. Okay, agreed.
Uh,
So one thing is that the knowledge in Hinduism, it is not for everyone. Sometimes you have to break it down into myths and
it
mythologies
is
for the
levels.
common
There
man.
are levels of
Yeah,
knowledge.
okay, where you yeah wow. Okay.
Hmm.
So can we say that because the common man, the average
Hmm.
common man, when he will study
Yes.
the Puranas, he will
Mm-hmm.
take them to be stories that happen. He will not get an idea that these are abstract ideas that later sages
Okay.
constructed them into stories. So
So the
for
point
him,
is when
wait,
these
for him, it is not that Mohini is like an energy and Shiva represents the soul or the mind or soul or whatever. For him, it is
Mhm.
a story. So for him, it is a truth that Shiva ran after Mohini and he grabbed her, etc. So
Okay. So
his mind is that he will believe it to be a story and he will believe it to be real till the end of his life. He will never get
Mhm.
to that consciousness that you are saying that Mohini represents the
it's
energy
not it's
and
not
Th-
Shiva
This
there.
is
represents the
it's a really
spirit.
important point though, Preston. And if I could
Yeah.
just impress why,
Yeah.
it's because if you're talking about it in terms of layers of complexity,
Yeah.
those layers should add up on each other and make sense
Yeah.
together, not
Yeah.
continually contradict each other. Where
No,
at
no, no,
each
no,
layer it's got a whole different meaning. So
no.
his point, Mubashir brought, is a really important one
And
to
and
address.
yeah. And many Hindus, the common men who are not that much intellectual to know about positive energy, enlightenment, meditation,
Yeah.
radiation, whatever you explained over here, they will live their life of common men because even they have stress and their family life, and they will die upon that notion that that these mythological things happen. They will never get to that level that you're saying, that these are abstract ideas that the sages have rendered it easily into
So
stories. They will always, they will always think that this happened. For example, Vishnu had this with Vrinda, or Shiva ran after Mohini. You will now come to explain that here in that story it didn't happen. It was just a dream or whatever, Advaita or whatever. For you, these are abstract figures that Mohini represents this stuff. Shiva represents this stuff. But for the common man, he will never understand it. He's a common Hindu will always
okay,
believe that Shiva literally was a god. He ran
okay,
after Mohini, grabbed her, and he
okay,
did things with her. And he will
And
die
so do
upon that
most
notion
Hindus
itself.
and scholars of Hinduism.
Not
okay.
not
So
almost
now,
not all Hindus,
my response.
almost every Hindu.
No, my response to
Almost
this
every
is,
Hindu.
yeah. My response to this is,
Except
it is
Prasun and people like him.
who?
People
Except
who
you
also
who
don't think the few people who don't think they're real.
very
I mean,
few.
physically,
Zero
they are
one
not
point 0.1
physically they are not
percent.
real. Yes, okay, fine. Now the point is, the purpose of this story is not to give you a sense lesson in history or something. This is to develop your thinking, your ability, and your value system. Okay, that's what it creates. And when you listen to these stories, whether or the gods are evil or deplorable values or whatever they have, irrespective of that, ultimately build a certain value system within people. That has been in India for thousands of years, and we have developed it over. So our civilization has been built on those. So it's not necessary that a person has to understand the complexity of each story and whether it's an energy thing or no. Most people will not. In fact, 90% of the people will not. But that is fine,
Okay.
because 90% of people in any case will not need to have the urge to go into finer details of spirituality and those kind of things.
So
Let's say
so so
90% of
the
them.
so the
Hang on.
question over here is, which is better? A religion in its raw form, it is easily and accessible and very quite simple to understand for everyone, or a religion that has to break down into myths and mythologies for the common man to understand, or a religion that is understandable even for the intellectuals and even for the illiterate person? Which is
So
better?
the answer would be, what
Prasun
is
bhai, one more thing. The thing is that
who
due to this
Mahindra.
complexities, the people are suffering because I was a low caste people, low caste. I belong to a low caste and I converted. So
Even I'm low
this,
caste. Okay, hello. Even I'm low
yeah.
caste.
So the thing is, in Ramayana, the Ram killed Shambhuga,
Huh.
which supported the caste system. Look, so that is a problem. The people are suffering because of this. You have to address that.
Rama killed, if you want to talk about specifically about Rama killing Shambuka, why did he kill him?
No, not specifically. This comes back to what
Not
you're saying
specifically,
about,
not specifically.
yeah, because you're
Huh.
saying in
So
general
he
it
did
developed a value
Rama didn't kill
system.
Rama didn't kill Shambuka for being low caste. Rama killed Shambuka because he was doing something that was causing death and destruction around the world.
No,
But
no, no, no. You are wrong.
No,
You are
hang on a
wrong.
minute.
You are wrong here.
Can you
Tell me
just
the
let me
Sambuka,
just give me 1 second? Sorry, let me just make
can
some
I
shape on
explain
this.
the Sambuka story in
No,
detail?
Yes,
please let me
yes.
just
2
speak.
minutes.
Let me
Within
just
2
speak.
minutes.
Okay, hold on.
Let me just speak quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't want to get stuck in the weeds about this particular story or that particular story when we're addressing a larger point. And the
Yeah.
larger point here is around whether or not these stories are real and whether or not they establish this value system, right? Because you've got, when you're saying it establishes a value system, the reality is that for these thousands of years, there was hundreds of different value systems. And it's really not until the British Empire that they became unified under Hinduism. It's not one unified value system. Everyone's taking different values. Everyone thinks there's different realities coming out of this stuff. So when you have one system of definitions, and as Mubashir pointed out, people at different levels are having different ideas, and as Mahesh pointed out, people are really suffering because of the different value systems that people have taken from this. So what it's showing is what seems to be a dysfunctional system of texts, because they're not giving rise to the kind of value system that you're saying it should ideally give rise to.
You mean to say because it does not lead to a common set of rules and laws, therefore you're saying it's disjoint. That's what you're saying, right? Probably.
No.
Is that what you mean to say?
No, it doesn't actually give a unified value system, and the value system that it has given rise to in reality is not the idealization that you're saying it should be.
Yeah, but it cannot give a unified value
system. I'm just going to come in here very quickly. I hope everyone's doing okay.
Hi, Mansur. How are you?
Prachun, I think you seem to be the only Sanatani
Yeah, there was others also
with
over
us
there.
at this very minute, but there are
Yeah.
lots of other guests waiting. So what I'm going to
Okay,
do is
so
I'll keep you
no, okay,
here.
fine.
And see.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll come down on another day, and today is been
No.
quite
What I'm saying is you can continue this discussion. I'll just keep you in the backstage for
Sure.
now,
Yeah.
unless the brothers who are waiting looks like all the guests are Muslims and they want to
Yeah.
speak to you. I'll bring you on. Yeah. So I'll just
Sure,
put you
sure.
temporarily in the backstage and bring
Okay.
other
Okay.
guests one by one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to bring Islam Saifullah first. Assalamu alaikum. Islam Saifullah, can you hear us? Islam Saifullah, you're muted perhaps. Can you not hear us? Do you mind speaking?
We can't hear you.
I can hear you well.
Wow.
Can you hear me?
That is a
Am I
Darth
audible?
Vader voice.
There's a very
like a robot.
long delay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very
Is
long
there a
delay.
voice on?
So you have to rejoin and come back.
your audio is not clear. Islam Saifullah. Yeah, you're muted now.
Yeah, you sound like you're on the dark side.
You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, but there's a lag.
Assalamu
Okay.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I think
Hey, I
you're-
don't want to take too much time. I want to say I've been watching your videos for quite a while. MashaAllah, you guys are doing very good job. So I just wanted to congratulate you guys on that. And Alhamdulillah, I think you guys are giving very good guidance to some of the non-Muslims out there. Right? I myself, I am a revert, and I must say that these videos are very good to see. MashaAllah, you guys spreading very good knowledge. And unfortunately, I couldn't really bring much with me today. But inshallah, sometime I would love to contribute something towards your stream. And again, Jazakallah khair for all the dawah you're doing. May Allah bless you guys. Wallahi.
Yeah,
Wa iyaakum. Alhamdulillah.
What religion did you convert from? You said you're a revert yourself.
Actually, what do you call my family? It's a mix of religions, but I used to be an atheist myself for a large portion of my life. And I have quite a colorful story. There was a point in my life where I was a Buddhist monk, right?
Oh wow!
And yes, I was in a monastery, the full saffron robe and all that.
Oh wow, we need to talk. I would like to talk to you then.
It was a very interesting story, but I for a long time I was scared of Islam, but eventually I told myself, let me read it, let me read it, because the hard part was not the monotheism and the position against idolatry. That was the easy position for me. The hard part was let's just I'll put it frankly, all the propaganda out there, right? And all the twisted notions of Islam out there. But alhamdulillah, Allah had guided me well and given me hidayat, and I had been able to read and learn, and alhamdulillah, I came back to Islam, and it has been a beautiful life ever since.
Yeah, inshallah, we would like to hear your story one day if you are free.
Inshallah, whenever. I mean, even if now, that's fine. In a future time, that is good.
Why didn't you email me?
What is your email? I'll write it down.
Yeah, sure. It's on the screen. If you look at the bottom left. Oh, it's been.
DawahWise.
info@DawahWise.com.
info@DawahWise.com. Okay, inshallah, I'll email you.
Or DawahWise@gmail.com. Both will work.
Inshallah. Well, Jazakallah khair for your time, guys. You guys are amazing. May Allah grant you success, and may Allah grant you success in this.
I mean, may Allah accept from us
Wa
all.
iyaakum.
Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, guys. Take care.
Wa alaikum salam.
Right, who else is there?
We'll bring Brother Muhammad Nouri next, inshallah.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. You are muted.
You're muted, brother.
Unmuting yourself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm a huge fan of yours. I can't believe I'm talking with you guys. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
How are you guys doing? Brother Mansur and Hashim, I'm a big fan of yours. I live in United States, and I don't know how to complete my words with you guys. Like
I'm glad you're parked.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
right?
I in part. I saw the stream and I said I don't want to miss this out. Like I have to talk with you guys.
'Cause we have a
Alhamdulillah.
brother, brother Neil. He comes in a truck. And
While driving.
he never stops. He's driving and he's talking, and he's even messaging while he's driving.
He's called the Dawa trucker, but
And
Yeah,
I would
apparently
say
he doesn't break
Mashallah.
the law. So
the scariest
You know,
part. The scariest part is when he tries to explain something to us and he takes both of his hands off from the steering wheel.
Yeah, he's got a good.
Alhamdulillah. I just want to say that from you guys, I start dawah in here. I do ride share, and I watch both of you, and I watch sometimes Ali Dawah as well, and I saw Dawah in here, fearless, and people are accepting, people are reading the book, and I just want to say like thank you guys for what you guys do, and you guys
Alhamdulillah.
reach everywhere. Alhamdulillah.
I hope you do the part of dawah in your locality as well, inshallah. And
I'll do my best. I'll do my
yeah,
part, and the
do
guidance is
join
in the
the
hand of Allah
dawah.
subhanahu wa
If there
ta'ala.
are any dawah tables or something in your area, inshallah, do join
Sure.
them, because
well,
the
I can
best
see
way I see the experience.
I can see the smile, and you literally have nur coming from your face. So, mashallah, you must be excellent with the
Tabarakallah.
dawah, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. And I met Sister Rana. She is coming to Speaker's Corner, and they introduced me to watch your video, and I told her that I know you guys, but I'm a huge fan. Can you please say my salam to Mansur and Hashim brothers? And she said inshallah, but they're not coming, uh, they're coming once in a while to a Speaker's Corner. And
I think you're probably mistaken with somebody else. We are regulars there.
that's what she told me. Like I say,
Maybe
oh
she
well,
comes once in a while.
probably I misheard her.
And that's why she sees her once in a while. Sorry, who's this sister you're talking about? We don't know.
Sister Rana, she have a TikTok with Rana something name, and she is
Maybe
going
more
to
by
Speaker's
face,
Corner.
not by name. Yeah.
And I talk with Qadiani, so basically with the Qadiani people. I love to drag them down,
Really?
and
Okay, interesting.
and
Try to pick them
yeah.
up. They've already
Yeah,
dragged
and
down. Try to do the opposite. Pick them up.
well,
You know,
the thing is, they are literally manipulating the verses, and they try to misrepresent Islam by their saying and the belief system that they do, they spread in the society. It's very dangerous,
I know you're
and
right. You're right,
that's why
Akim.
I don't want that happen in our society in here. I live in America, this is a secular country actually, but um, the people are, falling for their words, and that's very dangerous. And the da'wah that they do with the name of Islam, but it's not actually Islam. When they try to, do something in the excuse me, when they try to, mislead people by verses of the Quran, and that's very dangerous.
I mean,
I
Akhi,
just don't want that happen.
I'm someone who lives. Brother, assalamu alaikum, Akhi. It's good to meet you.
Alaikum
And
assalam. You
but
too.
Brother Islam was not kidding when you said there was actual light coming off of your face, mashallah. I'm someone who lives in the States as well, and you're
Alhamdulillah.
absolutely correct. Some years, a long time ago, I went to go visit my uncle, and for Juma prayer, I looked on Google and I looked for a masjid close by. I did not know. Apparently, that was a Qadiani masjid that I went to by accident. I did not even know that. But if you looked on Google, there's no inclination. You don't see Ahmadiyya. You don't see you don't see anything. You see Muslim. And even when I'm listening to them, I listen to them talk. I see some Qadianis over here. So people in the States, they're very, very ignorant about Islam. So anytime someone comes up and they quote unquote they look Muslim and they talk about it, they think that's what Islam. They think that's what Islam is. So and I know they do it on purpose. That's why they don't let them know about when they talk about the Quran. They don't to non-Muslims. I've been to their when they try to give quote unquote dawah. They don't bring up Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. They don't bring up anything like that. They bring up the Quran. They talk about that. And that's the deception of what you're talking about. That's the deception that they try to portray. And to those who don't know, they think that's actual Islam. So I just want to say, mashallah, that you're actually tackling that, and you're trying to remove the deception. And when you say you like to make fun of them, you poke fun of them, the mashallah, keep doing that work, because what they do, they know what they're doing. They absolutely have every full idea, inclination of what they're doing. So good work, Akhi.
Alhamdulillah, I know a lot of them are misguided. They just fall for their imam's word, and I didn't know about that. Brother Hashim, I literally had no idea that Qadiani exists until I saw Adnan Rashid video. He was speaking with one of the elderly imam of the Qadiani, and I say, why Adnan Rashid is literally, put this guy down so much in front of the public. He is saying Alhamdulillah, MashaAllah, La ilaha illallah, and Adnan Rashid says, shut up, and I say, why he is saying this?
Yeah,
Like,
unfortunately, most of our Arab brothers and sisters are unaware of this movement of the Qadianis, even though they are pretty active in some of the Arab countries. Not in the Gulf, not in the Khalij, but I'm sure they're active in places like Jordan, Syria, those places, even in Africa, lots of places. But most Arabs, from my knowledge, don't know about Qadianism or Ahmadiyya. This cult is quite dangerous. As Brother Ali put it, they do not distinguish themselves from the other Muslims. They go and do their da'wah as Muslims, and they introduce themselves as Muslims. So that's why it's quite important to not only gain knowledge and awareness about them, but also to teach other people. Yeah, Brother Adnan Rashid, mashallah, Brother Imtiaz, these brothers are doing an immense, knowledge sharing about this cult, the Qadianis, and the Muslims do not consider them to be Muslims, even though they have Muslim names. They do the same. They claim to read the same Quran. They fast. They pray. They do everything as if Muslims are doing. But unless you know about them, you will not be able to distinguish who they are. So it's quite important, the awareness about this cult. And
It
it's
is,
dangerous.
yeah. Particularly because the misguidance is so subtle, because it starts off looking like monotheism, and they use some, mashallah, ayats from the Quran as well in what they say and so on. But the interpretations are slightly different in ways that sort of you don't notice it's a deviated path until you go all the way along with them. And then you find that at the end of it, the Tawheed is not pure Tawheed. And it bakes in various kind of ideas of shirk, and it undermines the Prophet ﷺ, even though they want to love him and so on. So this is sort of the reasons why it's not a hatred, it's not otherism, it's because it's spiritually really dangerous.
That's true.
For
brother,
people,
it's good that you are getting awareness, and maybe tell the others also who are unaware of this cult. But yeah, it's quite important to know who our enemies are within ourselves. Yes.
Inshallah.
Right, brother. Jazakallah khair for your
Jazakallah
kind
khair.
words and
It was
your
very nice talking with you all, and may Allah bless you all, and may
It's a
Allah give you
pleasure. May
guys
Allah
more
accept from us all.
knowledge.
Ameen, inshallah.
Wa
Jazakallah.
iyyakum.
Inshallah.
Wa ameen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum
Wa
salam
alaikum
wa
assalam wa
rahmatullahi.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Right. We have a non-Muslim, so let's bring him on. Yes, Hypernova. You join in the back studio. Don't expect to come on the panel. It doesn't work like that. We are not here in a comment section. Okay, so if there are any keyboard warriors out there, this is not the place for you. Here we speak
Is
face
this
to
related
face.
to supernova? It's bigger than a supernova.
Yeah.
Yeah, even
Come
if you're a
on, you
shy
can talk
brother, I'm
to
sure you can speak. Come on.
Is
Hello.
he turned into a black hole?
No,
Hello?
not yet.
Hello.
Oh yeah, he's on his way into being a black hole. So there's only some.
He said he was a
information
bit
to
shy,
do.
but that's fine.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Hypernova. What
It's
brings
okay.
you to the channel today?
Why Islam gives you peace?
That wasn't
Why
the question
Islam
I
gives
asked
us
you.
peace?
Why did you come to the channel today?
Was it to ask that question?
Did you see the title of this particular stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the title?
It's
What's the title?
dark side of Hinduism.
Yes. What does that mean to you?
Nothing. I'm not a Hindu.
You're not a
Okay.
Hindu.
So
Okay.
to answer your
So-
question, somewhat in the vein of the stream's theme, I would say that there's many ways it gives me peace, but there being no shocking moral dilemmas in Islam, as long as it's properly understood, means it's a very reliable framework for my life. It has brought me a lot of peace, which would not have been accessible under my previous belief system or belief systems that I was raised in. It makes sense in the head and the heart. It comes together as one cogent, holistic way of thinking and being.
Mm.
Oh,
And it's moral. Be on topic.
yeah, Hypernova, same question to you. What gives you peace?
nothing.
Did you say nothing?
Oh wow.
Yeah,
So are you like a nihilist or something?
I don't know.
You need to speak up, man. I know you're shy, but since you're already here, you need to speak up for the benefit of the audience
Sorry to
and the panel.
sorry to interrupt when you have someone saying that nothing, God is neti, nothing. I doubt he's a Hindu.
He's not a Hindu. He said he's not.
Yeah, but you know how they are. So Hypernova, do you reject all the Hindu gods as false gods?
Yes.
Do you consider all the Hindu gods to be false?
Yeah. That's why I don't follow them.
I don't know. You're mumbling, man. You
So
need to speak up.
Hypernova.
Can you get closer to your microphone, please? Because this is
Yeah.
the
Hypernova.
reason I made the joke about becoming a black hole.
Okay.
Ali did.
So do you
can't hear.
reject all Hindu gods?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I reject.
do you reject all God basically? There's no God for you.
Yeah. There is
Okay.
no.
So you're an
God.
atheist. You're not agnostic.
But I believe in God. To be honest, like there should be something behind.
Okay.
Who will be doing something, etc.
So you don't reject the notion of God's existence.
I don't reject the notion of God itself, but I reject the Hindu idea of God.
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
And
So when
this
you
God
say
itself
God, what
says-
do you understand by that term God?
The creator, sustainer, and
So you believe that all of this existence, the universe, everything else, couldn't have existed without God. Is that what you is that
yes,
what you understand? So
yes,
you're not an agnostic, you're actually a theist.
And also by saying there is one and he's the creator and the sustainer, you're
Yeah.
on the road to Islam.
You think God is one or many?
one.
Do you think
I believe
is
in
God one or many?
one.
Okay, you're already half Muslim. Say the second part of the Shahada and you're a Muslim. So you see, you're not that far off. I mean, even though people might assume, or even you
But-
gave your definition. Sorry, your introduction was an agnostic, which you're clearly not.
But
Yeah.
why?
And
I don't know. Okay, I'll be back.
okay, no
Okay.
problem. He's definitely shy.
Yeah, I think that could have been an
Sorry
interesting
to interview,
conversation.
guys.
Some people are
Hashim bhai,
saying that he's the same guy, that guy Baban, but I'm not sure.
That's
now.
not bad, man.
or
He
maybe,
didn't sound like him. It's
because
possible.
of there is a because there is a one guy who keep roaming by changing his voice. So
Yeah.
we have recognized once. So
That's fine.
maybe
As long
he
as we
transfers.
recognize oneness of God, for me that is a good thing.
Yeah,
Even
and
if
he's
it-
announced the polytheist
Yeah.
deities and attested to one God.
Right.
So
Are there
it's
any
the
other
same guy.
Hindus in the back studio?
Yeah, actually, one request, Hashim bhai, if you
Yeah.
allow me. So actually, I wanted to leave, but thing is that I wanted to means like requesting you to open a channel in Urdu as well, Urdu and Hindi. You already open a Bengali channel, and you will get a more engaged in Hindi and
Is it
we
every
got
week?
we got at least 4 brothers, mashallah, to take care of the Bengali channel. In
Yeah.
Urdu, I'll be alone, man.
No. I will be there. Sami Stolen Bhai will be there. So
But there are
many
so
people
many
will
Urdu
be there.
channels already. We want to focus on Hinduism in an English channel, which there aren't many, as you know.
SMK does one, an Urdu stream that you can look for, and he's related to Dots Connected to Islam.
Is
To
he?
look for
Okay.
him.
Why don't
The
you
Common
invite him
Sense
here,
Muslim.
Invite the brother here, inshallah.
You know the Common Sense Muslim?
I don't.
Fawad
know.
Bhai channel, yeah, he used to came.
Oh yeah,
come.
Yeah.
I know that's connected to Islam. That's Fawad Bhai.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Common Sense of Islam, that SMK is good. SMK Bhai is good actually. And
Yeah.
what happened is he's usually talking about the Christianity, so he don't know much about the Hinduism. So that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
And
fair enough.
You
so,
can ask him to join the channel in English if he's already doing it elsewhere.
yeah,
It'd
he's
be
good.
nice to connect with other Muslims who are doing it in English, inshallah. Because for some
Awesome.
reason, the Hindus get basically no challenge in the English-speaking world.
Yes.
So we need a
Mostly
bit of
like,
that. There are
yeah,
scores of
like,
Urdu channels. I'm pretty sure there are.
yeah. 40 to like 50 to 60% Indians don't know English properly. There are
No,
like
but
few people.
the
Yeah,
ones who are abroad and the ones
yeah,
who are in the big cities, they
yeah. They
definitely
are.
know English.
Yeah,
And
they know.
I think we should have basically a channel which challenges them in English, and inshallah, since there are very few, so we need more of them. Yeah.
MashaAllah.
Right.
That's
Looks
the
like there are no Hindus who want to come forward today. Maybe this topic is too much for them to digest.
Do we have Prasanna again, or is he gone?
He's gone. Yeah,
Oh,
because
okay.
I think it's quite
Shame.
late in India now, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take the.
Yeah, I would like to leave now because my friend is calling. He started the stream now, so he's calling me
Okay,
again
that's
and
fine.
back to back.
Etihad
Inshallah.
Bhai,
And
thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah
Yeah,
khair.
yeah, yeah.
Any references, anything you needed, just Wednesday or Thursday. Your Thursday, I think Thursday usually you are doing the stream, right?
Yeah. So we do
So
alternate Thursdays. So one Thursday we do like an open Q&A where they can ask any questions, and the next Thursday is mostly either Hinduism or maybe Christianity or some other topic. So there'll be a specific topic on one Thursday, and then we have a generic open Q&A on the following Thursday. So we alternate.
alternate, okay.
Yeah.
That's
But
great.
if you send us your just send me an email, inshallah, on info@dawahwise.com or dawahwise@gmail.com. Inshallah, we'll remind you when there is a Hinduism stream.
Yeah, definitely. I will be there to join you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was asking to him because he already left, I guess, Prasoon. The
Yeah.
reference, he said, no, you can go beyond
Oh,
the
Prasul
like
never
Veda.
provide references.
Yeah.
We know him.
Yeah. Yeah, that Gita wala, and then he said again the one lie regarding that Sambuka. Sambuka actually asking for the heaven. So he was doing the Havan to asking heaven. Then Ram came and he tell the same story to the Ram. I wanted to go in heaven. So then what Ram? I'm the Sudra, and I wanted to go heaven. He just take out the sword and he beheaded him. And then the Devta came, other Devta, and he impressed by the Ram, and they said like you have saved the heaven, from the Sudra. So this is the story, and these people whenever they say like it is written in there, you have to check the references. Always you find the wrong references they have given.
Yeah.
Always.
Okay. Barakallah fiqh, brother. Jazakallah.
Yeah. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa
Alaikum
rahmatullahi wa
salam.
barakatuh. I low key do wish I spoke Urdu because I don't necessarily. Okay, I have no idea what the heck you guys are saying, but I tune in to channels like SMKs, like Brother Basalat's, and it's intense. The streams are intense, and I just wish I can understand what is going on. Because
Also,
there's always yelling going on.
The thing with the Urdu is it feels like you only need to learn a very small portion of the language and then just put English in for everything else that you don't know. You just need the joining words and the basic grammar and then throw English in, and that's enough. So it's like a low bar to cross compared to other languages.
Yeah. You can get away with that. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of people seem to. That's the attraction.
Yeah. Right. Let's take the next caller. Rizvi Ahmed. You need to unmute yourself, Rizvi.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How are you guys?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah.
Brother, can you put me in the backstage and take me in later?
Take you
If that's
later.
okay. Yeah.
Okay. You remind me when you want us to take you in, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. I'm watching your shows from start to end, so I'm here. It's no problem.
Okay, no problem.
You have a good
So,
internet connection there in the glaciers in the mountains?
I guess so, yeah.
I'm not going there.
Right. Nafis Zaid. Or Zaid, how do you say your name? Nafis?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yep.
can hear.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, brothers.
Wa
How are
Walaikum
you all?
salam
Alaikum
wa rahmatullahi wa
salam.
barakatuh. Alhamdulillah.
Well, I'm calling from India right now. It's 1:42 here.
Okay,
In
still
the
early.
evening. Yeah, I was
Early
watching
hours.
I'm watching this stream, and I usually watch all the streams, in those because it's very difficult to do dawa here practically in India at the moment because of the political situation, as you know, and because everything goes against, you are insulting our faith. You can't even in a question,
Hmm.
even if you question normal things like why did Shiva cut the head of his son, because he was a god and he should have known that he's his son. So they just say that they don't counter it, but they just say that you have 72 whores in your faith and all that. It's happening here in India very actively, and we are under fire at the moment, as I have grief here. So it's very difficult to do dawa, and I really get encouraged by you guys doing it over there. And people, and I'm very surprised that people, a lot of Hindus are joining you guys, because here, you know, and you can't even take a stall here, put Quran there, and you want to do dawa on the street, you will be beaten, beaten up badly here for this. So difficult
Yeah.
situations here. Apart from the political things, I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate all of you, especially I've seen Brother Hashim and Mansur in the speakers corner on YouTube, and mashallah, they're doing a wonderful job, because it takes a lot of courage to stand there and talk to them in a way that uh, that make us feel comfortable back here, because at times we are very, because of the propaganda going here on the media and the ex-Muslims. I don't know if the ex-Muslims are coming on the news, national TV channels. They are speaking, very bad about Quran and quoting things out of context, and nobody's clarifying. The problem is that we don't have the people who are good at knowledge in the Quran and the Sunnah and the fiqh and understanding and clarifying the things there. So it feels like they are, we are we feel at the time that low, very low at some time, because nobody is there to defend on these channels. And these channels, we have more than 400 channels in our country at the moment, and they all are running the same narratives against us. And it's very difficult for us. But apart from all this, what's happening here back in India, whenever it's late, it's 2 o'clock, and I should have been slept by now. But just because you guys, yeah, to be very honest, just because you guys doing such a wonderful job, and these, people, Hindus, when they come on the channels, what I see is generally that they're not very sure about their own things. And why I'm saying all this, because to be very honest, brothers, we feel very bad at the time, because they all the time they question Muslims here on the street about our cousin marriage and 72 who's, and a lot of movies have been made against us on
Mm.
different things. So uh, they don't know the basics of the scripture itself. I don't have much thing to say. I'll just say I have one or two questions before I leave, and if any in next stream, if someone comes to you, I just want you, you know, any one of brothers to ask them about the basic concepts of Hinduism, because what I read and what I researched about it, one thing I just came to know that when they were talking about the Brahman, the all, infinite and formless, and that Brahman, taking a form just because people can understand him better. So what I thought that the divinity of the Brahman depends upon the weakness of human. Is it the case? Because I was not sure, but they say no, it's out of compassion. But I fail to understand that how a God who wants him to be known to the humanity, and he wants to give guidance to the humanity, he should have make it much easier for the people, everyone, to understand why he reveals things only to some of the sages who are doing penance for thousands and thousands of years, and not to everyone. So was this message limited to those sages and not to everyone else? And secondly, they jump to a conclusion when you catch them. They say, no, no, no. The ultimate reality is Brahman, but everything else you see is a Maya. And I don't know, Maya is a scapegoat or what. But all the time I listen in India, it's Maya. So I just want to understand from them that if everything is illusion and Maya, then what they believe, meaning how can we believe that what they are saying is not Maya, it's not illusion? How can we believe that whatever they are saying is real? Because it's like saying everything else is wrong except what I'm saying. That's what I think.
This comes back to that sort of really foundational contradiction when you believe that that in the non-duality as being the base of everything, you have a fundamental contradiction at every layer, because there with duality, I am me and you are you. And so when I'm speaking as me, I'm reasoning as if I exist. As soon as I reach or touch or appeal to non-duality, that world is in contradiction with my existence. And
That's
therefore,
right.
everything I say is logically contradictory.
Yeah,
And that's
that's
the
right.
underlying pattern. Everything else is just different specific layers
Exactly.
and
I was having
implementation of that.
I was having a debate with one of the Hindus here, and I asked one simple question to him: that if you believe that Brahman took a form into three, which is Trimurti, which is Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, then if you believe Brahma is also one of the aspects of Brahman, as they believe, then how come one of the aspects of the Brahman was completely ignored? Yeah, what I mean to say is Brahman is Brahman. He manifested in three forms, and how come one form was ignored badly? And one of the forms, which is Brahma itself, he lusted after his creation, which was Shati Putra Saraswati. And how come creator God created something, and then after creation, he fell into lust for her? So these questions, troubled him a lot, and he was again very hostile towards some. So I just wanted to, say thank you, because Hinduism is very complex, to be very honest. And I really appreciate you guys that you're taking pain to making them understand what Islam is, because in India at the moment they make Islam like it's the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Muslims are not given the freedom of speech as a democracy should. So, if India is the largest democracy, it should give the freedom of speech. Not only that, the Constitution of India clearly states that every religion has the option of propagating practicing and propagating their religion freely. So, not only is it going against the Constitution of India, but even the ethos of a democratic country?
I think it's a
Or
political
maybe that's
change. I'm
something
not
they
saying.
inherited from the very scriptures we've been talking about, where they're rules
right.
until they're not rules. You don't have to take them as real if it doesn't fit.
Well, the problem comes when you say that Puranas are not reliable source of information, and then you take all your festivals from the Purana itself. All
Yeah.
your festivals, most of them are
So,
from Puranas.
one of the things you mentioned, they ask you about the 72 virgins. Are they aware
Yeah.
of the Apsaras in their books?
Yeah, it is Apsaras, and sorry, Hashim, I just want to bring
So
one story. I
let
think
me
you are.
let
Yeah,
me just
sorry.
quote one thing that they believe the same thing, almost identical.
Yeah, I
to
know
what
the
the Muslims
Ramba and
say.
the men. I
So
know
they
that
talk
the
about
Ramba and Menta.
72 virgins, but their books actually say thousands of them. It says
That's right.
in the Mahabharata, foremost of Apsaras, numbering by thousands, go out with great speed for receiving the spirit of the slain hero or the warrior who has been slain. And then there's in the Atharva Veda, it says, bereft of physical bodies, pure, cleansed with the wind, brilliant. They go to brilliant world. The fire does not cause burning in their male organ. In the world of happiness, they get
no
plenty of
syphilis.
women.
So I'm going to cry that they are wrong translation translated by the white
Of course,
guys.
they will say that.
Well,
Yeah,
but also
let them
72
cry, but
versions is a completely corrupted
In fact,
translation. Hur al-Ain is not
in fact,
not
Brother Hashim,
in that sense.
a difference over here. The difference over here is that the Muslims are going to have 72 virgins, but here they are not virgins. The celestial nymphs have already been ravished by the devtas in heaven.
Oh yeah, they also
have already
entertainment for the devas.
yeah entertainment
For the
for the
gods.
devas. So the gods drink wine and watch them dance, and
So
already
basically, they are
uh,
just second-hand used
yeah
women
second hand. So
to have
Oh,
entertainment.
they're sloppy
yeah.
seconds. No, I
This
did
is
not know that.
this is
Wow.
worse than anything like you could
well,
imagine. So they have no
these
right to call us or basically call us
yeah.
out about
I mean,
the
these are the
72 virgins
propagandas
or the whole.
which is commonly happening from last 10 years, as you know.
Yeah.
And we at our level trying our best to make it clear. However, of course, we don't get enough platform to clarify things. When you bring on national channels ex-Muslims which are paid and they say nothing, just 9-5, when they come 9-5 Surat over 9-5, they kill all the kafirs and all that, the same things they repeat. How many times we have clarified it, how many times you said we have a context.
Yeah. Tell
Just
them to read the
in
verse before and after.
and
in
I
you know
said to him, to
in
be
fact
very sorry to interrupt,
here over
Mubashir.
yeah okay yeah.
I'm sorry. I just tell them when you talk about the wars, please don't talk about the wars to us. All of your itihasa is basically based on wars.
Yeah,
Your Mahabharata is
Mahabharata,
all about
Ramayana,
wars, and
full of
your
wars.
God, in fact, your God is encouraging Arjuna. Even he was denying categorically, I don't want to fight. He said, no, this is your dharma. And then the caste system also comes there because he said you are Kshatriya, that's why you have to fight. He does not say you have to fight, that's why you're Kshatriya. He said you are Kshatriya, that's your way
That's the
of life.
Dharma.
You
Yeah.
have to fight. You cannot. He did not have a choice there. They don't have a say to know, okay, that's fine, but I cannot kill millions just because something was wrong to us. We could have talked and we could have sit back and talk to those people, and they were brothers. And of course, 40 million. What I read was 37 lakh people were killed. Around 44 million people were killed in Mahabharata. I don't know how exact these figures are.
Yeah,
So
it was a massacre basically, and
it was
under
a,
the
it was
gaze
a,
of Krishna, as I remind them all the time. And these
One
yeah,
were
point
Hindus
he
one
was.
fighting each other. Don't forget.
yeah
There were no
one
British,
point I
there were
want
no
to add
Mughals then. It was the Hindus killing each other like savages.
And the Ramayana itself, when what they could have saved it because when Hanuman went to Lanka, and he could have bring back the Sita on his shoulder easily because he burned the Lanka there with his tail, and he was powerful enough to defeat the Ravana then and there itself and bring back. But of course, they have
Oh,
to.
they have an answer for that one. They say that Sita refused to go. She wanted her husband to take her.
Well, of course, they have an answer to everything, honestly. So, of course, you cannot win from the vague argument that they give
No, you
when
can,
we put
because the last resort is always Leela or Maya. That
Maya.
is the
Leela
escape
is always
clause.
there, yeah. Leela is the most favorite one, I guess.
That's the
Because
escape
everything,
clause.
yeah, of course. So,
They all live in a matrix, these guys.
yeah,
Right.
thanks a lot.
point I wanted to
I
make over here, that the brother he just said, brother Nafis just said that the comment just said 9595. You know why? Because I watched a video of brother Daniel Hikikachu, and he said over there in a short video of his that Islam is very easy to be attacked because the books are very clear. The translation are very accessible to everyone. So anyone can come and keep on repeating and barking, 9595. But if you tell a Hindu that Atharva Veda or Mahabharata, they never read it. And you have multiple editions of those books, multiple translation of those books, multiple versions of those books. So where are they going to find it? The Quran
well,
is
they
easily
are.
accessible. You just have to Google and look at the Quran. But if you look at the Mahabharata or the Atharva Veda, you will keep on. You have many versions, and they have never read it or they have never heard of the Atharva Veda. So it's very difficult to go and search into their books because at the end of the day they're going to reject it. So Islam is very
That's
easy to. That is why you say they will come and say
that's
nine
fine.
five nine five.
That's very true because you see the Valmiki Ramayana and the Ramcharitmanas, the character of Ram shown in the Valmiki Ramayana and in the Ramcharitmanas is completely different. The Valmiki Ramayana shows Ram to be very aggressive against Sita, but that
Yeah.
Tulsidas he
It's a
dropped.
whitewash
Yeah,
version, as we
he
call it.
dropped those harsh part of the Ram and he
Yeah.
made him like he was a
Even
bit
even
shocked.
Sita is the what do you say? The shadow of Sita is gone in the fire rather than the real Sita.
I don't know. Well, it is
It's
definitely
a
a Maya.
whitewash version,
It is
basically.
definitely a Maya. I can't understand who's real, who's not real.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
says
mean,
she was not real.
why would Ram spend an entire year building an army to go and save some Maya Sita? It makes no sense.
Well, it does. It absolutely makes no sense. But again,
Yeah.
this is called faith. That's why they say this is the oldest religion, and that's why we are proud of it. That's it. You don't have any
Yeah.
logical argument,
Looks
and
like
that's
Beben is back. Let's see what he has to say about
oh
the
okay.
Maya
That's good.
Sita. You need to unmute yourself, Beben.
To be honest, I don't give so much shit about Hinduism. I was here for a whole different reason, to be honest.
Well,
But
somebody has
you
to give a
made,
shit about Hinduism.
but you made it all.
You guys love
People
playing in the
going
shit,
around.
don't you? Remember the cow dung? Huh? Shall we bring it up?
Oh no.
What happened? You ran out of your energy?
I don't know what to say. I
Exactly.
was
You
not.
don't know what to say because this is the absurdity of your religion. That it basically makes you speechless.
It
No
doesn't
one in
make
their right mind will say that gods are born in cow dung, but you guys do.
idiot. Idiot. I was not here for the discussion about Hinduism. I was
Oh,
here to
you were
take
begging for a
Shahada.
discussion in the
I
private chat.
was
When
I
the
was
reality
here to
hits it,
I was here to
like you
take the
say,
Shahada, but
when
you
the
had
shit hits the fan,
that.
the fans run away.
It's funny
So
when he
this guy came back basically for more humiliation. When we bring their own scriptures, and by the way, we are not mocking their gods, they are mocking their gods by saying Lakshmi is born in the cow dung. Yes, they play basically these festivals where they throw cow dung at each other and
In,
then blame us for their
in,
absurdities.
in
And
fact,
that
Lakshmi is
and
Sita
tomorrow in India,
herself.
see,
tomorrow in India we have Tulsi Viva. I think Brother Hashim knows it.
Yes, I already
Tomorrow we have a
mentioned it.
festival here.
you know,
Yeah,
brother
Tomorrow we
I
have a
Hashim,
mentioned
festival.
it already.
that is actually the most absurd thing about this entire religion is the fact that out of everything we've said today, 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks before that, not one time did we misrepresent their faith. Not one time did we insult them. We did not say anything that
Yeah.
they themselves don't believe in, and
Mm.
it's it's
I
weird.
think this is the
This is beyond
insecurity which they're
ridiculous.
projecting because when when they are used to mocking all religions, and then when they are shown the mirror, they just don't like it.
I would exclude
This is the
Prasanna from
cowardice
this.
that they
Yeah,
come with, basically.
I would only exclude Prasanna from these discussions. He's not insecure. There's something else going on with getting clarity, but at least he means what he says. He believes what he says. He has a discussion.
And the funny thing with Prasan,
unlike this chap, by the way, who just dropped off, where he said I was going to take my shahada, and then he comments, "You've lost the chance for me to become Muslim." If you
Oh, we are
ever
so sad,
the
Oh, yeah, we
level
care,
of
yeah.
insincerity involved in that is off the charts because it's not
Exactly.
our loss. If he believes it, it's his loss. So it just goes to show how little regard he really has for truth, for reality, for religion, for any of this kind of stuff. And it's a really sad consequence of this sort of nihilistic endpoint when religion doesn't really mean anything, and it's not really true, and it's not really right, and it's just whatever here and there.
I mean, he
Very sad.
doesn't necessarily realize that it's his loss, but that's beside the point. And
And he also doesn't know that Hidayah is not from us. We convey the message.
From Allah.
Hidayah or guidance is from Allah.
It's from Allah
Even the
subhanahu wa
Prophet
ta'ala. And-
ﷺ did not have this
Sallam.
option to give Hidayah to whomever he wishes.
Of course,
Yeah.
yes.
In fact,
And
We
Allah
don't
reminds
convert
him in the
people. Only
Quran.
Allah does.
Yes, it's not whom you love, but it's whom Allah
Whom Allah
wills,
chooses.
whom Allah
And-
guides.
and the funny
way.
And the funny thing is with Prasam, the one thing, and I wish whenever he decides to come back, or maybe next time, the one thing I would like to clarify to him, it's that it's not always about giving a response. It's not always about giving a trying to just giving a response to certain things. It's about what is the response, because if you try hard enough to, if you really try, you can try to validate, you can try to give a response to any belief, any notion. It's not about just can I respond to it. It's what is the response? Is the response rational? Does the response make sense? In this stream,
Yeah.
is the response actually honing in on morality, something being moral and not immoral? I mean, for me, like I said before, the way the moment where he said that Vishnu did wrong, to me that was the end of the conversation. And I know you brothers had a beautiful conversation with him later on, but to me that was all I really needed to hear when he said Vishnu did wrong. And I'm saying, what else can you say to try to justify? Because the moment you said Vishnu did wrong, you're saying Vishnu was unjust. So this whole topic of the stream he kind of alluded to and he kind of agreed with us. And he's saying that, well, it was wrong to do it from a god, which is now it's bordering along the lines of injustice, bordering along the lines of
well, but I mean, even because of this thing, remember there's no good and bad, and then there fundamentally is good and bad. You know, there is no, but then there is karma. There is a weighing of good and bad, but there is no good and bad. Because, but the thing is, I don't think, you know, he was in any way being disingenuous, and I think
it's
in his,
I want to say he's being very respectful. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
He's being very respectful.
What I want to say, I don't think he's being disingenuous. I think it sort of adds up in his head, and I know what that felt like from an atheist naturalist perspective. And there is such a duality between Hinduism and atheist naturalism. You basically swap Brahman out with energy. And you know, a lot of these other things are manifestations of energy, and they have agency and cause things to happen, and it's a different kind of polytheism. And when I was atheist, I used to contradict myself all over the place and contradict my epistemological principles and my ontological foundations without realizing it, because everything was compartmentalized. And oh no, over here it's this kind of situation, I can argue that way. Over here it's that kind of situation. And he was doing exactly the same kind of thing, because you can get stuff figured out that way, but it doesn't actually add up. Exactly. And this was one of the key differences with Islamic monotheism. Boom, suddenly everything adds up. It adds up, and you can think top down, and you don't have to have this you know, this idea that you've achieved this perfect state of collapsing dualism into non-dualism, which obviously isn't true, and you haven't achieved that perfect state. So you have to believe contradictions to keep the world of contradictions going. I mean, it's the symmetry between atheist naturalism and polytheist Hinduism, they're almost the same thing in different clothes. I find that fascinating.
In fact, you have a lot of Hindus when they're trying to convert atheists and say that we have the same. They will say that, you know, you have the concept of relativity and quantum physics in our religion. And you just have to replace God with energy and say that we have quantum physics. So they try to say that it is the same.
I had someone try to tell me that there was some sort of golden balls were being shot out across the cosmos.
Do you see atheists doing this?
Hyperverse. Yeah, actually, if you go to Glastonbury Festival, it's not far off.
No, but they don't play with BS.
Well, it's not from cows. It's usually in amongst the mud and comes from all the knocked over portaloos. But really,
they must have iron noses, man. Because how do they take that smell?
But it's worse when the atheists do it for fun or for whatever. For them, for the Hindus, this is a religious festival.
They look like they're having fun.
This
to be
is
honest.
this is basically trying to please the god.
Their faces, they look like
BS,
they're enjoying
literally
themselves.
BS.
You know, I can imagine Shaitan just laughing when he sees something like this.
Yeah.
No, but it's not only the devotees. You know, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, you have that baby Krishna was bathed with cow dung. You have the reference in the Srimad Bhagavatam that God Krishna, when he was a child, he was giving a bath by cow urine and cow dung. So even the devotees are following it.
So there you go. I mean, this is basically where pleasing one of their gods. You know, after Diwali, they have this ritual every year, and this is the state of Karnataka, I believe, where they have this particular festival, and it's a religious festival. So I think there's a difference between an atheist who has got basically one nihilist anyway, you know, most of them, whereas this one, they are trying to please the gods, and
some even eat them. Some even eat it.
Oh yeah,
okay,
not some.
okay.
I remember that doctor who basically said it's good for you, and he takes a piece and he just swallows it. You know, astaghfirullah.
Yeah, I'll stick to my regular food. And again, so it's the common thing. It's the common foundation that I want, you know, Hindus and just people in general. It's not about just giving a response. It's about asking yourself, is the response I'm giving, does it, well, Brother Islam Hakim mentioned it earlier, does it add on? Is it something that's coherent? Is it a contradiction to something I said earlier? Because even with Prasum, and again, he's not saying he's disingenuous. I'm saying multiple things. Oh, who's breathing heavy? Oh, snap. Was that me?
No, Babash, yeah. If you could just
So
mute yourself a second.
yeah, okay, no problem. So I'm not saying it's disingenuous, because I actually did enjoy the conversation. He seems to be very, very respectful, and I don't think this was his first time here. I mean, you brothers seem to know him very well. While I was listening, it seemed like the conversation just went to more of him just needing to give a response rather than analyzing, is the response coherent? Does the response make sense? And that's why even Brother Hashim multiple times tell him that's besides the point. Your response, it goes against what the whole point of the conversation is. So I don't know if that's the frame of mind he was having. Next time we can talk to him. That's no problem.
I think I think he got hit by quite a lot of questions at once. So it
okay, yeah,
does sort of push things
I'll
into
give
that
him that.
dynamic.
Yeah, I'll give him that. But again, it's really weird because even earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Islam, didn't he say that he doesn't necessarily believe that right and wrong is objective?
This is exactly the thing I was trying to get pinned down, is because his position critically relies on, and it got pulled into the weeds when people mentioned different questions and things, but critically he relies on the one hand there is no good and evil, on the other hand there is good and evil, and there
So who
is
gets
positive and
to
negative
decide?
karma. Because from one view, it's just causation. From another view, no, there is right and wrong. And that's why the Puranas have a function anyway, and so on and so forth. So this is what I was going back to sort of the atheist perspective and not seeing the contradictions that are innate in it. I couldn't see, when I used to have naturalism on the one side and then have this sort of humanist sort of ethical system on the other side. The fact that they were constantly battering each other in the face and are completely irreconcilable when taken together, I just could not see. They were just different domains, and it always made sense to me to jump between them. And anyone trying to highlight a contradiction, I just got frustrated. It's like, no, you don't understand. Give me more time to explain how it makes sense in my head. And it wasn't until I was alleviated of that I could say, oh no, wow, there is a higher level I couldn't see, and I was contradicting the hell out of myself. Literally the hell out of myself.
Apparently, we don't understand that Vishnu did wrong, but that wrong was not wrong because wrong doesn't exist, but he still did wrong.
And this is the thing, in his mind and explanation, he's going between different abstraction layers where it becomes legitimate and illegitimate to take those various views. And my point is that if your rationality connects between these abstraction layers or requires one or the other, like he often ended up having to fall back on non-dualism as being the ultimate backstop of stuff. That's it. He's buried in contradictions. And this is how ex falso quod liber sequitur works. From falsehood, anything follows. As soon as there is a contradiction, you can really believe that you are logically proving something, because you can follow strictly logical steps and prove that P is true with this solid mathematical proof if you want. But there also exists another path that proves that P is false. And if you only stick to one lens, you will never see that other one. I mean, that's how the trap works in atheism and in Hinduism.
And this is where the notion of out of falsehood, anything is possible. Really, if you start with a foundation, because everything starts with a foundation, no matter what it is, buildings or whatever it is that you do, everything comes with a foundation. Foundation, a set of principles that you follow that remains consistent, and these are the roots of your everything else, the root of everything. If those roots are based upon something that's either malleable or something that is false, you can take that and run it to anything that you want to go to, because
it's actually worse than that. It's actually worse because it doesn't have to be in the root. It just has to be a contradiction anywhere in the system. And then you can reason somewhere that doesn't even seem to touch that contradiction, and you still have the same problem.
Yeah, but the problem with people like Prasun is that they rarely provide references from the scriptures. The reason we go down this rabbit hole about describing and defining things, and then if everything is subjective, then basically who is right? So we have to always take them back to the scriptures, because he says all scriptures are true, including the Puranas. So yeah, I mean, that's what I do with him, and he rarely provides references. It's something that he's used to doing, and this is not only Prasun, it's a lot of Hindus. They love making jalebis. I don't know, do you guys know what is jalebi?
Yeah, I know the jalebi. I like it.
If
You
I'm
like this?
understanding
Yes,
it
I
correctly,
like
jalebis are just
jalebi and
trying to.
this is the one.
So
We have
Oh,
we
those
different
are
type of
call,
jalebis.
jalebi actually. This is not. This is
yeah.
only the one
It's
type. We have
basically like
different.
they are just doodling, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it is.
oh. So is it
That's
like
what.
the Indian version of waffling?
No, no.
I
These
think
are sweet. So these are
it
basically like as used as dessert. It's very sweet, dipped in
Okay.
syrup,
yeah.
and yeah, just try it out next time you're near some Indian
Interesting. Actually, I will do
locality or
that.
something.
I'll do that.
Yeah, take a screenshot if you don't remember the name.
Yeah, and early on in the day, or not too late, the sugar rush is something else.
Yeah.
And well, I was gonna say something. I just lost my train of thought for a second. I was just going to say, oh, the ironic thing is with Prasun, if he's really saying that everything is subjective, he really can't say his gods exist. He can't say that. He can.
Yes.
There's
Yeah,
no.
but that's where the contradictions come, isn't it? Because everything is based on the whims, you know, like whatever they feel, they just utter that. So to basically have them grounded, take them back to the scriptures. Because
Yeah.
without that, every Hindu will have their own philosophy, and they do. If you ask any Hindu, they will give their own philosophy rather than most of them, 99.9% of them, do not read the scriptures.
But the problem he has isn't even just the claim of gods are real, because even then he can say, and often does essentially, oh, there's just manifestations, or these stories are indications of things that really happened, but the stories aren't precise or whatever. But ultimately, whatever his explanation is also not true. It's just a subjective position.
Exactly.
In fact,
So
in
no
fact, when you
grounding,
ask
no
them,
basis.
even if you ask them if their gods are true, they will ask you in what context, in what dimension are you asking. So even there, they will not have a proper answer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they have
No,
their own definitions, they have their own philosophy.
Yeah.
It's a rabbit hole, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Another
Right. Let me
point is
bring the other two brothers who are in
you
the
know
back
what?
studio.
My head hurts
Shahid.
now.
Shahid Ali, are you there? You need to unmute.
Yes.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone.
Wa
Hello.
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi
Wa
wa
alaikum
barakatuh.
salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I think there's a
Is
bit
it
of.
I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Sir,
Where are you calling from, Shahid?
I'm from India.
From India. Okay. Yeah. What brings you to the panel?
I want to meet you and brother Hashim and brother Mansur. You all are a really good person, and I really appreciate you that you
Sorry,
spread the
your audio is
Islam
really
info.
bad. We can barely hear you. Do you want to come closer to the mic or bring the mic closer to you?
Hello.
Yeah, it's still not very clear. Say something so we hear you. Oh, he's going to come back, inshallah. Right, Razvi has been in the back studio for a while. Razvi, you ready now? Rizvi, sorry.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Wa alaikum
salam wa
So,
assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
no, nice to be here. An absolute pleasure to talk with brother Hakim first time.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Nothing much. I just wanted to say hi, and I had some bits to add on. Already, brother Mansur, not Mansur, brother Hashim, you already alluded about the Prasun, but it's very frustrating from viewers' perspective. So I'm calling as a viewer, giving my feedback, how it's felt. It's like you mentioned, he never comes with any evidence or any reference, and it's been going on for years with him. So it's very frustrating, and he makes things up, lies as he goes. And I'm pretty sure you guys know that. So I
Well, I'm
think
not sure. I'm not sure I'd say he lies. I think some things may
That's
sort
his
of come
worldview,
together
yeah.
in his head as he goes, but often what he says does connect to some scripture that Hashim's aware of, or something like that, or some of the stories. Like, I think the the thing for me is the sort of there's a lot of ad hoc explaining without realizing that they're not real explanations, and there's contradictions in there, and it's pulling him back to the contradictions that really we struggle with.
Yeah, because he's got his own subjective views, so I wouldn't necessarily call it lies. That's his worldview. That's basically what he appeals to. But within that, there are a lot of contradictions, as Brother I.Hakim just pointed out. And we obviously do note it. But sometimes we entertain him. It's just that there are no other Hindus who have the guts to basically come and indulge in these kind of topics, which might be a bit more, challenging for them, because we are putting their gods under scrutiny, and they're not used to it. Maybe like the other brother who came earlier, he said, was it Nafis? I don't know who it was. Who said that they wouldn't give them an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah, I'm
And
still here. I was the one to say.
they want to silence anyone who critiques the gods, even though I'm sure they make a mockery of their own gods when they feel like. Yeah, I've seen in the movies where if they don't get their wishes, they would destroy the idol or the Bhagwan's idol, the god's idol that they've been praying to for so long.
Or they can spite one by starting to pray to another one.
Yeah, they can, but because that's a favorite god and they have dedicated like many years to that particular idol, they take it out on the idol. It's crazy, but yeah, they are self-critical, but they don't want anyone else to criticize their gods, obviously.
That quote earlier.
I think someone like Prasanna
Gandhi,
though took one.
Sorry, okay. The quote earlier from Gandhi, that a brother earlier in the chat said, it kind of illuminates a lot about the whole faith as a whole, because when they say that, oh, well, first of all, I can't really get past the first one saying there are no multiple gods, but whatever, just to kind of give them whatever. When he said that, not one way of worship, and that's what alludes to everything as far as which gods to worship. It's like that amplified to not only choosing which way you want to worship, but in a sense it's saying I'm not only going to choose which way I want to worship, but I can kind of choose which god I want to worship, because it depends on which one relates to me the most, which one. So in a sense, like what your brothers were talking about, if I pray to one god, he's supposed to be the god of this, and this does not work out so well, now I choose to worship because this is not working for me. Why can't I just go worship another one? Why can't this one kind of make more sense to me now? How can I can choose the way I want to worship now? So the way I want to worship may go along the lines of choosing who to worship, because you worship different manifestations, whatever, differently. So if I choose the way I want to worship, that means I'm choosing the manifestation I'm choosing to worship.
But it's not as simple as that. Maybe Mubashir can answer this question. Mubashir, how do the Hindus take it when they switch gods?
Yeah, you have it because they will tell you that each god, Brahman, is manifestation of many gods, right? So when you read the Ramcharitmanas or the Ramayana, so in the beginning the writer will praise Ganesha because he's the lord of the beginnings to remove obstacle, and later on he will worship Rama. So there's
what
no
I meant
clash.
is, like, if you have, let's say, a favorite deity whom you're loyal to, for them, is it easy to switch to another god? Is it like a trial and error? Can they do the trial and error with another god?
As you know, everything is subjective.
One to another one.
Yeah, as you know, everything is subjective in Hinduism. You have cases where it is done and some cases where it is not. So I can't give you a specific answer. You have example, for example, Tulsidas, who wrote the Ramcharitmanas, right?
Yeah.
So he was in Ayodhya and he worshipped Ram, right? So when he went to Mathura, where Krishna was born, and he went into the temple, he looked at Krishna. He told, it is in the books that the Hindu Gita, etc. wrote. When he looked at Krishna, he said, I know you're Rama, but I'm not going to bow down before you unless you assume the form of Rama. You see? So Rama and Krishna are both the same, right? But you have,
they are the avatars
same.
of the same god, basically.
Yeah, same. But because he accepted that form of Brahman to be Rama. So he challenges Krishna that I'm not going to bow down before
Okay.
you
So they are very
unless you
loyal
take.
to their favorite deity. But
Yeah,
I think my
sometimes
question
you
was
have
not
it.
if they change the region, but let's say within the same family, if one family member wants to move away from their favorite deity, the family god, then how
Yeah.
does the rest of the family see him? Do they see him as an outcast or they accept him?
Yeah, they do to some. For example, let me take the example of ISKCON, the Hare Rama Hare Krishna movement.
Yeah.
They are strictly devoted to Krishna, and Shiva for them, or Durga or Ganesha, or demigods, not the supreme god. Only Krishna is the supreme god. So in that family, if someone is getting attracted to Shiva, they will condemn him because Shiva is the mode of tamaguna, the mode of darkness. So
Okay.
only Krishna has to be worshipped. So in some families, for example, if you're a strict Vaishnavites, so there will be clash. But if you're Smarta, the Smarta, they adopt the five main gods. So
Yeah.
in that situation, no, there will be no conflict. They will accept that you can
As long
worship
as it's
any of these
within
gods.
the five gods. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're a strict Shaiv or Vaishnavas,
Yeah.
so no, here there will be
You
no
can't
compromise. They
change.
will,
You
no,
can't
you
change the
can't.
sampradaya.
So it depends. It depends. For example, the Shaivat or especially the Vaishnava, because they take Vishnu as the supreme and other to be demigods. But for the Smartas, you can change. So it all depends. It is subjective over here.
Okay, interesting. Right, let's bring another caller in. Imad, I'm going to bring you in next. You want to keep your video on? It's up to you. Okay, I guess.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
Where are you calling from, Imad?
I'm calling from Canada. I've spoken to you guys a couple of times, alhamdulillah, and you guys are doing a really great job. And I'm so, I mean, it's a learning lesson for everybody, for everything. But so sad to see some of the Hindus don't have the guts, as you said. They can't come and talk about it. That's so true.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take much time, inshallah. Just had few pointers. Basically, I lost a lot of friends because of this.
You lost a lot of friends because of what?
Discussions on this.
On the Hindu topic.
Yeah, I mean, not just these, but basically, whenever you're live, I start, advertising it on my social
Oh, I
media.
see. Okay.
Please join. And so many
Yeah.
guys take offense. They would just block me and they start abusing me. Even though friends since I grew up, I was. They start
Well, I'm
abusing
glad
me.
you're doing that, and I think more brothers should be advertising these streams. I think there was another brother who commented earlier. He said live stream is not reaching to new people. Same old guests join each time. Yeah, you might be right, Rahmani. So the question is, what are you doing about it? Are you publishing the stream links like Brother Imad is doing at the expense of his own friends?
I don't know how many friends. Wallahi, I sent personal messages to everybody on WhatsApp on everything.
Yeah.
Join now with that little. It's live. Please join. It's just come for healthy discussion. No offense, please, and all that in a healthy way. They're very professionals with everything. But in the end, no one comes. They just give
Oh,
me.
that's fine. Look,
it might actually not cost too much for us to pay for a bunch of Indians to go and post it everywhere. Well, they have services for that, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But the thing is, we allow them to even cover their faces, not to
Exactly
expose their faces. So their anonymity is something which is guarded anyway. But I think they just are not used to being criticized like this, especially with proofs and evidences. I think they're more used to being criticized like a shouting match, like my God is better than yours and that kind of thing.
That's right.
And this is a new thing for them, maybe, like where we have a civil discussion, we have evidences, we don't just make claims. So for everything we say, we back it up, we substantiate it.
I think that's the thing that's really new, is because inside
Yeah.
India, they don't really get challenged properly. Outside of it, except by the Muslims when they open themselves up to it, outside of there, almost all Westerners know next to nothing about it, and they just take it on at a very generic high level. As I would do if it wasn't for Hashim knowing the specifics, and I've learned off of him. And it's being able to get down to the specifics before you get back to the more general points that really makes a difference. I think
True.
It's something they've not confronted.
I mean, just to tell you one more point is that one friend who's very learned in India. She was one of my friends. So back in college, so she's done a master's in I don't know what. So she comes out very aggressive with all her abusive comments, and then she gives all those hearsay comments that India is taken over by Muslims. She's staying in India. I ask her, where are you seeing that India is still the same?
Hindu khatre mein hai.
Exactly.
80% of Hindus are in danger from the
That's the
20%,
famous slogan
not
at
even
the moment.
20%, I would say 15% minority Muslims.
Exactly.
We are hearing day
Such
in day out.
insecurity, man. Such insecurity.
And the BJP is, and I tell them, yes, Hindu khatre mein hai from their own self.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they have no knowledge, they're just losing everything. And then apart from all that, I would just one thing from advice from your side, if you can, brother. What's happening from my side is one thing is I'm trying my best to go to one of your old videos for any of your, I take screenshots, I make notes and everything for all those questions, basic questions on, if who remembers um in the Bhagavad Gita, like the one which you pointed today, who believes in the Bhagavad Gita has to, but because all the other guys, they just say, no, we don't have to read it, we don't have to believe in it. So some of those important, like, references, if you have a PDF or anything, if you can just put it up anywhere, it'll be really helpful for all of us.
We do make a lot of shorts about these things.
Yes.
It's just
With
that
reference.
there's so much to unpack. Putting everything in PDF is like basically another job for me. So it's not easy. I think given the time constraints, the commitments we have, stuff like that.
True that.
But alhamdulillah, I think one of the reasons we do a lot of shorts is so we want to unpack in a small 1-minute clip all of these things which might be common knowledge to some, but maybe completely new to others. Like, for example, our Dawah brother, Dawah Trucker, is talking about Mohini being abused and her husband, like, obviously, I think he's talking about Ram and Sita, not Mohini. Pay attention, Dawah Trucker. Okay, so this is something which a lot of Hindus don't know. Many of these things, they are shocked when we show them. First time when before our Sheikh, may Allah bless him, made Mohini famous, many of them didn't know about it. And they thought we were lying, and they would demand that we give them the references. As soon as we give the references, like that guy, starts cursing and runs away.
The problem is, when you quote the stories, they say it's all metaphorical. It's not real. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is
every
a cop
time.
out. It's a cop out. Basically,
I know
everything that they have, every festival that they believe in is taken from the Puranas. The mantras that they recite in their festivals taken from the Puranas. But when it comes to that God stories, even if it's a symbolic, why would you want to portray your gods as rapists in a symbolic way? What does it symbolize? Even if it's symbolic, the argument remains the same.
What amazes me
moral
is,
lesson are you getting from a god who rapes a woman and robs her of her chastity just to defeat her husband?
Exactly.
And
what
in fact, what you said, Brother Hashim, is only one incident. If you study the Puranas, you have
there are
the
loads.
you have the Trimurtis gang raping one woman as well. All three of them.
We don't go into the extremes, but at least we get an idea when we bring up these things. The story of this Vishnu, who takes the form of Narasimha, the half lion, half man creature, to destroy who's that guy? The demon king,
Hiranyakashipu.
Yeah, so this guy who is supposed to be this demon, again, they can't destroy him, so he comes in this form to destroy. But then once he destroys the demon, he loses control and he starts destroying the world. Guess what? Shiva comes as another creature to basically subdue Vishnu.
Over here, you know what? In the Vaishnav Puranas, the prayers of Prahlada calms down Vishnu. Okay, but in the Shiva Purana, you have that the superiority of Shiva. So Shiva has to intervene and take a form and subdue the demon. Then you have another version of the Shaktas, the Devi worshippers. The Devi worshippers will tell you that Devi came and stopped the fight between these two gods. So everyone is trying to prove, his god or his goddess to be superior. But
MashaAllah.
the
But
Vaishnava will not accept that Shiva came to subdue Vishnu. They will
Yeah,
tell you that the pleas of the devotee, the prayers of Prahlada,
yeah,
calm
that's
him
right.
down.
Yeah,
Mubashir, I
so
always
this is
wonder.
the other theme which we see where, sorry, brother, just one second, Mark.
No, yeah, sure.
So it's the Vaishnavites would write derogatory things about the Shivites. Similarly, the Shivites would write something offensive about Vishnu, and this was a common theme amongst amongst the Hindu and the mythology, because that's why you have this so many traditions, sampradayas, the Vaishnavites, the Shivites, the Shaktas, and so on. That is a reason for these different philosophies popping up, where they would insult each other's gods.
Yeah.
So even before the British and the Mughals came to India, the Hindus were busy insulting each other's gods long before any so-called invaders came to that country. So do not blame the outsiders, blame yourself. Yeah. And
There was
then I
one.
will say, yes, you guys are now taking accountability finally, rather than being cowards and blaming others for whatever offenses your gods take, from each other, from the different traditions of Hinduism. Yeah, Imad, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, just one more thing. Mubashir Bhai, mashallah, he has so much knowledge too about everything. And I always wondered how he looked, and was he a Muslim, or he's been always a Muslim, or Hindu before that? You have so much knowledge, mashallah.
Who is this? Sorry.
Mubashir Bhai.
Oh yeah, Mubashir. He'll answer himself.
No, I have always been a Muslim. I have always been a Muslim.
Alhamdulillah.
Right. Thank you so much for your time. May Allah bless you guys again, everyone. Subhanallah, the patience and the hard work you guys doing. Last thing, just please, let's not give up. Keep every Thursday, when alternate Thursdays, keep pushing on Hindu topics. I would really suggest, because the Hindutva thing is going so mad. I'm in Canada and I can see it's so mad growing right now.
Yeah.
And the hatred, of course. So
I think the Sikhs are having a tough time from the Hindus in Canada, aren't they?
I'm sorry?
The Sikhs, they are facing sort of oppression from the Hindus.
True.
I heard one of their leaders was actually assassinated by some Indian agent who came all the way from India.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And
even Justin Trudeau was basically, he made this public.
No, yeah. I mean, the Indian government tells them don't get these guys, but they just get them because, even Canada just doesn't care.
Crazy.
Sure.
Anyway, thanks for sharing the links and everything, Brother Imad. Keep up the good work, and may Allah bless you. See you next time, inshallah.
Bless you guys too. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Ali bhai, everyone. Take care.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Take care.
Brother Hashim, before you continue, I'll take a leave, and I'd like to appreciate and thanks once again. But I want a specific request from all of the brothers. I want to say that my mother had a brain hemorrhage 5 months ago, and so she is on the bed. She's critical, and I'm trying, and all of my family is trying my best to make her.
Okay. May Allah make it
She
easier
wants,
for
yeah.
you all.
So I want you all to pray for her.
May Allah give
Allah
her shifa and
Shifa.
afia, and make it easy for you and your family as well.
And this is keep doing a wonderful job. One suggestion from you all. I mean, you are more senior to me, and you are doing this for a long time. In India, since situation is not that good for us, I'm not criticizing as a country, because when you even you said to I think Ahmad to share the stream. Even sharing the stream in India will be a crime for me.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. If I put in a stream like this, and Hindus being challenged like this, of course, I might see cops on my door next day.
Yeah, we don't want anyone to be harmed.
Yeah, I understand, but the situation was not like that. As a country, we are proud Indians, but to be honest, the political situations, as a brother Ahmad said, the Hindutva group, which takes draws from the Hitler ideology in their books. So I just want suggestions in this tough situation where people, Muslims are, their markets are being targeted, they are marginalized. That just in this Diwali, they were said that there were posters on the shops saying that you only have to buy from the Hindu shops, not from the Muslims. Bikewriting, and in a secular country like this, in a democracy like this, and the courts shut their eyes, and I don't know, government, of course, they have shut their eyes from last, I don't know how many years for us. So what do you suggest as a
No, I mean,
senior?
I suggest you stay within the bounds of the law and don't do anything that will harm you. Because I know, unfortunately, a lot of Muslims get in trouble for small things. So it's
Exactly.
better to be safe than sorry. I mean, try whatever is safe or whatever is legal. Maybe stay within
Of
the
course,
bounds.
yeah. Of course, we as a Muslim, we are proud
Yeah.
Muslims, and we're always
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
bound by law. Even Islam says that we have to be bound by law of land, not breaking it. Of course, if something goes against Quran and Sunnah directly, then of course we have a right to speak. But thanks a lot, and it has been very, very beneficial for all of us listening. You guys talking to Hindus, because I've always been listening to you guys talking to Christians in the high speakers corner, and I always wondered when that time will come that these people who are just blaming us for everything, like we are just reasons for blame here. So when mashallah, knowledgeable people like will talk to Hindus, and I have seen your debates with the Swami, I think some Hare Krishna Mission and other Swami as well, and it was very, very beneficial for us. So once again, it's 3 o'clock here, so I'll take a leave. Thank you so much, and hopefully
You're
I'll
welcome,
join
inshallah.
someday, and it was a pleasure talking to you all.
Inshallah. Likewise, brother,
Assalamu
and you
alaikum
take care, inshallah.
warahmatullahi
Barakallah feek.
wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Right.
Oh no, don't show your face and get arrested. Blur that out.
Maybe I don't know if that was by error or he thought he was offline already.
I think seriously we should try and blur that out.
Right, Rizvi is back.
Rizvi, salam alaikum again.
Yeah, walaikum assalam, brother. Just 1 second. Let me close my door. Yeah.
Nice, 10 out of 10
Yes.
gaming chair.
Nice gaming chair.
I don't game.
Is that your gaming room?
It's my office room, yeah. But
No, seriously, I want that chair.
Alhamdulillah.
I mostly do home office, so yeah.
Okay.
Not that comfortable, but it's okay. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, as long
Yeah.
as not the long hours like us. Right. So I think you dropped out earlier, isn't it?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
What were we discussing?
So, yeah, you were saying about the guy. I don't want to bring him in this conversation, but on a general note, is like it's my personal opinion based on hundreds of hours of watching you guys and Islamic debates and philosophical debates. It's like what I found is like internal criticism, critiquing against guys like those Hindu philosophers, or it goes always on a tilt, and it's very difficult to pin them down because they always has multiple meanings and their goalpost shifts here and there. So what do you guys think, like, if we just attack them by external critiquing or challenging their source in the very first place? Because that what I found is very effective. Just one little example how misleading this could be. This guy, Indian guy, he says he's not sure whether Ram exists or not, but he takes the morality and believes him to be an ideological person, ideal person to be followed. That's extremely, like, I don't know. I was just blown at that time. What are you saying? Like, I'm not sure a person is exists or not, but I'm taking some stories written on him, or I'm calling him the best person in the world. How does that even work?
Well,
So,
this is what you're aiming at there actually sounds more like an internal critique, which is what I would advocate as tending to be more effective.
I'm sorry, come again?
So what you're describing there sounds more like an internal critique than an external critique. And I would say that internal critiques are generally more effective.
Okay. Internal
So
critiquing isn't it like granting their scriptures to be valid and then showing what's the flaws inside their
it's not
scriptures?
necessarily granting it to be valid. I think that's a bit of a loose way of saying it. It's essentially saying lay out things as you see it in your perspective, and then we'll show the contradictions that are inside that. And so
Yeah.
the reason I see it as being quite effective is because it's kind of, you're not throwing external attacks, so you're going with someone on the journey rather than trying to fight against them, and that, I think, you know, is a very it's more positive, if you like, and along the way you can establish and find what you do have in common, and typically there's something you can find in common, and this is a guidance from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He would see what common ground there is before going to what you differ on. Because that can become like a launch pad or somewhere you can like return to base if you get lost. So that is really, really useful to find ways to establish that common ground. And then this sort of them walking around the contradictions, it's almost like therapy. And then, oh, why did I believe that? And gradually it can sort of start to break down, but for themselves, in their own time, in their own minds, not by force, and they can, you know, go out of it any point, rather than the sort of external bashing that you often kind of see. So yeah, I think for those reasons, and obviously, of course, the whole point of this is dawah, is to be able to give an invitation. It's much easier to give an invitation to someone where you've been with them inquisitively, rather than just bashing them and attacking them, right? So
No, I'm not talking about
you spot sort of opportunities to invite them. Like often you'll see in the streams on here, and often I and others do, is say, you know, where something falls apart and they recognize it, we can then show Islam does not have this problem. This is a more positive alternative. And that's really the key thing, because if you're not looking for opportunities to invite to Islam, you're basically wasting your time.
Yeah, this common term, coming to common terms, is actually in the Quran, and Allah is addressing the people of the book mainly, as you can see from this ayah. So Allah is saying, "Say, O Prophet, O people of the book, let us come to common terms, that we will worship none but Allah, associate none with him, nor take one another as lords instead of Allah. But if they turn away, then say, bear witness that we have submitted to Allah alone." It's a good principle, alhamdulillah, you know, where we talk initially about the things which are common to us. So even with the non-Muslims, even with the atheists, even with the agnostic, you know, we can always talk about the reality of this existence. We can talk about ourselves, we can talk about the universe, where we all know that these things do exist. Then we can ask them questions like Allah mentions in Surah Al-Fussilat, you know, where Allah says to look within yourself and beyond the horizons regarding the signs of Allah. So yeah, there are things like that we can talk about, and inshallah we can eventually introduce the existence of oneness of Allah and so on, about Tawheed, and make that as our platform to maybe, you know, tell them more about Islam and so on, inshallah. But Rizvi,
yeah,
I understand where you're coming from. It's something that it's difficult, you know, when you're doing dawah. Dawah doesn't have one methodology. There are many methodologies.
No, brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you guys doing mashallah,
No, not
fabulous
about
job.
us. I'm
I'm
talking about
just
you. Yeah, but I'm talking about the Hindus. You can, whether it's Hindus, atheists, Christians, whoever they are, there are many ways
that's
you
where
can approach the dawah.
I'm definitely not saying these or that is a good or bad. Definitely, at the end of the day, it's Allah Subhanahu wa Taala who gives hidayah. So, but it's based on my observation. That's what I'm saying. Like, because Hinduism has thousands of books, and from a layman Hindu perspective, when anyone critiques their books, they always go back to their pundits and they always spin around and says, okay, it has different meanings. They quote it out of context, and this Sanskrit has different meanings. So yeah, the Hinduism is correct because the Ram is that, and this because of this, and this is written in our book. So what I'm saying, when we do external critique, it actually question the very basis of their belief system. So if the entire belief system is based on Vedas and their scripture, because uh, no angel came to their dream and say, this is the book and this is Hinduism. They got this idea from the book. And if the book falls apart and if it doesn't hold any water, then of course, after that, you can go to what's inside, what's the like contradiction and things like that.
Yeah, I think
But
I think you're certainly right for the ones who believe the books are true or base their beliefs on the books. But you have to
yeah,
remember,
most Hindu
most of these
belief.
people really haven't read the books, like literally most of them, and
Mhm.
the books aren't that important to them. And if you find problems, they just
Yeah, you're
say,
right.
"Oh, it's a play. Oh, it's it's an allegory." So for the ones who take it seriously, like the Prasanna dude, for example, then yeah, going to the books, really good idea and
No, I
approach.
think
Because
what
that's,
Brother Rizvi is saying, that even the books, they will give you different meanings for different terms. Like, was it Prasan? Who was it? Yeah, he was arguing with regards to the definition of the word Purush.
Purush.
Purush
Yes.
just means human, but he was arguing
Yeah.
it could be anything.
Male.
It could be
It's
animals as
male.
well,
Yeah.
which to me was not being sincere, because now you're just basically extending the meaning of the word beyond what the dictionaries in Sanskrit defines.
That's where I was saying he was lying, because it's clear as day, because as we Bengali, we have a root commonality of our language from Sanskrit. So Bangla actually derived from Sanskrit. So we studied those things. And Purush is it has
It's a common
like
term. I mean, it's a
all,
common term.
it's a
It's not
very
something
common
which is
term. It's in
technical or
it,
anything.
and everybody knows what does it mean, but he still span around that to just make it complicated, not
So
unnecessarily.
this is not
Even
only,
he knows
brother, not
Purush
only
means
him.
male.
It's a common, when the Hindus, when they are cornered, when they start losing, they play this semantics game.
It is
They,
for
they
every
want to
single
drag you
word.
down the
Exactly.
rabbit hole.
Brother Hashim, once when I was watching Sister Swati came, and it was the word of meat eating, and it was the word mamsa. Mamsa literally means meat in Sanskrit. So the Hindu guy was saying no, but mamsa means the fruit pulp as well,
Yeah,
in order to show that the gods did not eat meat but fruit pulp. So they are not even ready to accept the literal meaning of something. That's
exactly.
where it gets
And I
very
remember he
complicated.
said that he'll come next time and he will show us the different meaning, and he never did. Next
No, they never
This
do.
guy
next time never comes.
this guy Prasun actually banned from several Hindi channels and Urdu channels. Brother
Is it?
Hamza's
But he's
yeah,
respectful. That's what I like about him.
yeah, that's I give it to him. He's
Yeah,
respectful.
he
He's
never
totally good guy. His
he's
behavior is
never
good.
abusive or
No,
disrespectful or
that's
anything.
100%,
And
100%.
look, we don't mind him maybe telling a porky here and there, but if his general characteristic is a good man, and he takes interest and he spends time until late night in his country, I think that doesn't deserve
Yeah.
canceling.
but you
Yeah, but
honestly,
it will be
brother,
my
even
mistake.
if
you wouldn't believe what I sounded
Sorry,
like
brother.
when I was an atheist. You would have thought I was so disingenuous. You would have not have believed that there was a single fiber of
Yeah.
genuine interest, and it took months and months of
Brother
dedicated
Islam,
work.
is there a video of you when you're an atheist? I would like to see this because I can't.
Alhamdulillah,
He's probably
I'm
wiped
old
them
enough.
all off
No,
from the internet.
Alhamdulillah, I'm old enough. This was before Facebook.
Because I would like to see this. I
I
said, wait a
just
minute, who was
want
this
to
guy?
take one.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
So
on, Rizvi.
I said something wrong probably. He wasn't banned, but he doesn't go there, Islam Awakening channel. The reason being he was asked to bring evidence, and those brothers, they actually never allowed him without evidence. So he never goes there. So he went there like a couple of times, and they asked to produce the reference. He couldn't. He always says like, "Okay, I will bring next time," and he never
Yeah. Next time
shows up
never
with
comes.
the evidence. And
And
That's
says
fine.
also
I
the
mean,
guy,
uh,
the guy, the Prasoon guy, even if he's not like traditional Hindu, he's like a modern Hindu who has, along with time he has
no,
changed.
no, no.
Even if
He's
he's
not a modernist. Definitely not.
no, but when he's coming, even if he is, he's not abusing, we should make
He's
him
traditional.
accept.
He's not a modernist. He's traditional.
No,
But
okay,
he
but
what he
He,
does
he
is
is a
he mixes
minority.
so many different philosophies
I think you mean
into
he's a
one, and
yeah,
minority
that's
type
not right.
because
but
there's not many people. This is one of the problems engaging with him for too long, is because the majority of Hindus don't share
yeah,
his view on what the scriptures
Yeah.
mean. So there's only so far it goes in terms of reaching out to other people.
but
But I
I
think
think
he's,
but
minority, but not modernist.
he
but
appeals
have
against
you
you,
nailed it,
Advaita.
brother Hakim.
He
Brother
appeals to
Hashim,
Advaita
have you
philosophy,
ever?
and
Yeah.
this is a minority view amongst the Hindus. I keep telling people,
Mm.
whenever any Advaita people come here, I tell them your philosophy is probably followed by 0.1% or something like that.
Exactly.
But does he, condemn the atrocities that are happening to Muslims if they are carrying cattle with them, they are being lynched? Does he openly condemn that, or he's quite neutral about that? We have to make him speak up his
He
mind.
doesn't bring it up. He doesn't bring it up.
Okay.
Okay, so look, from my experience, he's been coming here for so many years now, but he has never been rude, and the fact that he gives his time, I think that itself is it's worth mentioning. Like for example, today, if it wasn't for him, we would be just discussing amongst ourselves. None of the other Hindus had the guts to come. One guy came, even he came for a few
Yeah.
minutes, abused and ran away. Because this is
You
unfortunately
remember,
what we are
brother?
dealing with today.
You remember, brother Hashim? There's a one guy used to come like 4 years ago to your channel and Hamza's den, called Philosophian or Philo something, nihilistic guy.
Yeah.
I think brother Hakim, he knows him. Few times I saw him in your
Yeah, he
channel.
came. He was coming for years, and then he had like 2 chats with me, and he disappeared.
Yeah, you know why? Because he was almost literally not banned, but he was so like
That's it.
backlashed, or because of his dishonesty and the way he tried. He sounds very smart, but
No,
he
no,
has very
he's
superficial
fishing.
knowledge
He's
of
fishing for
everything.
content. So he basically
Yes,
comes to the
content.
channel, and then he takes this content and puts it on his channel. And
Oh, I didn't know he's
the
got his
guy is
own
just here
channel.
for views.
Where do I find this? Actually, don't
Same
put it
name. I
publicly.
think that's the
Send it
name
to
of
me
his channel as
privately.
well.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That'll be a good subject for some reaction
But
videos.
invite
I
him
need some
to
content
ours
for a new
because
channel.
Yeah,
we
if you search Hamza's Den, like 3-4 years ago, he used to come on a regular basis, and he has weird view. Definitely can't hold his ground and can't defend anything because he doesn't have any moral ground. So he used to go left, right, and center, no evidence, and claim after claim. So it will be
All right, I
interesting.
might not
You
bother.
will like those videos.
No, to
So
be honest, I prefer
these
the ones of the really good philosophers who put together really good arguments. I like the challenge. I'm so bored of these
yeah,
people who are just a mess.
I don't think it's
it
much
will
of a
be a
challenge,
challenge to find.
We like challenges from people who are sincere.
So
All right,
this
guys.
person guy actually remind me this philo guy minus the philosophy part and and those part. But
I don't think
I
that
really
philosophian guy was
Reminds
very
me of that
receptive.
guy who called himself a real stoic and had no stoicism. You remember him, Ali?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I don't think he knew the meaning of the word.
As I call him, my number one fan.
So
But
is he?
you know,
Yeah,
the person guy, when he comes, I mean, from my point of view, I've also realized that because he's interested in philosophy a lot, and not many Hindus entertain that, so he does not come in search of the truth, but just to have, a time pass, just to engage in philosophical debates or philosophical discussion,
yeah. I
not
find him
having the
totally time
intention to
passing guy.
go to a conclusion, but just to, I don't know, not to waste his
Time
time, but
pass.
to have the kind of entertainment over here that that he
Yes.
gets, that you're having entertainment in philosophical topic, because usually the Hindus do not have much knowledge about philosophy, the traditional Hindus and normal Hindus, they
Yeah,
know
I
about
don't
the
think
myth
it
and
brings
mythologies.
much. I don't think it brings much philosophy either.
No, no.
Yeah.
Anyways, brothers, it's nice to talk with the guys as always. Keep me in your prayers, and I want to invite you guys to Norway. If you guys ever come to Norway,
Okay, mashallah.
please,
I didn't know you
I
went
would
there.
love to
Wait,
in the summer.
I in
wait,
the
Habibi,
summer, coming summer.
Yeah,
isn't
not in the
Norway where
winter.
the Northern Lights are?
Norway in the winter.
Yeah.
Isn't Norway where the Northern
I'm
Lights are?
sorry.
Not
Come
in
again?
summer though.
Yes,
Oh yeah, no.
not in
If the
summer, in winter. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
if
No, I'd
If
love
you
to
want
come.
to see the northern lights, you have to
yeah.
be
I-
ready
I've been
for
to
the
Finland. I
the
remember
winter.
seeing some of the most beautiful, magical forests and these amazing lakes and things. It was.
Yeah.
I loved
Yes,
Finland.
yes.
Brother Rizvi,
Norway, I think, is similar.
Absolutely gorgeous.
if the Northern Lights
I'd
are
be happy to host you guys.
if the Northern Lights are actually in Norway, I don't care if it's summer, winter, fall. I don't care. It's always been on my bucket list to go see it. So I will take you up on that offer, Aki, because I've always wanted to see it in person. I really have.
Yeah, no problem. I see you from my balcony actually. So
Wow.
Okay. Let's not show
Yeah,
off
don't
now.
rub it in now.
Yeah, let's not show off. Okay, I get it. You're awesome. Okay.
So Rizvi, do you speak Bengali?
Now, yeah, I'm Bangladeshi. Yes, of
I know,
course.
but not every Bengali knows the language. Yeah, Mansur's here.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Yeah, I talked to brother Mansur. I'm a regular viewer of DawahWise Bangla of
Oh,
all
are
of
you
your
okay?
channel. Assalamu
But
alaikum, brother
are you
Mansur.
participating as well, or just viewing?
No, I rarely do comments, but my comments usually like critiquing,
Oh, is it okay?
positive criticism, of
Yeah,
course.
maybe you can join the
But
panel.
I'm not. I mostly listen. I'm not
Maybe
that
you
knowledgeable, so
you do anything on
I rather listen.
Norwegian Dawa scene?
Yeah, of course. They got
I
this.
love to. I know some brothers, especially Islamic Queening channel. There's a brother who is working here, so
Yeah, good.
I'm not in contact, but I also call them, like join their stream and talk to them. So I'm not fully into Dawa again, but I'm in a learning phase now.
Oh, do you
Yeah,
speak Norwegian? Do you speak Norwegian, Rizvi?
No. That's I'm
okay.
also learning.
You'll need to learn that to
No,
give
not
Dawa
yet.
to the locals, because there's
Yeah.
only a handful
No,
of
but
Muslims
everyone
who
in
can do
Norway
that.
knows English. I think so.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
Yes, they're very good
something,
at. They're very good at
Yeah.
English.
there's something about doing it in the native language that just hits different.
Yeah, I don't think they're mostly
Yeah.
atheists, aren't they?
Agreed. Yeah.
A
He's,
lot of the
Mostly,
he's right
yes.
about that. Yeah.
a lot of the Scandinavian countries like Norway, Finland, they're more on the secular side as far as when it comes to the government.
Oh, yeah.
Now, so that's why when you look at the list of top 10 most quote unquote happiest places to be in, you always see the Scandinavian countries in the top 10, top 5, top 10 somewhere. And I'm is there a correlation?
Yeah.
Well,
I have
all
no
those
idea.
surveys are taken in the
Happiest
summer.
from
And if they
one
did the
sense.
surveys in the winter, it might be different.
It's
In
very
winter,
gloomy and
the
very
suicide rate
upsetty
goes up.
weather in the winter. Trust me.
Yeah,
But the
no
comment the
doubt.
brother
You
just
don't want
raised
to be
about
here
Norsemen,
during winter.
the comment that some brother just put about Norsemen don't want to discuss religion is an interesting point, and it is related to this secularist, sort of naturalist, atheist worldview. However, you can, I don't want to say trick, but tricks may be a good word into talking about religion, because unbeknownst to most of them is that naturalism is really polytheism in disguise. The only way they're atheist is by changing the definition of deity to this new definition the Enlightenment made, where now they have so for example, they talk about the invisible hand of the market, the self-balancing market with its agency. That resurrect any ancient Greek, and they will tell you that is obviously a deity, because it is. Right? There are so many deities actually that are in their normal actual belief systems. Same when you talk about however they think of physics working, physical things, there's always going to come back to some sort of backstop agent, if you like. And if they don't, then they end up having a not well-founded logic, and that in itself is interesting to sort of pull them into some alternative. So actually, they're all discussing religion all the time. They just don't know they're polytheists. They think they're atheists. That is an interesting discussion with them.
But if you look at the history of religion in these countries, Scandinavian countries, they used to be Christian mainly, but then secularism, all these things, then the atheism rates went up and the Christian rates gone down, obviously, the churches and everything.
Yeah.
The more east you go, you find more religious people.
Yeah, it started happening during the quote unquote the Enlightenment period. That's where you see a lot of, especially during the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah, I think it's when the church separated from the state. That's when most of the European countries, the rate of the religious people who were like practicing religious people went down. Now we have mostly Christians by name.
In reality, the church, it wasn't so much the church separated from the state, it's the state made its own church. And now they're inseparable, but it's just not called a church. You have to remember that the modern education system and the academic system attached to it, all the various different institutions of expertise, all of it arises from, if you look up Frederick the Great, big quotation marks around that, of Prussia, he was one of these guys who was like enamored with the Enlightenment. And the whole idea of this system of mandatory education from 5 through 1 state controlled system was explicitly to indoctrinate them into nationalism, to homogenize the population, give them all this sort of one group thing. And there's people like giving up their kids to sort of feed this machine. And it was so successful in establishing this nationalism that the rest of Europe took it on like wildfire.
Especially the Scandinavian countries, because I mentioned Frederick the Great, because around that time, a lot of what the Scandinavian countries would do will be close in relation to what the Germanic countries would do, like Prussia. So if Frederick the Great, of Prussia, which is if you want to say Germany, but Prussia, a lot of what he did as far as opening the doors to the Enlightenment period, like Enlightenment philosophers, just like Immanuel Kant, using their doctrines. And then what would happen is the Scandinavian countries,
was the testing ground. He implemented them, and then people were like, "Oh, that works," and they jumped on the bandwagon.
And then a lot of the Scandinavian countries would say, "Oh, this is good. Let's follow that." So more and more, that's where we started seeing it's kind of like monkey see, monkey do lately, especially since the Catholic.
This is exactly the thread I wanted to close was regarding it being a religion or being a new church. This is really the point, is the church used to be the seat of where knowledge came from, was transferred and all that kind of stuff. It was the place of education and of learning and things like that. And it was the mainstay of the sort of belief system that people understood the world through and so on. So they literally, this period from Frederick onwards is where they replaced the church. So there's not really a separation of church and state. It's just a new beast, and it's not called a church. This is really, really important for people to understand. The belief system of this church is this sort of underlying atheist naturalism, because it supports their variant of secularism, which accommodates other religions as long as they were all underneath and subjugated to their own belief system.
And ironically, because throughout Europe, the kings of many of the European nations, like the Holy Roman Emperor and the King of England, they would have this notion, because part of the church, they will say, "Oh, well, they're God ordained or they're God appointed." So a lot of the kings would have a lot of quote unquote church power. The same thing as the Tsar of Russia. Start beginning from the first Tsar, which was Ivan the Terrible. So ironically, when the kings would start trying to go away from the church, like King Henry VIII, when he left the church and started the Anglican Church during the Protestant Reformation, a lot of the people decided to say, "Well, wait a minute. If our king's leaving the church and God appointed our king, so let's follow our king."
Yeah, most
which
of
is an
them are
ironic
turkey
measure.
voting for Christmas. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, on top of that as well, a lot of what Prussia was doing to the Scandinavian countries was, colonizing them and kind of subjugating them to an extent.
All right, guys. It's late.
So there we go, Rizvi. Tell them more about their history and how they didn't get so far from church and how they didn't get so far from religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Inshallah,
especially
we discuss history and
people
Europe and
of
Scandinavia
eight.
next time, inshallah. I think it's
Yeah, young
late.
generation is mostly atheist here, so
No, they're not. They're
hopefully,
polytheists
inshallah.
in denial. I promise you, every single one you
Yeah,
talk to,
yeah,
you'll
yeah.
find they're
Like
polytheist in
like you
denial.
said. Yeah.
How is that
It's
guy
just that
getting treated?
it's just they don't know yet.
And
Exactly.
Anders Breivik, is he still
Sorry.
still with his PlayStation in the
He's
so-called
still
jail?
in good hands of Norwegian Haven, they call it.
Have you guys seen his jail? Basically, it's like a little a studio with PlayStations and everything.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
It's for everyone actually. The jail here is
but
like
this guy should get special
3-4 star
treatment
hotel
in a
room.
different way when he's killed like 70 people. It's just crazy.
Take me to jail. What
Yeah,
the heck?
it's the only the punishment is like you cannot go out of this premise. That's the
Yeah, it's like
punishment.
under home arrest or
And
something.
except
But
that
what if
you
he's
get
there just playing shooting games the whole time on his PlayStation?
Hey,
What?
ironically, crime is
practicing
low over
more.
there, so which is weird.
Yeah, very
They should
low.
just
That's true. Very low.
surround him with screens that just play the screams of the victims. That's it.
Brother Islam, can you imagine getting pulled over? Hey, I'll leave you with the warning. Next time, I'll put you in a place with a PS5. Okay, so drive safely.
Well, I would hate that. Replace it with books. I'm there all day.
Yeah, it'll be a life sentence for Islam Hakim with a PS5.
No. But if you just give me plain pen and paper and
that would be
compass,
something not.
straight edge, I'll be happy. That'll do.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, even their prison systems are basically many people who are free will not get such treatment. When I say treatment, I mean like luxurious treatment, like a hotel, really like a hotel where you don't have to work and you basically get your luxuries.
Or maybe that's why they don't have a
Yeah.
homeless problem, because
But-
they just have to go punch someone in the face and they can get that's it. They're
maybe-
housed.
No, you don't find any homeless there. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's
Yeah,
cold
it's a
outside.
rich
I
country,
mean,
almost.
they would freeze to death. So of course they have to be inside.
Yeah. Yeah, c'est la vie for them. Okay. Anyway, guys, I think we should wrap up now, inshallah, until next time. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys. And once again, I invite you to Norway. So anytime
Inshallah, we'll
you
take up your offer.
come here, please. I
Send
don't
us
know
an
how
email
to.
with your details, inshallah.
Yeah,
Pick up inshallah. Maybe we can go to Kohot and set up a
yeah,
dawah
definitely,
store.
definitely.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. I think this.
I would love to host you guys, definitely.
Inshallah. Barakallah fiqh, brother Azwi.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
brother. Assalamu
Alaikum
alaikum.
I think there's one more guest who has just dropped in. I'll just take
Okay.
it quickly.
Mauladi Sheikh.
Maula Ali. Oh, he's gone.
Dropped in.
Disappeared.
All right, no problem.
Maybe he didn't want to be seen.
Could have been
Sometimes they
connection
have the cameras on.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, thank you to the moderators one again. Barakallah fikum.
So what happened to all your Hindu guests today? Where are they?
I think we scared them off. Must be the thumbnail I put up today.
No, that thumbnail was intense though. It's like you guys were gearing up for war or something like that.
Yeah, without the
To be
weapon.
fair, the topic
They
is
both had the
like,
weapons.
the topic is like inviting someone into the portcullis of a castle. It's like, you know you cannot defend yourself. This is a murder zone. Do you want to come? Because there's so
Yeah,
fair
it's-
play to the one guy who was brave enough.
Welcome to our Colosseum, where we have some lions here. So yeah, anyway, I think it was alhamdulillah. Maybe you guys can suggest more topics on Hinduism next time. So we discuss the caste system, we discuss the misogyny, we discuss the the immorality of their gods. I don't know what else can we do.
I mean, if
I think there's
anything,
got to be
this is
something
necessarily
about.
the. I mean, this is like a general topic, because if we're talking about moral dilemmas, any Hindu gods will do. And the fact that I say Hindu gods, we're talking about, okay, just name one, one in a million or anything like that. So I see that as something more in general that is inclusive to all people who follow the Hindu faith. So if the fact that we're living it in a sense, in a general way, we're not just talking about one specific thing. So the fact that they're not really coming on, if anything, I would say, I don't know if it's the timing, but I've seen them come along before. But other than that, I would have no idea, but as far as why they're not showing up, besides Brother Hashim scaring them off. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just the only
maybe
thing I have.
maybe something more inviting and generic. I was thinking you could ask them like Hinduism, how do you live with it? That could be an interesting topic, because
We
it'd
can
be
have
like
another.
if you
Yeah. I mean, this is a good
because if
topic.
you actually live with it and live by it, that's one thing, and if you live inconsistent with it, that's another thing. And which one are you, and how does that work? I would like to see anyone reconcile their real life, really with the scriptures as they are, or with a religion as it's understood, or anything like that.
We should have a
What
stream on
title
why
would you give
Hindus
it?
are leaving Hinduism or not practicing Hinduism, because Hinduism is not why Hinduism is not appealing to the Hindus anymore. That's
Or it
seems
could
to
also
be-
be an interesting to do a sort of cross-genre one where we talk about the similarities, symmetries between naturalist atheism and Hinduism. Because a lot of atheists don't realize how they're practically Hindus with new clothing. A
Let's
lot of
take it
Hindus
further.
don't realize how close
Yeah,
they are
by
to
the way,
atheism.
Hindus have no problem acknowledging they're atheists. Some
But
of
this
them.
is why it'd be so funny. I'd love to get a Hindu and an atheist, and the Hindu basically convince the atheist that he is a polytheist, and the atheist try and argue he's not. And I'd be like, well, if you're not a polytheist, then neither am I. I'm also an atheist, and then maybe the penny will drop. It'd just be really good to
Yeah,
sort
but
of watch.
again,
Let's
the
take-
definition of the term atheist in Hinduism differs from the generic definition.
It does. The
You know,
generic
Brother
definition
Islam,
is what
let's take it even
exists.
let's take it even further than that. Rather than just leave, let's actually include it to polytheism as a whole. So, Fawad is not here to because he'll be more acclimated to the more clickbaity topics. But let's take it further and say, well, what's the difference between Hinduism and polytheism? Or if you want to add some sort of method that'll actually get them to not necessarily come and try to defend themselves, but in a more something that would interest them besides them, talking
No,
about
but
the morals, because they know the
they don't
moral
have a
aspects.
problem acknowledging they are polytheists.
Should we
Yeah.
take the
Only
guests
see a
who's on
few
the
of them who
stage?
would say, "Oh no, we are monotheists."
Oh, we've got
Most
a
of
guest,
them
Mansur.
have no problems at
The
all.
brother
saying
who
they are-
came earlier and then disappeared, Maulali Sheikh.
Are they back?
Let's
Oh,
see
yeah.
what the message says.
Yeah, take him in. That's fine.
Salam. Okay, we are taking on, so make sure your camera is off if you want to keep it off.
Yeah, it's off. Yeah.
Maulali Sheikh, we have joined you on the
Yeah,
panel.
hi guys. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you, brother?
I was sorry. I was sorry for the earlier. Like I was in office and suddenly I got tense.
No worries.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
glad that I.
did we surprise you or you surprised us?
Actually, I saw myself in live and I was shocked. Like I'm in YouTube video. I never
Surprised
been
yourself.
there before.
Okay. Interesting.
And I was in shift as well, so I was in night shift. So
What are you calling from India?
yeah, I'm from India. So
Okay.
actually, I frequently watch your live streams, and if I miss the live streams, I watch your recorded videos, and I'm so glad and happy. Like you brothers are doing so much work. Like I've gained so much knowledge through your live streams and everything, the debates and as well. So I'm just here to thank you guys. That's no questions from me.
Okay, you're welcome, brother, and keep us in our duas, inshallah. And thanks for your support and kind words.
So bye guys. Proud of you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right, so yeah, we end with this note, inshallah. You guys want to say something before we leave? There's a brother who posted quite a few super chats, mashallah. I don't know if 39 has some value for him. It's all 39 rupees. What does that mean? Anyway, Jazakallah khair, brother Atif. I think he was asking for you, Mansur.
Okay.
Because I remember he put, was it him? Yeah, it was the same guy. Yeah, he asked where is Mansur, and that was 40 rupees.
Oh, that's the number one.
He started with 50, alhamdulillah.
Mashallah. Oh,
Okay. Anyway, Jazakallah khair, brother Atif Rahman.
Allah reward him.
Barakallah feek. And there was Sister Samira was asking a question as well. So it's asking, Assalamu alaikum, what kind of dreams are allowed to share and with whom some Muslims openly share, seeing prophets, etc. So exactly what kind of dreams can be shared and not to be. From what I recall, should not share your bad dreams. So if you think a dream is bad, don't share that.
There's a problem with each way, though. Even if you share very good dreams and they mean something good, there's a problem of jealousy.
Yeah.
From others.
It's with whom you share as well. That's important.
Yeah.
So maybe
you're
if there's an alim who knows how to interpret dreams, so it's okay to share with them, provided you know the guy is not, some sort of a scamster or fraudster or taking advantage of you. So it's one of those questions which is difficult. But I've never seen anyone who was criticized for sharing the fact that they have seen the Prophet ﷺ in their dream. But then there are many people who might just be telling, not being sincere about it. They just want some sort of status where, oh look, I got a dream from the Prophet ﷺ. You can normally tell from the akhlaq, from that person's akhlaq, what kind of person he is. But anyway, we reserve that judgment for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah. And there is a safety aspect in terms of, your intentions. They better be really pure. And why exactly are you sharing this dream? Because you might end up sort of ruining the goodness that could come to you by, sharing with bad intentions or with the incorrect intentions for sharing. So I don't see the upside, but I see risks. But definitely as a fiqh question, we're not the people to ask for legal rulings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and some dreams can be from shaitan as well, so be careful whom you share it with. Like I said, I think the general principle is not to share bad dreams. Okay. I think if you go to Islam QA and just search for which can you share your dreams, you'll get a good summary of what you can and cannot do. I think there are some hadith as well in regards to this. Where one of them, it says, Abu Hurairah said, the Prophet ﷺ said, if any one of you sees something that he dislikes, let him get up and pray and not tell people about it. And this is narrated in Muslim 2263. Jabir narrated that a Bedouin came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, I dreamt that my head was cut off and I was chasing it. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ said, he rebuked him and said, do not tell anyone how the shaitan is messing about with you in your dreams. This is Muslim 2268. Yeah, so generally don't share your bad dreams. That's the bottom line. There's quite a few hadiths about this. Inshallah. What else is there? Any other messages we missed? Yes, I think this was our trucker. He says, when the Viking lords and warriors died, a maiden was thrown in their boat with the dead corpse and they were lit on fire. So this maiden was most likely a slave. As I said, they had this notion of sacrificing slaves in their community.
Oh, but they also had maidens, Persian maidens and so on, that they would literally drug up. There was one of them, they have this ritual where a witch basically would drug them up and then disembowel them with a knife while they're still standing in front of them. And in that particular ritual, they would pass them round to be used by a bunch of guys before that happened and so on. The whole thing. The thing is, a lot of this stuff we don't have, obviously, firsthand because they're practically illiterate. So all of it has to be taken with some kind of pinch of salt. Although when things add up, there's something to it.
I mean,
but in no account does it seem to be, and it's not just that it doesn't seem that they sort of did this voluntarily or whatever. It wouldn't make any sense in what we think we know of their belief systems. Like it just doesn't add up. And the way they societally, they didn't. People would have their way with other people's women and stuff. You know, they didn't have this sort of strict monogamy until Christianity, as far as we know, and so on. So,
and to also understand that a lot of the quote unquote the ancient Scandinavians, just like what you just mentioned, and what we know of them came from people outside of them, because not only they did not necessarily practice this notion of writing down a lot of things, but even as far as the language is concerned, because a lot of them acclimated onto European lifestyle, like some of the Scandinavians, what we call the the Normans today, which ended up ruling England in the 11th century. They were essentially Vikings who became French. And then we'll talk about, Germanic, we want to say Germanic or Scandinavians as well. Germanic people like the Franks, who ended up being, the Holy Roman Empire. So it's either a lot of the information either became European washed or Christianized, or even just straight up removed from history together. So a lot of what we know about them, like the myth how they wore the horn helmets, which is not true.
Oh, that's got no basis.
That essentially came from William Shakespeare. So that's another form of propaganda as well. So
but there are a lot of things that we thought it was treated as myth. The idea they went over to America was treated as myth for a long time, but it was accurately recorded from their stories by a certain priest whose name I've forgotten. And it turns out it's only in the last 20 years or so we've actually found the settlements, and it was not a myth all along.
His name was Leif Erikson in around the 11th century. So that's when at least it was that he was supposed to have done that. So but when it comes to the topic itself, what they did, the quote unquote the slave aspects of it, now that is essentially the reason why. But as far as the culture, there's nothing within their exact culture, nor even their religion, what we know of their religion today. Norse mythologies, you have Odin, Thor, the guy with the hammer, by the way, if you for those of you who don't know. Nothing within their actual culture themselves would actually portray them doing that as a ritual, nor within with the religion, them doing it as a ritual, nor within their culture. Because again, for their fires, it's warm, and they valued, life and stuff like that. So,
but yes, and not all the stuff that we think is mythology is. Some of it is very real. But it's difficult to disambiguate. Again, you have to know it quite well, and it becomes a question: what's the point?
All right, brothers, let's wrap up, inshallah. So yeah, if you have any suggestions for topics on Hinduism next time, do email us, info@dawahwise.com or dawahwise@gmail.com, and inshallah we'll take it from there. Brother Alie, Brother Islam, Brother Mansur, if you guys want to say something before we close, you're more than welcome.
Nothing besides thank you for having me, and it was a pleasure to talk to you brothers again. And assalamu alaikum.
Glad you went first. I can just say echo that.
All right, barakallah feekum to everyone, and thank you to our moderators, jazakumullah khairan, and to all the viewers as well. Thanks for your time, your patience. I know these topics are difficult, but someone's got to do it. So yeah, alhamdulillah, we'll try. Inshallah, next week is going to be an open Q&A. You're more than welcome to join us as well during that time, inshallah. So yeah, until next time, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, wa nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta.